In the distant future, humans live in a world that seems peaceful but is fraught with danger. A sudden disaster broke the tranquility of the human world. Mysterious space tunnels, like devil's mouths, opened up all over the world without warning. From these strange space tunnels, a group of terrifying alien races surged out like a tide. The first thing that catches your eye is the gigantic monsters. They are like demons from ancient times, so huge that they are suffocating. Each monster is like a moving steel fortress, with its indestructible shell flashing a cold light, as if showing off its super strong defense to humans. Their attack power is even more amazing. With one swing of their claws, they can easily destroy a solid building. Ordinary military weapons were simply unable to break their defenses. For a time, humans were at a loss. When everyone was in a desperate situation in the battle with the monsters, people discovered the warriors' super fighting ability. Warriors need to use the power of chi and blood with specially made alloy weapons to deal a fatal blow to alien monsters. In order to discover more warriors, humans resolutely opened schools dedicated to training warriors. The school is divided into martial arts classes and ordinary classes, and the students in the martial arts classes shoulder a heavy mission. They train hard, striving to become powerful warriors and protect ordinary people. In this world full of challenges and opportunities, I, Su Cheng, was originally just an unknown junior martial artist in the martial arts class. But the turning point of my destiny is about to come. But after an accident, I accidentally opened the system of the ownerless life origin. I began to inject the origin into my body, restore my chi and blood, and try to break the limits of the human body. At this time, a voice sounded from the system. An ownerless life source has been detected and automatically extracted. Source plus 15. Available source, 15. Blue light surrounded my body. Although I am not a formal warrior at this moment, I already have the strength of a first-grade warrior. At this moment, I finally felt that I was different from before. This is the feeling of power. Su Cheng, what are you doing? Come back soon. Zhang Tao's voice echoed in my ears, but I had no time to pay attention. The black-scaled beast saw me, growled, and pounced on me. I dodged the attack by leaning sideways, raised my sword, burst out with the power of chi and blood, and chopped hard at the black-scaled beast's neck. Puff! With a muffled sound, I cut a deep gash in the black-scaled beast's neck, and blood gushed out like a spring. The black-scaled beast, having missed its target, turned around angrily and pounced towards me violently. I dodged again, aimed the knife in my hand at the previous wound, and chopped down again. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. I actually killed a first-level monster by myself. It was incredible. Has he become a warrior? Zhang Tao's eyes flashed with shock. Only by becoming a formal warrior can one kill a first-level monster alone. When I tested myself a few days ago, my chi and blood were still at 91. It was impossible for me to become a warrior in just a few days. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao suddenly felt frustrated. He always thought he was the best in the martial arts class, but now it seems that I am the strongest one in the class. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't want me to be stronger than him, but now, he wants me to be as strong as possible. Only in this way will they have a chance to survive. Brother Cheng is so awesome. Qin Fan shouted in surprise. He didn't expect that my strength was so strong. Being able to become a formal warrior in high school can definitely be called a genius and has a promising future. Li Yiyao was filled with mixed emotions. She always paid attention to Zhang Tao, but ignored me. It was not until this moment that I realized that I had become a formal warrior. She knew very well what it meant to become a formal warrior in high school, and her heart was filled with regret. If she had known I was so capable, she should have been closer to me. Good boy. You made me worry for nothing. Zhao Huai scolded with a smile, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought I would be bitten to death by the black scale beast, but he didn't expect that I would kill it instead. If any other first-rank teachers were to deal with this black-scaled beast alone, they probably wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Everyone hold on. Students from the martial arts class, cooperate with Su Cheng to kill a few more first-level monsters. Li Hongwei was overjoyed when he saw this, and encouraged everyone's morale. My performance gave him hope of a comeback. At this moment, everyone placed their hopes on me. After extracting the ownerless essence, I first replenished my body's chi and blood, and then injected the essence into the swordsmanship I had learned. Although I just killed the black-scaled beast, it took too long and consumed a lot of energy and blood. The main reason was that my proficiency in the basic swordsmanship was not high. Even though I used all my strength, I could only use 10% of my energy and blood in one strike. The system prompted, You injected 1 point of essence into the basic sword technique. After evolution, your proficiency increased by 5%. When I saw the effect, I injected all the remaining essence into the sword technique without hesitation. The system prompted, you have injected 10 points of origin into the basic swordsmanship. After evolution, your proficiency plus 50%. Basic swordsmanship, yellow minor success, 1%. At this moment, I was pleasantly surprised. My basic swordsmanship instantly improved from the entry level to the minor success level, and my strength made a qualitative leap. The head teacher said that when the basic swordsmanship is practiced to a minor level, one sword can release 20% of one's own energy and blood. I quickly rushed to Zhang Tao's side, and while they were attracting the black-scaled beast's attention, I quietly went around behind the monster. I bent my legs slightly, pushed hard, and my body rose from the ground and leaped into the air. My blood and energy burst out and I fell down suddenly. Puff! With both feet stepping on the monster's back, the huge impact force directly pressed the black-scaled beast to the ground. I held the knife handle in reverse, with the tip of the knife facing downward, raised it high, and stabbed it hard into the black-scaled beast's heart. The tip of the knife instantly pierced through the scales of the black-scaled beast, penetrated the heart, and blood spurted out. I quickly drew my sword, pulled it out, turned around and rushed towards another black-scaled beast. Detected an ownerless essence, and it has been automatically extracted. Essence plus 15. After the origin arrived, I drew my sword mercilessly and moved forward quickly. Zhang Tao and the other two stared with wide eyes, stunned in place, with shocked faces. Su Cheng actually killed a first-level black-scale beast with just one sword. Isn't this too exaggerated? They kept thinking about the battle just now and couldn't believe it. There was a flash of surprise in Li Hongwei's eyes. The black-scaled beast has very strong defense. The only thing that can do this is my extraordinary swordsmanship. Everyone keep working hard and cooperate with Su Cheng to kill more monsters. Li Hongwei shouted loudly, full of confidence. My heart is filled with strength. I feel the endless flow of energy and blood, and I am ready to take on the next enemy. On the other side, I found that my classmates in the martial arts class were in danger. A black-scaled beast grabbed a student with its front claws. Due to excessive consumption of energy and blood, his movements became slow, and he was unable to avoid the monster's attack. The sharp claws scratched the student's shoulder, leaving several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone, causing him to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. In the eyes of the black-scaled beast, the fallen student was obviously a prey that had lost its resistance. So, regardless of the attacks from the two classmates behind it, it leaped forward, pounced on the fallen student, and opened its mouth to bite his neck. If the black-scaled beast's enormous bite force had succeeded, the student would probably have died on the spot. I attacked several teachers and students from the martial arts class, quickly helping them take out the remaining monsters. 6 second-level and 1 third-level black-scale beasts were gradually worn down by our siege. I wanted to take the opportunity to make a final blow and earn the ownerless origin, but the defense of the second-level monster was too strong, and Zhao Huai and the others were also guarding against me, so I failed to get the kill. I discovered that if I didn't kill it with my own hands, I wouldn't be able to extract the essence of life. The battle was over, and almost everyone was injured except me. The school's ordinary teachers hurried over with medicine boxes to help treat the wound. Li Hongwei collected all the monster corpses on the ground into his space bracelet, then walked up to me and said gratefully, "Su Cheng, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Number 1 Middle School, thank you. If it weren't for you, everyone in Number 1 Middle School would have died here. This is what I should do." I answered politely, but my eyes involuntarily glanced at the principal's space bracelet. The black-scaled beast's entire body is a treasure, and the corpse of a first-level monster can be sold for at least 20,000 yuan. I just killed 19 first-level monsters. If I sell them, I can make almost 400,000 Chinese yuan, which is a considerable sum of money for me. I will keep these corpses of monsters for the time being. Except for your spoils, the rest will be given to you as a reward from the school. Li Hongwei said with affirmation in his tone. Thank you, Principal. I nodded happily. After activating their qi and blood, every Chinese citizen can open a martial arts account in an official agency, and the points in the account can be exchanged for various items in the martial arts mall. Now that I have points, I can purchase weapons and martial arts in the mall to equip myself. After Li Hongwei finished speaking, Zhao Huai, Zhou Cheng and other first-class teachers also gathered around to express their gratitude to me. In this monster attack, it was obvious that I turned the situation around single-handedly. If I hadn't killed so many monsters, we would probably have become their food. Looking at their admiring eyes, I felt warm. When I was about to return to my seat, Li Hongwei suddenly called me. Su Cheng, wait a moment. I stopped and turned to look at him. You probably haven't broken through to become a warrior yet, right? Li Hongwei asked expectantly. I nodded and didn't hide it. The teachers around me were all stunned and looked at me in disbelief. My strength has not even reached the level of a warrior, but I have such a strong fighting ability. Could it be that, because my realm has been raised so quickly, my spirit can't bear it? I guess I have to take it easy from now on. But the pain was not in vain. My basic sword skills have been perfected, and a full-strength sword strike can kill off 50% of my own energy and blood. I now have 110 points of health, and a full-strength strike can take away 55 points of health. I am comparable to a full-strength attack from an ordinary first-grade peak warrior. I was very excited. Just as I was enjoying this sense of accomplishment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Everyone instantly became alert and stared nervously at the huge hole in the wall of the training hall. After a while, a team of soldiers wearing black alloy combat uniforms appeared in sight. Seeing this outfit, I breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. This is exactly the combat uniform of the Chinese military. Hello, I'm Li Hongwei, the principal of Xingqing No. 1 Middle School. Principal Li walked up to the team of soldiers and introduced himself. Then, one of the soldiers stepped forward, and the mask of his alloy helmet opened automatically, revealing a young face in his 20s. The young man said, My name is Wu Bin, and I am a military warrior from the Xingqing military region. My main mission this time is to take you to the safe zone. He asked with concern, Are the students all right? A wave of low-level monsters just came, and we have dealt with them. Everyone was slightly injured, but it's nothing serious. Li Hongwei shook his head. That's good. You organize everyone in the school to get on the bus outside the school. After Wu Bin finished speaking, he closed his mask, walked out of the training hall, and observed the situation outside. Li Hongwei began to organize the students to go out of the school. After a while, everyone got on the bus and arrived at a safe area under the escort of military warriors. Just after getting off the car, Wu Bin said to Li Hongwei, There are quite a lot of monsters that broke into Star City from the Rift world this time. The military and the detective department are short of manpower, and the higher-ups require social warriors to participate in the battle and obey the military's deployment. Of course, protecting our homeland is the duty of every warrior. I will call all the warriors in the school here right now. Li Hongwei nodded and turned around to inform the official warriors of the school. Upon hearing the news, everyone expressed their willingness to join the war to defend their homeland. After notifying all the warriors, Li Hongwei walked up to me again. Su Cheng, the higher-ups require all warriors to participate in the war. You have the combat power of a first-grade warrior, so I must notify you. Li Hongwei said. But you are not a formal warrior after all, so you don't have to go if you don't want to. He took my identity into consideration and gave me room to choose. I request to join the war. I said without hesitation. My superpowers are incredible, but they can only work if I kill the monsters myself. If I want to improve my strength quickly, I have to kill more monsters and obtain the ownerless origin. Being afraid of death will only make me unable to make progress in my life. Good job. Li Hongwei patted my shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. In his eyes, I embody the courage that a warrior should have. I followed Li Hongwei and others towards Wu Bin. My classmates in the martial arts class looked at my back with envy and admiration on their faces. We are both high school students. They still need to be protected, but I have already started to protect my home. Li Hongwei brought everyone from No. 1 Middle School to Wu Bin. Wu Bin's eyes fell on me, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He obviously realized that I was not yet a formal warrior. He doesn't seem to be a formal warrior. Wu Bin said. He is indeed not a formal warrior, but he has broken a limit of the human body and his strength is comparable to that of a first-grade warrior. Moreover, he just killed 19 first-level black-scaled beasts at school. Li Hongwei said with pride. Wu Bin stared at Li Hongwei with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Killing 19 monsters by himself was too much. None of his experienced first-class warriors could do it. The monster's corpse is lying in my space bracelet. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you. Li Hongwei said with a smile when he saw Wu Bin's doubt. That's not necessary. Wu Bin waved his hand. He had no doubts about Principal Li's sincerity, but he was still surprised by my ability. He couldn't help but ask, how did he do it? His basic swordsmanship has already been mastered. Li Hongwei replied with a proud look on his face, and then added, Of course, The reason why he was able to kill so many first-level monsters was mainly because someone was holding him back. Wu Bin was shocked again after hearing this. The high school student in front of him not only broke the first limit of the human body, but also practiced the basic swordsmanship to the minor success level. Such a person is definitely a genius. What's his name? Wu Bin asked. Su Cheng. Li Hongwei replied. Wu Bin wrote down the name and thought to himself. It won't be long before Su Cheng will appear in everyone's sight. Platoon leader, all the students from number 3 middle school have been picked up. At this time, a soldier came over. Students from various schools in Star City have been taken to a safe area. Your next task is to clear the monsters in the city, Wu Bin said to the soldier.
Yes.
After receiving the task, the soldier turned around and prepared to leave. Zhou Rue, wait a moment. Wu Bin suddenly called out to the soldier named Zhou Rue. Platoon leader, is there anything else? Zhou Rue asked. Wu Bin glanced at me and said, this student will be with you. Zhou Rue glanced at me, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, Platoon leader, our class does not need reinforcements. Don't worry, Su Cheng has the strength of a first-class warrior and will not hold you back. Wu Bin saw through Zhou Rue's inner thoughts at a glance. Platoon leader, let's not do that. Zhou Rue said with a bitter face, obviously not believing me. This is an order, Wu Bin said with a stern face, leaving no room for doubt.
But
Zhou Rue hesitated and wanted to explain. But what? Do you want to disobey orders? Take him to the logistics department to get a set of combat equipment. Wu Bin's tone was serious.
yes.
Zhou Rue stood up straight, saluted Wu Bin, then looked at me expressionlessly and said coldly, follow me. I followed Zhou Rue closely and went to the logistics department to get a set of equipment. I have always carried the E-level alloy knife issued by the school. This time I only received a set of E-level combat uniforms and a metal storage box the size of a mobile phone. The main material of E-level combat uniform is E-level alloy, which is added with other special materials to ensure defense while increasing softness, elasticity, and breathability. The E-class combat suit can be automatically adjusted according to the body shape after being put on, which is very comfortable. The storage box has a space of about 125 cubic meters, which contains a medical kit and a bottle of pills for restoring qi and blood. I put on my combat uniform, put the storage box on my left arm, and followed Wu Bin to the gate of the safe zone. Sergeant, what took you so long to come out? 5 soldiers in military combat uniforms walked towards Zhou Rue. Seeing me, the man who had just spoken asked again, who is he? This is a high school student that the platoon leader stuffed in here to gain some experience with us. Zhou Rue said with an unhappy look on his face, without avoiding me at all. Oh my God, this is so unlucky. The man who asked the question had a depressed look on his face, and the faces of the other 3 soldiers also became very ugly. Little brother, don't mind it. They don't have any problem with you. It's mainly because the higher-ups have assigned us a task. If we fail to complete it, everyone will be punished. In addition, the military will rank us based on the number of monsters we killed during this operation, and teams with higher rankings will receive good rewards. Only an older soldier smiled and explained to me, it's okay. I shook my head, not caring about what they thought of me. Now I just want to kill more monsters and extract the ownerless essence to improve my strength. By the way, what's your name? Zhou Rue suddenly asked. Su Cheng, I answered. Since you have joined our team, you must obey our orders and not act on your own. When we kill the monster later, you just watch from behind and learn more experience. Don't worry, I will find you a weaker first-level monster so you can practice with it, Zhou Rue said to me seriously. He didn't have much opinion about me, but he was a little resentful towards his platoon leader Wu Bin. The reason why they were afraid that I would hold them back was not simply because of the reward, but mainly because there was a veteran in their class who was already 35 years old and whose strength had been stuck at the peak of the first rank. In the military, once you are over 35 and have not yet broken through to the second rank, you will lose the opportunity for promotion. He could either choose to retire and go home, or continue to stay in the military as a private. The top 3 teams in this operation will receive a realm-breaking pill. If the veteran in the team can get this broken mirror pill, he will definitely be able to break through to the second level and have a better future. Laomo, don't worry. Even if we have to risk our lives today, the brothers must get into the top 3. Zhou Rue patted the old soldier on the shoulder. Sergeant, everyone has their own destiny. Even if I can't break through to the second level, it's good to retire and go home. At least it's much more comfortable than staying in the military, Laomo said with a smile. But there was a hint of loneliness in this smile. Zhou Rue felt a little sad when he saw this smile. Laomo had taken him in and taken great care of him. They had been in the same class and had a deep relationship. He didn't want Laomo to leave the military with regrets. Sucheng, we are going to face a very dangerous battle next, and we may lose our lives at any time. It's not too late for you to quit now. Zhou Rui began to persuade me. I won't quit, let's go, I said impatiently. Seeing my insistence, Zhou Rui said nothing more and walked quickly towards a military vehicle not far away. We got in the car, and Zhou Rui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, pressed the watch on his wrist. A beam of light shot out from the watch, and a virtual light screen about 10 inches in size appeared in the air. The light screen displayed a map of Star City, which was covered with densely packed light spots of different colors. Areas with light spots represent monsters, and the color represents the level of the monsters. In this team, only Zhou Rui is a second-grade warrior, and the others are first-grade warriors, so they can only choose to hunt monsters below the second grade. Zhou Rui clicked on the nearest blue light spot, and a few lines of small words appeared next to the light spot. Iron-horned rhino, first order, quantity, 3. It's him. Let's go over there quickly. Zhou Rui said quickly. The soldier driving the car immediately started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly rushed to the destination. A few monsters were a piece of cake for their team. The main reason Zhou Rui chose them was that he wanted me to get used to the killing on the battlefield first. After all, many novices will be scared when they see blood for the first time. The car was speeding through the streets at 140 miles per hour. The streets were empty, with no pedestrians or vehicles. The authorities have reminded the public many times that if a monster attacks the city, it is safest to hide at home. The team reached their destination without any obstruction and soon found their target. About 100 meters away from us, there were 3 huge monsters that were nearly 2 meters tall. The monster had a nearly half-meter-long, scimitar-shaped horn on its forehead, which was sharpened to an extremely sharp point. These monsters were walking slowly on the street and would suddenly hit the vehicles passing by. Their sharp corners would easily penetrate the body of the vehicle, and then they would lift it up with force, and the off-road vehicle weighing about 2 tons would be directly blown several meters away. Zhou Rui's team's vehicle was discovered by one of the iron-horned rhinos. The monster let out an excited roar and immediately ran towards the off-road vehicle. The other 2 iron-horned rhinos followed. Zhang Yong, Du Kai, Chen Zijian, you 3 go ahead, Zhou Rui said to the 3 teammates in the car. His eyes fell on me. You come with us in the car and watch how real warriors kill monsters. I didn't say anything. Let me stay here? How is that possible? If I really listen to them, how can I earn the essence? I must grab one of the 3 first-level monsters in front of me. When 3 soldiers opened the door and got out of the car, I quickly followed. What are you doing? Come back quickly. When Zhou Rui saw me run out of the car, his face changed drastically and he quickly opened the car door and chased after me. The first 3 soldiers who got off the car took out alloy knives from the storage box, dragged the tips of the knives on the ground, and walked towards the iron-horned rhino with calm steps. Following behind, I also slapped the storage box and took out the E-level alloy knife inside. Then he burst out his energy and blood with all his strength, quickly past the 3 soldiers, and rushed towards the iron-horned rhino in the front like a rocket. The 3 soldiers had no time to react. When they saw me rushing towards the 3 first-level monsters, they were obviously stunned. As military warriors, they have to go to the Rift World to garrison every once in a while. There, they can often see teachers from Wuda taking their students to train. Every fledgling student acts cautiously under the guidance of the teacher. They had never seen anything like this where the creatures would rush forward like crazy upon seeing a monster, as if they were afraid of being snatched away. The key point is that I have no strength at all. If I rush over like this, am I simply seeking death? At this time, another figure quickly passed by the 3 soldiers. It was Zhou Rui. He chased after them while cursing in his heart. Actively hunting monsters should be encouraged, but the key is to have strength. Wu Bin said, I only have the strength of a first-grade warrior, and I am still a high school student. A student who has not entered Wuhan University can only fight with teachers and classmates. Such fighting can only cause minor injuries, but not life-threatening. The intensity of the battle is totally not on the same level as hunting monsters. Although the monsters have low IQs, they are all fearless and unafraid of death. Once they engage in battle, it's either you die or I die. Although the combat effectiveness of human warriors is generally higher than that of low-level monsters, that is only for warriors with rich combat experience. For a greenhouse flower like me who lacks combat experience, facing a monster of the same level alone would be a dead end. What's more, there are 3 iron-horned rhinos ahead. Except for Zhou Rui, a second-rank warrior, Any first-rank warrior in the team might be in danger of his life if he encounters him. Zhou Rui tried his best to chase after him, but it was too late. For a first-grade warrior, a distance of 100 meters can be reached in less than 5 seconds. In addition, the iron-horned rhino was also running towards us. In less than 3 seconds, I had arrived in front of the monster. Seeing that the man and the beast were about to collide, Zhou Rui showed a hint of despair in his eyes. The distance was so close that even if I could dodge the sharp curved horn, I would definitely not be able to avoid the impact of the iron-horned rhinoceros. The iron-horned rhino is a powerful monster. Especially in this kind of accelerated collision situation, even a slight scratch would shatter its bones. What's more, this is a head-on collision. I'm afraid my internal organs will be shattered in one encounter. Several other soldiers in the team couldn't help but stop and turn their heads away, unable to bear to see this scene. The distance was getting closer and closer, and just when the iron-horned rhino's curved horn was about to pierce my body, I suddenly moved a step to the left, avoiding the attack of the curved horn, and at the same time raised the alloy knife high, mobilizing the energy of my whole body. The basic swordsmanship of the Perfection Realm has gone beyond the techniques of swordsmanship and is more focused on the utilization of chi and blood. As long as the chi and blood in the whole body are fully mobilized, even simple chopping, slashing, stabbing, and sweeping can unleash tremendous power. I raised my long sword high and chopped it down fiercely, hitting the iron-horned rhinoceros body. With this cut, I directly released 50% of my chi and blood power. The huge body of the iron-horned rhino was cut in half like a piece of tofu. The two pieces of the iron-horned rhino's body flew out to both sides under the huge inertia, and blood was splattered in the air. Then, the system reward sounded. Origin plus 18. Delighted, I turned to look at Zhou Rui and the others, and seeing that they were not rushing towards me anymore, I immediately rushed towards the other iron-horned rhino. Seeing this scene, Zhou Rui couldn't help but stop halfway, opened his mouth wide, and stared at me blankly. Zhou Rui exclaimed, "Isn't this high school student sent in by the platoon leader to gain experience with them? How did he split the iron-horned rhino in half with one sword? His strength is too strong." The iron-horned rhino that was chopped in half fell down and rolled on the ground for several meters, like a plow, shattering everything it passed through. Hearing the huge sound of the landing, the soldiers who couldn't bear to look thought I was knocked away. But then I felt something was wrong. Why were there sounds of heavy objects falling on both sides? Several people couldn't help but look up and look towards the source of the sound. What they saw was not me, but the half-bloody corpse of a monster. Shit. The pupils of several people suddenly shrank, and their hearts were shocked. What happened? Could it be that I was split in half by the iron-horned rhino? Impossible. It must have been their captain Zhou Rui who arrived in time and saved me. Several people quickly turned their heads and looked forward. I saw that I had already arrived in front of the second monster, raised my knife and chopped it, and with one strike, I cut the iron-horned rhino into 2 pieces. This is not over yet. After killing this monster, I quickly withdrew and came to another iron-horned rhino. There was a flash of silver light, and the iron-horned rhino's body was immediately separated. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. All 3 first-level iron-horned rhinos were killed by my sword. The soldiers who were supposed to deal with the 3 iron-horned rhinos were dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the high school students would come here to learn from experience? How come they killed all the monsters in the blink of an eye? Are the high school students nowadays so fierce? Several people couldn't help but have deep doubts about themselves. They had been in the army for several years and had experienced hundreds of battles, big and small, but they were unable to kill these first-level monsters with a single strike. In fact, if anyone encounters these 3 first-level monsters alone, there are only 2 outcomes, either running away or being eaten by the monsters. It is absolutely impossible for him to kill 3 first-level monsters in seconds with one sword each like I did. They wanted to show off in front of me, but I showed off to them instead. Compared to me, they are simply weak. Thinking of their initial disdain for me, the soldiers suddenly felt extremely ashamed. I was very excited as the origin arrived. The basic swordsmanship of the Perfection Realm was indeed powerful. Without anyone to restrain him, he instantly killed the first-level iron-horned rhino in its prime. With my current strength, it is almost no difficulty to kill ordinary first-level monsters. I must take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. With enough origin, I can confidently and boldly improve my talents and break the second and third limits of the human body. I put the essences of the 2 iron-horned rhinos beside me into the storage box, then walked up to Zhou Rui and said with a smile, "Team Leader Zhou, I'm really sorry. I get easily excited when I see monsters. I couldn't help it, and I accidentally killed these 3 monsters. I'm glad you're okay. Zhou Rui didn't care about my teasing, but said very seriously, I underestimated you before. I apologize to you. You are very strong. It is my honor to have you join our team. He realized that I was so strong that joining their team would be even more powerful. With a strong helper, their chances of getting the top 3 became even greater. It's okay, squad leader Zhou. I was just joking. I smiled. Even though I felt a little unhappy before, I didn't take it to heart. Based on the previous conversation between Zhou Rui and Lao Mo, I knew why he had a bad attitude towards me. If my relatives or friends lose their future because of someone, I will not have any good feelings towards that person. I continued walking back, and 3 teammates, Zhang Yong, Du Kai, and Qin Zijian, all gave me a thumbs up and said, awesome. I nodded to the 3 of them, walked quickly to the 2 halves of the monster's body, put them in the storage box, and then returned to the SUV. Little brother, you are the most amazing high school student I have ever seen. Even many students from Wuhan University are not as good as you. Lao Mo couldn't help but praise. Brother, you're too kind. There are many people who are better than me. I shook my head. My strength is very strong compared to ordinary warriors, but compared to many geniuses, it is actually not that exaggerated. Among the people I know, there is one who is much more capable than me. That person is my childhood friend. We used to have a very good relationship. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are childhood sweethearts. But later that person went to the best martial arts school in Star City and soon became very successful, while I went to an ordinary high school and remained unknown for 3 years. An insurmountable gap appeared between the 2 of them. Gradually, their contact became less and less, and their relationship became more and more distant. Until now, apart from saying hello when we meet, we hardly say anything extra. I have lived 2 lives and have long since become indifferent to these things. I don't care about them at all. Soon, Zhou Rui and his companions also got on the car. Zhou Rui turned on the virtual screen. There were still many spots on the map, but they were obviously less than before. He looked at the nearby light spots and soon found a group of suitable hunting targets. A small-scale 2-headed wolf pack. There are 10 2-headed wolves in total, including 1 second level and 9 first level. That's it, let's go over there quickly. Zhou Rui said quickly. The soldier driving the car immediately started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly rushed to the destination. Soon, the car drove to a shopping mall. Everyone got out of the car and saw that the glass door of the mall was shattered. The monster should be in the mall. As soon as Zhou Rui finished speaking, I rushed into the mall with a knife in hand. Several team members reacted quickly, immediately bursting out with their energy and blood, and rushed to the mall at full speed. I was simply too fast, and they were very suspicious. If I were a step slower, I might not be able to grab the monster. This kid, it's like he's in a hurry to reincarnate. Zhou Rui cursed with a smile and quickly rushed into the mall. As soon as I walked in, I saw a monster corpse under my feet. At this moment, I was rushing towards another monster quickly, followed by an angry second-level Wolf King. This kid is courting death. Zhou Rui rushed towards the second-level Wolf King and fought with him. I had already killed the second monster and quickly rushed towards the third one. It's so fucking perverted. Zhou Rui couldn't help but exclaimed. He had seen me killing monsters at such a fast speed in the army, but most warriors were 1 level higher than the monsters. He had heard of warriors like me who could kill monsters of the same level in seconds, but this was the first time he had seen one. People like this are the focus of training in the military and can play a huge role on the battlefield. I quickly killed the third monster and looked around, only to see Lao Mo fighting 2 monsters alone. So I quickly rushed to Lao Mo and shouted, I'm here to help you. After saying that, I stabbed one of the monsters in the heart. Then, I quickly drew my sword, ready to chop at the second monster. But I saw that Lao Mo's sword had already pierced through the heart of another 2-headed wolf. What a pity. I muttered softly. Seeing that the other soldiers were still fighting the monsters, I immediately turned around and rushed to Zhang Yong. I'll help you. I quickly chopped off the 2-headed wolf's head. Origin plus 17. I ran away with the knife, not wanting to waste even a second. Before Zhang Yong could react, I had already arrived in front of Du Kai, shouted, I'm here to help you, then drew my sword, put it away, killed the monster in seconds, and rushed towards another person. Du Kai looked at the fallen monster in confusion, then turned to look at my back and shouted, Don't do this, I want to kill the monster. At this time, I had already arrived in front of Qin Zijian and killed the last monster with my sword. Qin Zijian was speechless. There was an unwritten rule among warriors that whoever killed the monster would get the monster as a trophy. Unless it was a particularly critical situation, most warriors would not steal other people's monsters. And my behavior was simply outrageous to both humans and gods. But I didn't care. I turned to Qin Zijian and said, "The situation in Xingqing is critical. We must put the overall situation first. I will help you kill the monster, and the body will be yours." "Thank you, Brother Cheng." Qin Zijian's expression changed instantly, and he saluted me with a smile. But I was actually thinking in my heart that this opportunity to earn money is a rare one. At this point, all 9 first-level monsters were killed by me alone. Available origin, 233. I took the time to take a look at the origin, and then set my sights on Zhou Rui, who was fighting against the monster. Feeling my burning gaze, Zhou Rui didn't want to delay any longer. He had originally planned to slowly reduce his health and save some energy, but now he had to explode. Putting aside the question of whether it would be embarrassing for him to fail to capture a monster of the same level in such a long time, he was really afraid that I would rush up and kill this second-level monster as well. Although he didn't think I could kill a second-level monster with the strength of a first-level warrior, what if it happened? After all, there are geniuses who can kill enemies above their own level. Thinking of this, Zhou Rui suddenly burst out with his energy and blood, and chopped the second-level two-headed wolf with his sword cleanly and efficiently. I looked away and suppressed the impulse in my heart. So far, I still have a trump card. I really want to try whether I can kill a second-level monster by using my trump card. However, Zhou Rui had already killed the second-level monster, so he could only wait for the next wave. All the monsters were killed, and everyone started to clean up the battlefield. I only put the bodies of the 3 monsters I killed at the beginning into the storage box, and I didn't touch the monsters I killed for others. Although I am not a formal warrior, I also know the tacit rules among warriors. Since you have already extracted the most important essence for you, there is no need to be greedy for such small profits. My generosity instantly brought the team and me closer, and everyone became more enthusiastic towards me. Back in the off-road vehicle, Zhou Rui opened the map of the distribution of monsters again and began to select the next wave of hunting targets. He was in a very good mood. Excluding the time spent on the journey, it took him less than a minute to hunt down the 2 waves of monsters. In the past, this would have been unimaginable, and this is entirely due to my strong strength. He finally understood the deep meaning of platoon leader Wu Bin. He didn't ask them to help this high school student gain experience. He wanted this high school student to lead them. With me here, it won't be difficult for them to take first place in the class unit in the Star City military region. Soon Zhou Rui found a suitable hunting area. In this area, 3 different waves of monsters were very close to each other, with 5 or 6 monsters in each wave. After they finished killing one wave, they could quickly rush to the next wave. Zhou Rui was about to ask Zhang Yong, who was driving, to start the SUV. At this moment, I suddenly said, "Brother Zhou, I have a suggestion." "You say?" Zhou Rui said with a smile. "I think we can go here." I pointed to an area where the blue light spots were very dense. "You mean here?" Zhou Rui's face changed, and he pointed at the area and asked again. There are also 3 waves of monsters in this area, but the number of monsters is 3 times that of the area he just chose. Each wave consists of more than a dozen first-level monsters and 1 second-level monster, and the distance between them is very close. If you are not careful, you may be besieged by more than 50 monsters. He thought I pointed to the wrong place. Unexpectedly, I nodded confidently, "It's here." "Are you crazy? There are more than 50 first-level monsters in this area and 3 second-level monsters. Are we going here to die?" Zhou Rui said puzzledly. Other teammates also thought I was a little crazy. "In fact, as long as we cooperate well, there is no danger." I said confidently. "Why?" Zhou Rui asked curiously. "Let's attack one of the waves of monsters first. It's okay for Lao Zheng, Lao Du, and Lao Chen to each entangle 3 first-level monsters, right?" I looked at Zhang Yong and others. "If it's just entanglement, it's fine, but no more than 2 minutes. I can't stand it for longer than that." Zhang Yong replied. As warriors in the military, their combat effectiveness is generally stronger than that of social warriors. In a short period of time, it is no problem for one person to entangle 3 monsters of the same level. "The 3 of us are about the same strength," Du Kai continued, and Chen Zijian nodded. "Lao Mo is fighting against 4 first-level monsters alone. Does he feel any pressure?" I looked at Lao Mo again. "It's very stressful, but I should be able to hold on for a while," Lao Mo said with a smile. His martial arts realm has reached the peak of the first level. His strength is stronger than Zhang Yong and the other 3. It is not a problem for him to resist 4 first-level monsters. The 4 of Lao Mo held back 13 first-level monsters, while Brother Zhou dealt with a second-level monster. After I killed the remaining first-level monsters, I went to help Lao Mo and the others. These 3 waves of monsters were in a straight line, more than 500 meters apart. Even if they find us, it will take at least 30 seconds for them to run over. As long as we can kill a wave of monsters within 30 seconds, we won't be besieged at all. In just 2 or 3 minutes, we killed so many monsters. Isn't this much more efficient? I said with a smile. Can you kill so many monsters by yourself? Can your energy and blood recover? Zhou Rui questioned. He wasn't worried about my speed in killing first-level monsters, but for someone like me, killing one with one strike would consume a lot of energy and blood. Even if you take the pill in time, it will take at least half an hour to recover. My energy and blood recover quickly. I just killed 9 first-level monsters, so I guess that warmed me up, I said with a smile. After mastering the basic swordsmanship of the perfect realm, my control over my chi and blood has become very mature. Before, every time I used my sword, a lot of energy and blood would escape and be wasted. Now, every time I make a cut, almost no chi and blood escapes, and I can precisely control the amount of chi and blood used in each cut. Don't worry, I'm still a high school student with a bright future. I won't joke with my life. Seeing that some people were still hesitant, I added another sentence. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that what I said made a lot of sense. A high school student, his strength was stronger than that of Lao Mo, who was at the peak of the first rank. His future path is definitely a long way to go. There is really no need to risk his life. I agree with Su Cheng's proposal. Zhou Rui spoke first, then looked at the others. What about you? Everyone expressed their agreement and felt very excited. If the 6 of them could really kill these 50 or so monsters, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. Chapter 11. Qi and Blood Breaking the Body. After getting everyone's unanimous agreement, Zhou Rui ordered Zheng Yong to drive the SUV to that area. Half an hour later, the car stopped on a bridge. Not far away, a dozen iron-spurred porcupines were walking slowly, searching for traces of humans. Su Cheng looked at Zhou Rui and others beside him, and they all nodded slightly, indicating that they were ready. Kill! Su Cheng gave a low shout, and the 6 of them quickly rushed towards the group of monsters. The footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the group of iron-spiked porcupines. The monsters roared and rushed towards Su Cheng and others. The sharp roar immediately attracted 2 other waves of monsters in the distance. At once, all the monsters roared and rushed towards Su Cheng. Dozens of monsters roared at the same time, and the sound was deafening. It's so fucking exciting. Zhang Yong roared, rushed to a monster and started chopping it with his knife. After chopping it, he turned around and ran, then quickly rushed to the other monster and chopped it again. After chopping, he continued to run, came to the 3rd monster, and continued to chop. It soon attracted the firepower of the 3 monsters. Du Kai, Chen Zijian and Lao Mo did the same. After slashing the monster once, they turned around and ran to another monster and slashed it again, completing the task of restraining it very smoothly. Zhou Rui found the leading 2nd-level Porcupine King and started fighting with him. As for Su Cheng, he rushed to the remaining monsters and killed them one by one with his sword, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Origin plus 17. Origin plus 17. Origin plus 17. Origin plus 17. In less than 5 seconds, Su Cheng killed the remaining 4 monsters with his sword. Everyone was overjoyed to see that the plan was progressing so smoothly. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Among the 4 monsters that attacked Lao Mo, the aura of one of them suddenly surged. It was actually directly promoted to a 2nd-level monster. Lao Mo possesses the strength of the peak 1st rank. If he encounters a 2nd-rank monster alone, even if he cannot defeat it, he will be able to withstand it. But now, in addition to this 2nd-level monster that evolved on the battlefield, there are 3 1st-level monsters attacking frantically. Lao Mo couldn't bear it at all and was immediately in danger. Seeing this, Zhou Rui could only rush over quickly, using all his strength to slash at the newly promoted 2nd-level Iron Thorn Porcupine. This blow almost cut off half of the iron-spiked porcupine's head. However, the 2nd-level monster had amazing vitality. After being chopped, it rushed towards Zhou Rui madly. At this time, another 2nd-level monster also chased over, and Zhou Rui was directly restrained by the monster. Originally, he planned to quickly kill the Porcupine King and then help Lao Mo and the others kill the 1st-level monsters. There is no way to get away now. Finished. Everyone's heart sank. The 2nd-level monster has extremely strong defense, and even if these first-level warriors use their full strength, they will not be able to kill it in a short time. Even if Su Chang killed all the first-level monsters instantly according to the plan, he would not be able to kill the second-level monsters instantly. As time was wasted, the next two waves of monsters caught up. If they were besieged by dozens of monsters, they would surely die. Each of them is now restraining 3 first-level monsters, but in turn, they are also being restrained by 3 first-level monsters. You can't run away even if you want to. For a moment, everyone felt that they were going to die. Seeing this, Su Chang was not too worried. Isn't it just a second-level monster? He might not be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight. But now these 2 second-level monsters are entangled by Zhou Rui. He just doesn't believe that he can't be killed with one blow. Su Chang quickly helped Laomo and the others to deal with the first-level monster and shouted, "Don't panic. Continue to act according to the plan. Leave the second-level monster to me." After hearing Su Chang's words, everyone hesitated for a moment, then immediately rushed to the second wave of monsters to continue their containment mission. Although they didn't quite believe that Su Chang could kill a second-level monster in seconds. But there is no better choice now. After killing more than a dozen first-level monsters, Su Chang immediately used his origin to replenish his energy and blood. Then he rushed to Zhou Rui without stopping. The reason why he was so confident was that he still had a trump card in his hand that he had not used. After improving the basic swordsmanship to the perfect level, he can not only unleash 50% of his own energy and blood power, he also mastered an even more advanced technique. This technique can usually only be slowly mastered by warriors above the 3rd rank. That means the qi and blood are breaking through the body. The power of qi and blood is very special and is relatively gentle when stored in acupuncture points. But once it leaves the human body, it will become extremely violent and have incredible destructive power. At this time, Su Chang had already come to the rear of a second-level Ironthorn porcupine. The second-level porcupine, whose head was half chopped off by Zhou Rui, was in a state of rage at this time and did not notice Su Chang's arrival at all. Su Chang held up the alloy knife, and qi and blood surged out from the acupuncture points and were transported to his hands through the meridians. Then it seeped out from the pores and attached to the blade, turning the silver alloy knife into a bloody knife. If you magnify it tens of thousands times, you can see that every particle of qi and blood is spinning rapidly. Zhou Rui in front was originally worried about whether Su Chang could quickly kill this second-level monster. But when he saw the blood and energy flowing out of his body, his heart was suddenly filled with shock. Didn't Wu Bin say that Su Chang was only a first-grade warrior? It can even break the blood and qi in the body. This is an advanced skill that only warriors above the 3rd rank have the opportunity to master. How did he, a first-rank warrior, do that? This move can be used as a killing move for any high-level warrior. Killing a second-level monster is not difficult at all. Su Chang actually mastered this killer move. It's so terrifying. The moment Zhou Rui's thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Chang had already plunged the bloody long knife into the neck of the iron-spiked porcupine and easily cut off its head. Origin plus 28. After using this trick, Su Chang suddenly felt very tired. It was as if all his mental strength had been drained away. He quickly injected the essence into the heart of heaven between his eyes, which nourished his spiritual power. You injected 5 points of essence into Tianqin. After evolution, Spirit plus 20. Spirit, 86. Cool. Su Chang's fatigue was swept away, and he felt refreshed. Zhou Rui also quickly killed the remaining second-level monster. At this time, the second wave of monsters had already run over here. Laomo and others had already started fighting with the monster, and Su Chang and Zhou Rui quickly rushed forward. Awesome! Laomo and others shouted at Su Chang. With the realm of a first-grade warrior, Su Chang was able to kill a second-level monster. His combat power was simply terrifying. With Su Chang around, these monsters can't pose any threat at all. Several people felt completely relaxed. This hunt went very smoothly. In less than 30 seconds, all the second wave of monsters were killed. Immediately afterwards, the third wave of monsters was quickly wiped out by Su Chang and others. At this point, all 50 or so monsters in the area were wiped out. Su Chang took a look at the data in his mind, and his heart was immediately filled with joy. Available source, 1023. Chapter 12. Massacre today. At the same time, in another area of Star City, a military team was fighting fiercely with 3 huge white diamond apes. Each of the 3 white apes is nearly 3 meters tall, with snow-white hair and muscular bodies. They are all second-level monsters. At this time, 4 first-class team members surrounded one. The team leader fought alone. There was also a white diamond ape fighting with a tall girl holding a silver sword. The King Kong white ape clenched his fists, raised them above his head, and suddenly hammered down at the girl in front of him. The girl dodged to the left and easily avoided the hammer blow. At the same time, a sword was thrust out, leaving a hole in the body of the King Kong white ape. Blood gushed out instantly, dyeing the white hair of the King Kong white ape red. At this time, the King Kong white ape's fist struck the ground, creating two deep pits, and broken cement flew in all directions. The King Kong white ape failed to hit the target and was stabbed with a bloody hole, and instantly became extremely manic. He hit his chest several times, making a loud and dull metallic collision sound. Then he let out a long roar towards the sky and leaped towards the girl again. The arms, as hard as steel, kept waving at the girl, making whistling sounds. As a second-level monster, the King Kong white ape is not slow. But the girl dodged so lightly that she couldn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. Every time the girl drew her sword, she could cut a gash on it or pierce a bloody hole. Although it was not a fatal strike, after dozens of sword strikes, the blood-soaked King Kong white ape finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground with a bang. The girl put the monster's corpse into the storage box and stood quietly aside waiting for others. After a while, the other two King Kong white apes were also killed by the military team. Xia, congratulations, you are now able to kill a second-level monster by yourself, Captain Yang Wei said with admiration on his face. When the platoon leader first let this girl join the team, he was a little reluctant. It was not until the platoon leader said that this girl named Xia Yue was a first-class warrior who had broken the limits of the human body that he reluctantly agreed. At that time, he felt that Xia Yue was indeed very strong, but after all, she was just a high school student. She had never experienced the trials of life and death, so she definitely could not exert much combat power. This is indeed the case. At the beginning, Xia Yue needed the help of their team members to kill a first-level monster, and she was afraid of the sight of blood. One can only exert 1/10 or 1/12 of one's strength. But when she hunted monsters for the second time, she was already able to kill a first-level monster alone. As the number of battles increased, her progress was rapid. Now he is able to hunt down second-level monsters alone. The strength of their lone wolf squad has always ranked among the top 3 in the Star City military region. This mission was not only to eliminate the monsters, but the platoon leader also set a goal for them to take first place in the military region. Originally, they were not 100% sure. After all, there are 2 teams in other rows with similar strength to theirs. But with Xia Yue's help, he was confident of winning first place. This time, they not only have to take first place, but also leave the other teams far behind. The other side. A huge, second-level iron-horned rhino was charging towards a 2-meter-tall boy with explosive muscles. The boy did not flinch when seeing this, and rushed towards the iron-horned rhino at the same speed. The man and the beast collided violently. Faced with the sharp curved horn, the boy didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hands, grabbed the curved horn, and pinned the iron-horned rhino to the spot. The iron-horned rhino kicked its 4 legs backwards frantically, but it couldn't break free from the boy's hands. The boy shouted loudly, exerted his strength suddenly, pulled the 2-ton monster into a circle on the spot, and threw it out with force. The iron-horned rhinoceros drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The boy quickly chased after him, suddenly jumped up halfway, crossed his 5 fingers, raised his hands above his head, and pulled his body into the shape of a bow. Just as the iron-horned rhino was about to stand up, the boy dropped from the sky and smashed the monster on the head with his clenched hands. Only a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and the iron-horned rhino was hammered to the ground, with blood slowly flowing out of its 7 orifices. So fierce. Not far away, a military team looked at the boy in shock and couldn't help but sigh. With Wang Ming's strength, he would be at least in the top 3 in our military region. I can't believe he is just a high school student. I'm afraid his horizontal training skills have already reached a minor level of success. Killing an enemy above your level is as easy as drinking water. These martial arts geniuses are truly terrifying. With such a fierce man in our Tiger squad, we will definitely win first place in the military region this time. At the same time, a sharp eagle cry resounded throughout the Star City. I saw a giant eagle soaring into the sky and flying to a height of 10,000 meters. The giant eagle has golden feathers, 4 legs, and claws as sharp as knives. It is the 4-legged golden eagle belonging to the demon race in the alien race illustration. The strength of this monster has reached the 7th level, and it can be called a general among the monsters. Its intelligence has reached the level of an ordinary human being of about 15 years old. The demon was seen hanging high in the sky with its wings spread out, covering half the sky and plunging the entire Star City into darkness. Master of humanity, hand over 1,000,000 blood foods obediently, and I will let my men retreat. Otherwise, I will massacre the city today. The four-legged golden eagle spoke in human language and said to the human seventh-grade master who was covered in blood below, "You beast, I want you to come here and never come back today." The seventh-grade master soared into the sky, flying high into the sky like a rocket. Court death. The four-legged golden eagle let out a sharp cry, opened its beak, and instantly condensed a white energy ball in its mouth, which ejected towards the human master. In an instant, the ball of light crossed a distance of thousands of meters and hit the human master. The human master had no time to dodge, and an alloy shield instantly appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him. Bang! A shocking explosion was heard. The white energy ball hit the shield and exploded violently. The dazzling white light instantly illuminated the originally dim sky. Low-level warriors couldn't even open their eyes under this strong light. The shield in the human master's hand was blown into countless pieces. The violent energy tore his skin apart. The huge impact force pushed his body towards the ground at a high speed. Boom! Another loud noise was heard. The master's body hit the concrete ground, creating a huge hole. City Lord. Several human warriors quickly ran into the pit and looked at the Grandmaster with worry on their faces. This person is none other than Li Jin, the Lord of Star City and the only 7th-rank Grandmaster in the entire city. I'm fine. Li Jin coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and stood up with the help of several warriors. At this moment, a white energy ball condensed again from the mouth of the four-legged golden eagle in the sky and sprayed towards a 100-meter-high building. A white light passed through the sky, instantly crashed into the center of the building, and exploded. The location where the building was hit was directly blown into pieces. The upper part collapsed in an instant. Chapter 13: The Meaning of a Warrior's Existence. At the gate of Daxia, countless humans fled in terror. Everyone's body was stained with blood. A pale, middle-aged woman was holding a little girl about 5 years old and limping out with great difficulty. Her left leg was hit by the collapsed concrete blocks, and blood kept oozing out, soaking her pants and shoes, and leaving a long blood trail on the ground. She endured the severe pain and slowly moved to the door. The excessive blood loss made her feel weak all over, and her vision went black. Her body finally couldn't hold on, and she fell heavily to the ground. At the moment of falling, she tried her best to twist her body, letting herself fall onto the hard floor, using her soft body to cushion her child. "Please, save my child," she cried out weakly. The little girl on his body had already fainted, and her face was pale. There was a shocking hole on the chest, and blood was oozing out. But at this time, no one cared about them. Someone was grabbing a bloody, severed hand and running desperately. Someone was running and suddenly fell down, twitching on the ground. Screams, cursing, and crying filled the air. Everyone felt extremely scared, helpless, and desperate. At this moment, they are like a lone boat in the ocean, which may be submerged by the violent waves at any time. Everyone, don't panic. Stay at the door and wait for rescue. At this time, a loud voice was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw 6 soldiers in black alloy combat uniforms running towards them quickly. In an instant, all the panic disappeared. Everyone seemed to have found a backbone. They all stopped and stood quietly waiting. In this era, warriors are their strongest support. Especially for official warriors, their image of protecting people's safety has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Immediately notify the medical team to come and rescue them. Those with serious injuries will be given priority. Zhou Rui spoke loudly to all the team members. They had just been clearing out monsters not far away when they saw the monster in the sky destroying the building, and they immediately rushed over to rescue people. With Su Cheng joining the team this time, no one was injured at all. There are still plenty of medicines in the medical kit in the storage box. The raw materials for making these medicines are all spiritual plants obtained from the crack world. Although it cannot bring the dead back to life, it also has very magical effects. Everyone took out their medical kits and found the seriously injured people to treat them. Su Cheng saw the mother and daughter lying on the ground and quickly ran over with a medical box. He observed the injuries of the 2 people and saw that the little girl was more seriously injured and was only breathing weakly. He opened the medical box and took out a glass bottle with the words Ling Chuang San written on it. He unscrewed the lid and poured the liquid into the big hole in the little girl's chest. The flesh on the edge of the girl's chest began to repair rapidly. But the hole was too large, and the repair effect was minimal. Slowly, the girl stopped breathing. Su Cheng quickly reached out and put his hand on the girl's neck, and could still feel a very weak pulse. Seeing this, Su Cheng had an idea and immediately tried to inject the origin into the little girl. Not injectable. For several consecutive times, Neo Highway prompted that injection was not allowed. It seems that the origin can only belong to oneself and cannot be directly injected into others. Seeing this, Su Cheng could only think of other ways. He then tried to inject the origin into the Ling Chuang powder. You inject 1 point of essence into Ling Chuang powder. After evolution, the purity increases by 10%. Ling Chuang powder. Unqualified, 60%. Su Cheng discovered that only half of the full bottle of Ling Chuang powder was left. But the originally yellowish powder has now turned into white powder. So he continued to inject the essence into it. You injected 4 points of essence into Ling Chuang powder. After evolution, the purity increased by 40%. Spirit Creation Pill. Grade 1, 1%. At this time, the entire bottle of powder had disappeared, leaving only a white pill the size of a fingernail. It is the first-grade spiritual pill commonly seen on the market. According to Su Cheng, although the first-grade Ling Chuang pill is expensive, its therapeutic effect is very good. Even a seriously injured first-grade warrior can recover after eating it. It shouldn't be difficult to treat the girl's injuries. Su Cheng poured out the first-grade spiritual pill and put it into the little girl's mouth. Within a few seconds, the big hole in the little girl's chest began to heal visibly. After a while, the girl's wounds had healed. The girl opened her eyes, touched her chest, looked at Su Cheng in front of her, and immediately understood everything. "Thank you, big brother, for saving me." The girl's eyes were full of gratitude. Seeing her mother lying on the ground, she pleaded, "Can you save my mother?" "Don't worry, your mother will be fine." Su Cheng rubbed the girl's head and said with a smile. The girl's mother was only injured in the leg and fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss, but she was not seriously injured. Su Cheng took out another bottle of Ling Chuang powder from the medicine box and sprinkled it on the middle-aged woman's legs. She woke up immediately. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look at the girl next to him. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, he immediately hugged the girl and burst into tears. "Mom, it was this big brother who saved us." The girl pointed at Su Cheng and said to her mother with a smile, "Thank you for saving my child, thank you." The middle-aged woman let go of the girl, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Cheng. Su Cheng quickly helped her up. "This is what I should do. The meaning of a warrior's existence is to protect everyone and our home." After saying that, he stood up and left to treat another wounded person. "Big brother, can you tell me your name?" The girl shouted loudly at Su Cheng's back. "My name is Su Cheng." Su Cheng turned around and said with a smile, "My name is Cheng Zishi, and I want to be a warrior in the future." The girl said loudly with a determined look in her eyes. The word warrior was deeply imprinted in her mind. Su Cheng's figure was also firmly remembered by her, and in the years that followed, it became a beacon of her life, constantly motivating her to move forward. Su Cheng was preparing to treat other injured people. At this time, the medical team quickly arrived here. Su Cheng met up with Zhou Rue and others, and everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Sooner or later, we will kill all those damn aliens," Zhou Rue said murderously. Since the space rift appeared on the blue planet 100 years ago, nearly 6 billion humans have died at the hands of aliens. More than half of the current world population. Every human being has a blood feud with the alien races that invaded the blue planet. The purpose of human warriors' existence, besides protecting their homes, is to kill all the alien races that have invaded humans. Let's go kill the monster. Su Cheng's heart was also filled with murderous intent. He wants to use the blood of monsters to commemorate those who died in this disaster. One day in the future, he will let all aliens know that the human race cannot be humiliated. Chapter 14. A Good Seedling. Master of humanity, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently send me 1,000,000 blood foods, otherwise, all the humans in this city will die. High in the sky, the four-legged golden eagle spoke again. Thinking of the delicious taste of human blood, it couldn't help but drool at the corners of its mouth. The best taste is swallowed directly from a living human being. The injured human has lost some of his energy and blood, so the taste is slightly worse. Dead humans taste bland, and it doesn't like them. That's why it didn't carry out a massive massacre, but gave the human master chances again and again. On the ground, Li Jin's eyes were red with anger. He looked at the warrior next to him and said through gritted teeth, Has the reinforcement not arrived yet? The alien race from the Rift world is attacking our base city in a massive way, and many high-quality soldiers have been sent there to reinforce. Mr. Fang Rong from Bincheng is on his way here, but it will take some time. The warrior said helplessly. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, I don't know how many people will die. Li Jin's eyes showed a look of determination. Even if I, Li Jin, die today, I will kill this beast. After saying this, his energy and blood burst out of his body and began to burn like flames. City Lord, don't. The faces of the warriors around changed drastically. Seeing this burning blood, how could they not know what the City Lord was thinking? He planned to use the blood explosion technique to die together with the monster. Humankind has only been developing Qi and blood martial arts for 100 years, so the foundation is seriously insufficient. There is no powerful magical power inheritance from other races. The combat effectiveness of the same level is actually far inferior to that of various alien races. Take the demon race, for example. The reason why human warriors are generally stronger than low-level monsters is that most low-level monsters do not have their spiritual intelligence and inheritance awakened. A heritage beast like the four-legged golden eagle, when it grows to a certain level, will awaken its intelligence and gain inheritance. The white energy ball just now was the inherited secret skill of the four-legged golden eagle, and it was extremely powerful. This kind of monster is much stronger than human warriors of the same level. What's more, above the inherited beasts, there are bloodline beasts with the blood of divine beasts and real divine beasts. When facing these monsters, human warriors can only suppress them by relying on their level. The same is true when facing most of the alien races with deep roots in the Rift world. Until later, a brilliant human genius created a martial art that could greatly enhance strength. This raised the combat effectiveness of human warriors to the level where they could kill inherited beasts. This martial art is the blood explosion technique. At the cost of igniting one's own acupuncture points, the qi and blood in the body are burned, bursting out with astonishing power. Once this martial art is used, the acupuncture points in the body will disappear permanently. In the worst case, your cultivation will be permanently regressed, and in the worst case, you will die. Unless faced with a situation where death is inevitable, most warriors will not use the blood explosion technique. In order to protect the people of Xingqing, Li Jin was willing to sacrifice himself, which is why warriors are loved by people. A raging flame of blood and energy ignited in Li Jin's body, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to soar into the sky to fight a decisive battle with the four-legged golden eagle, a slender hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. The flames of energy and blood on Li Jin's body receded instantly. A man in white suddenly appeared beside Li Jin. The warrior next to him changed his expression drastically. No one could see clearly how this person came, as if he appeared out of thin air. I used the blood explosion technique once, and my realm dropped to the 7th level. Now you still haven't learned your lesson. Are you ready to give up your life? The man said calmly. Aren't you stationed in the base city? Why are you here? Hearing the man scolding, Li Jin smiled. Emperor Yang took action and severely injured a great alien emperor. Several aliens have become obedient. It should be quiet for a while. The man said with a relaxed look. I came back to relax this time and take care of the students. We have several good talents in this year's Xingqing class. Would you like me to introduce them to you? Li Jin said with a smile. My requirements are quite high. If you don't have the talent you had back then, I won't accept you. The man said. How many people in this world are more talented than me? I don't think you'll ever have to teach students again in your life. Li Jin said proudly. The two of them chatted as if the four-legged golden eagle in the sky did not exist. Master of humanity, I am asking you a question. Why don't you answer? Are you looking for death? The four-legged golden eagle was furious, and once again condensed a ball of energy in its mouth and sprayed it towards Li Jin. Noisy, the man in white said coldly. He raised his hand and swung it. A blood blade like a crescent moon, condensed from qi and blood, quickly slashed into the sky and collided with the energy ball. The energy ball was cut in half and dissipated silently. The blood blade did not stop at all and instantly arrived in front of the four-legged golden eagle. The four-legged golden eagle was originally very confident in his inherited secret skills, but when it saw that its secret technique was broken, it was immediately horrified. As soon as the thought of running away arose in its head, the blood blade had already arrived in front of it, slashed through its body, and dissipated in the sky. A line of blood appeared on the body of the four-legged golden eagle, and then it split into two halves at the bloodline and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the man in white floated into the air, scanned the entire Star City, then swung out several bloody blades and rushed towards several high-level monsters in the city. Those high-level monsters were immediately cut into two pieces. Let these little guys do the rest. The man's eyes swept across the warriors fighting in the city and lingered for a moment on the battlefields of Wang Ming and Xia Yue. Then it fell on Su Cheng and looked at him for a long time. Old Jean didn't lie. Xingqing really has a good talent. The man in white showed strong interest in his eyes. The non-warrior below not only broke the limits of the human body, but also mastered the use of qi and blood to break the body, and it is even possible that he has a congenital precious body. There are only a few such geniuses in the whole of China. Thinking of this, the man in white swooped down and instantly came in front of Su Cheng. With the cooperation of Zhou Rui, Su Chenggang killed several second-level monsters. Seeing the man suddenly appear in front of me, I immediately became alert. This guy is a ruthless person who killed a 7th-level demon general in an instant. What does he want from a non-warrior like me? Are you from the military? The man asked with a smile. No, I'm still in high school. Su Cheng said truthfully. What's your name? Which school are you from? The man asked again. Su Cheng, Xingqing No. 1 Middle School. Su Chengdao. My name is Zhou, and I'm a tutor at the Oriental Martial Academy. Are you interested in studying at the Oriental Martial Academy? The man looked at Su Cheng with burning eyes. I am very interested in the Eastern Martial Arts Academy, but for such an important matter, I have to go home and discuss it with my parents. Su Cheng did not agree immediately. As far as he knew, the competition for talented high school students among major martial arts academies was very fierce. If you have good scores in the college entrance examination, you can usually get better martial arts resources. Although he has the system, martial arts resources are equally important to him. Of course, he wouldn't agree rashly. Chapter 15. Give geniuses a little help. You really should discuss this with your family. I'll arrange for someone to come and talk to you in a few days. Zhou naturally knew what Su Cheng was thinking, but he didn't expose it. After leaving these words, he instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Cheng, that's awesome. A master of this level personally invited you to the Eastern Martial Academy. Zhang Yong said excitedly. The Eastern Martial Arts Academy is one of the 4 great martial arts academies in China. Graduates of the academy can start as platoon leaders when they come to our military. Du Kai's tone was also full of envy. With Su Cheng's talent, isn't this normal? After the college entrance examination, I think the 4 major sacred academies will be vying for him. Lao Mo said as a matter of course. Su Cheng, awesome. Zhou Rui gave Su Cheng a thumbs up and said happily. Su Cheng's strength is fully worthy of the invitation from this powerful man. So far, their team has killed nearly 300 monsters. More than 90% of them were killed by Su Cheng. This is a very scary number. If it weren't for Su Cheng, it would be a lot for their team to kill 50 monsters. When the monster crisis is over, their team will definitely take first place in the internal evaluation of the Star City military region. By then, everyone's jaw will drop. Let's go kill the monster quickly. This crisis will soon be over. Su Cheng didn't feel much. In the past, he would have been thankful to be admitted to the Martial Arts Academy. But now, the 4 holy academies only have that much appeal to him. If it weren't for the military's strict discipline, they wouldn't be able to act freely. He even wants to go to the military. Military warriors fight against alien races all year round, which is very suitable for his golden finger. It's just that the restriction of freedom is something he cannot accept. We really need to hurry up. Zhou Rui clicked on the virtual light curtain, and all the light spots representing high-level monsters on the Star City map had disappeared. Light spots representing low-level monsters are also scattered across the map. It won't be long before all the monsters that enter Star City will be cleared out. So Zhou Rui and others chose a target and continued to kill monsters. As time went on, there were fewer and fewer blips on the map. When the last light spot disappears, it means that the crisis is completely over. The warriors returned to the temporary base in the safe area with joy of victory on their faces. Xia, it's all thanks to you that our team was able to kill so many monsters this time. Yang Wei, the captain of the Lone Wolf Squad, said excitedly. During this operation, their team killed a total of 118 monsters, including 26 second-level monsters. Although many of the monsters were killed by Xia Yue, but Xia Yue has been temporarily incorporated into the team, so naturally it will be counted as their team's achievement. I have to thank Captain Yang for teaching me so many practical skills. Xia Yue smiled faintly. I didn't teach you much. You just have a natural talent, and you can learn it at a glance. Yang Wei said with a smile. The rest of the team members had smiles on their faces. With the impressive record of killing 118 monsters, it is almost certain that he will be ranked first in the military region. After the rankings are announced, they will not only gain honor and military merit, but each of them will also receive a generous amount of training resources and martial arts points as rewards. With these resources, their strength can be greatly improved. The Lone Wolf Squad arrived at the gate of the temporary base and was about to go in. A man's voice suddenly came from behind. "Excuse me, is that Xiaoyue in front of you?" Xiaoyue stopped and turned around, only to see a man in light blue combat uniform standing behind her. She had seen this man before. He was the secretary of the Lord of Star City. "Secretary Liu, what's going on?" "The City Lord wants you to go meet an important person," Secretary Liu said with a smile. Xiaoyue's eyes lit up. The big shot that Secretary Liu mentioned must be the man in white who killed a 7th Order four-legged golden eagle in one move. She was very excited to meet such an important figure, so she quickly took off the storage box on her arm, handed it to Yang Wei, and said, "Captain Yang, you take the monsters in here first. I won't go in with you." "Okay, leave me an account number. Our military will deal with these monsters. When the time comes, I will transfer the points directly to your martial arts account." Yang Wei nodded and said. Xiaoyue left her martial arts account and then followed Secretary Liu to the City Lord's mansion. When she arrived at the reception hall of the City Lord's mansion, she found many familiar faces. Wang Ming from Qingshan Martial Arts School, Lu Xiao from Longting Martial Arts School, as well as top martial arts students from various schools are all here. At this time, in the City Lord's office, Secretary Liu pushed the door open and said to Li Jin, "City Lord, the top martial arts students from all schools have been invited here." Li Jin nodded, looked at Zhou Mu and said, "Let's go and see the martial arts genius of our Star City." After Zhou Mu sensed the aura of those top martial arts students in the reception hall, he felt a little confused. Why isn't Su Cheng from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School here? That kid's talent is much greater than the martial arts genius who came here. Are all the geniuses from your Star City here? Zhou Mu asked. Li Jin glanced at Secretary Liu, who said with certainty, "All the students from all the schools in Xingqing who have achieved a breakthrough as a warrior, and whose qi and blood have reached the limit of the human body, are here." Zhou Mu nodded when he heard this, thinking that Su Cheng was a very low-key guy. The people from the City Lord's mansion went to investigate specifically, but they didn't know that there was a most powerful genius hidden in Xingqing No. 1 Middle School. But it's better this way, before he is discovered by other martial arts academies. We have to get him into the Oriental Martial Arts Academy as soon as possible. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Li Jin stood up and said to Zhou Mu, "We haven't seen each other for so many years, but you didn't invite me for a drink, but just dragged me here to work for you. Is this your way of treating guests?" Zhou Mu cursed with a smile. "Just give them some mental pressure, and I'll take you out for a drink right after that," Li Jin said with a smile. The mental power of a high-level warrior is very strong and can be used in a wide range of areas. One of the ways to use it is to release mental pressure to interfere with and suppress the enemy. If the mental pressure is properly controlled, it can have a very good training effect on low-level warriors. Non-warriors who have reached the limit of human qi and blood will surely break through and become formal warriors under the tempering of mental pressure. It is even possible that the human body's limits may be exceeded due to stimulation. A first-grade warrior can also speed up the tempering of acupoints under mental pressure. Li Jin was injured in the heart by the enemy during a great battle. This results in the inability to use mental power normally. Now he has finally caught a high-level warrior who can use mental power and has a very good relationship with him. The first thing he wanted to do was to give some help to the geniuses in Star City. "Okay, who made me owe you that?" Zhou Mu stood up and walked towards the reception room with Li Jin. Chapter 16 Military Region Evaluation. On the other side, Su Cheng and others returned to the safe zone. Li Hongwei and the teachers of No. 1 Middle School were sitting on the ground to rest. After seeing Su Cheng, he immediately stood up and greeted him. "Su Cheng, are you not hurt?" Li Hongwei looked Su Cheng up and down, and Zhao Huai and others on the side also looked at him with concern. "No." Su Cheng shook his head. "I'm glad you're not hurt," Li Hongwei said with a smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Cheng is now the treasurer of their No. 1 Middle School. The upcoming Xingqing High School martial arts competition is waiting for him to shine and bring fame to No. 1 Middle School. Su Cheng looked at the teachers in the school. Most of them were there, except for a few who looked pale, obviously injured. Su Cheng exchanged a few words with the teachers. Wu Bin also came forward and said to Zhou Rue, "How is it? Su Cheng didn't hold you back, did he?" "Platoon leader, I wronged you. Su Cheng is simply too strong." Zhou Rue nodded vigorously and spoke excitedly. Really? So your performance this time was pretty good? There was a hint of surprise in Wu Bin's eyes. He knew that Su Cheng was quite powerful. When he was in school, he was able to kill 19 first-level monsters under the control of a first-class teacher. He should be similar to Lao Mo in Zhou Rui's team. But judging from Zhou Rui's expression, Su Cheng seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. It's more than good, it's amazing. When the military region's various teams are evaluated, our team will definitely take first place. Zhou Rui said confidently. Don't be too happy too soon. From what I know, there are some amazing students joining other teams as well. Wu Bin felt that Zhou Rui was a little too optimistic. Su Cheng is indeed very strong. But he knew that there were two high school students who were better than Su Cheng who had joined other teams. One is Xia Yue from Longting Martial Arts School, and the other is Wang Ming from Qingshan Martial Arts School. The strength of these two people is comparable to that of second-grade warriors, and they killed many second-grade monsters in this operation. After the Lone Wolf Squad and the Tiger Squad came back, they boasted about it to everyone they met. Now everyone in the entire Star City Military District knows about it. Wu Bin believes that the first and second place winners of this competition will definitely come from these two teams. Although Zhou Rui's team cannot beat them, it should not be a problem for them to get third place. Platoon leader, don't worry, our team will definitely take first place this time. I don't believe there is a stronger student than Su Cheng and Xingcheng. Zhou Rui didn't take the other teams seriously at all. Look how crazy you are. How many monsters did you kill this time? Wu Bin couldn't help but ask. Li Hongwei and others on the side were also full of curiosity. The better Su Cheng performs, the more face they gain. After all, most of the martial arts teachers present had taught Su Cheng. Keep it secret for now. When the competition comes, I guarantee everyone will be amazed. Zhou Rui kept the question in suspense. You brat. Wu Bin kicked Zhou Rui in the butt. Zhou Rui quickly dodged. Just then, a loud voice came from a distance. All military warriors, assemble. Wu Bin immediately stopped fighting and organized the soldiers in their platoon to gather. Temporary non-staff members such as Su Cheng and Li Hongwei also joined the team at Wu Bin's request. Soon, all the soldiers of the Star City military region lined up in front of a majestic middle-aged man. As an important strategic resource, the corpses of monsters need to be recovered immediately after the operation is completed. After a brief speech, the military leader at the front began to formally collect the corpses of the monsters. Several soldiers who were specifically responsible for recovering the corpses of monsters walked to the front of the team. Then, in order of number, the captain of each team stepped forward to hand over the monster. Those soldiers who specialize in recovering monster corpses will calculate their martial arts points based on the value of the monsters. The first platoon and the first squad hunted a total of 33 monsters, including 5 second-level monsters and 28 first-level monsters, and obtained 103 points. First row, second squad, hunted a total of 38 monsters, including 5 second-level monsters and 33 first-level monsters, and obtained 112 points. One row, 3 shifts. After each team hands over the monster, the soldier who recovers the monster will make a broadcast. Then the soldiers recorded the data, ranked it, and projected it in front of everyone. Each member of the top 10 teams will receive bonus points. In addition to point rewards, the top 3 teams will also receive some very valuable training resources, and it will be reported and commended throughout the army. As time goes by, the number of monsters hunted on the ranking list is constantly increasing. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the queue. Yang Wei from the Lone Wolf Squad stood up and walked to a soldier who was recovering monsters. Just throw the monster to the ground. The soldier gave a reminder, then looked at Yang Wei expectantly. He also heard that a high school student had joined Yang Wei's team and was very strong. He is said to be the most powerful high school student in Star City. He really wanted to know how big the gap was between these talented students and military warriors of the same level. Yang Wei nodded, took out a storage box and turned on the switch. A white light suddenly appeared from the top of the storage box and projected onto the ground. Immediately afterwards, the corpses of monsters fell out from the white light. There are only 8 or 9 first-level monsters in the first few storage boxes. These storage boxes should belong to the team members. There is also a storage box containing 8 second-level monsters and more than 20 first-level monsters. This is Yang Wei's own. When Yang Wei took out the last storage box, he turned around and said to the soldiers behind him, "Inside this storage box is the monster killed by Xia Yue." After saying that, he pressed the switch and projected it onto the ground. The corpses of monsters fell to the ground from the white light and soon piled up into a small hill. The soldiers who collected the monsters put them one by one into another storage box and calculated the scores. First level Scaled Beast, 2 points. First level Iron Horned Rhino, 2.6 points. Level 2 Iron Spiked Porcupine, 5 points. Level 2 Diamond White Ape, 5.8 points. 4th Platoon, First Class, hunted a total of 118 monsters, including 26 second-level monsters and 92 first-level monsters, earning 352 points. After the soldier who recovered the monster finished reading out the results of the Lone Wolf Squad, his tone was slightly excited. Xia Yue alone killed 16 second-level monsters and 37 first-level monsters. The added points are more than that of Yang Wei's entire team. It's really exaggerated. The gap in strength between the military warriors and these geniuses is too big. At the front of the team, a company commander sighed. Isn't this nonsense? All the geniuses go to the martial arts academy. Only those who fail the college entrance examination will choose to join the army as a soldier. Another company commander smiled bitterly. The geniuses who are able to enter the martial arts academy are all key training targets of the country. Those who cannot enter the martial arts academy will choose to come to the military. Although military service is hard, tiring, and dangerous, as long as you kill foreigners, you will gain military merit. It also provides many people with poor talents with a way to become stronger. Chapter 17: Who will take first place? High school students nowadays are too strong. It's okay to kill enemies above their level, but they killed 16 second-level monsters by themselves. They are both first-rank warriors, but the gap is too big. I heard that Xia Yue is the #1 genius in Star City and has broken a human body barrier. This girl is very famous. She was even interviewed by Star City TV. Even my mom knows about it. In the queue, the soldiers were talking about it. At the front of the team, Xingqing Military Region Commander Yuan Wu showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He said to the soldier beside him, "This student is not bad." After the evaluation, send someone to ask her if she is interested in studying at Beijiang Martial Arts Academy. Although warriors take it as their responsibility to protect the human homeland and destroy alien races, but there are inevitably some power struggles within the organization. In the world of warriors, whoever is stronger and has the bigger fist has the right to speak. Therefore, each department, and even different camps within a department, will cultivate their own direct lineage and reserve fresh blood. Yuan Wu graduated from Beijiang Martial Arts College. Beijiang Martial Arts Academy is affiliated to the military's demon-slaying army. All graduating students will directly join the demon-slaying army. Since he had discovered Xia Yue, a genius with outstanding fighting ability, in advance, he naturally wanted to pull her into his camp. Good. The soldier nodded. After the scoring was completed, Yang Wei's team ranked directly first, over 100 points ahead of the second place. Yang Wei returned to the team and couldn't help but look towards the Tiger Guards squad not far away. Luo Jiang, the captain of the Tiger Guards, turned his head and glanced at Yang Wei, a smile appearing on his lips. Yang Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Judging from Luo Jiang's expression, their team couldn't have killed more monsters than his own team, right? On the other side, Wu Bin was extremely shocked when he saw Zhou Rui's confident expression. Zhou Rui knew very well what level his team was at. Although it is very strong, it can only barely make it into the top 3 in the entire military region. If they hunted more monsters than the Lone Wolf team, which always ranked in the top 2, then it must be that Su Cheng killed more monsters than Xia Yue. Both of these geniuses have broken the first barrier to the human body's limits. Su Cheng is still just a non-warrior now, but Xia Yue has already become an official first-grade warrior. He really couldn't understand how Su Cheng's fighting ability could possibly be better than Xia Yue's. The scoring continued, and the following teams were all far behind the Lone Wolf team in scores. Everyone also knows that the only team in the entire military region that has the potential to defeat the Lone Wolf squad is the Tiger Squad. Because Luo Jiang, the captain of the Tiger Guards, said that there is also a high school student with amazing fighting ability in their team. So everyone is very curious about which of these two teams will win first place. Who is better between these two high school geniuses? Amidst everyone's anticipation, it was finally the Tiger Guard's turn. Luo Jiang walked forward confidently, holding a few storage boxes in his hands. He first poured out all the monsters in the storage boxes of his team members. Then he held up the last storage box and said to the soldiers below, "Inside this is the monster killed by Wang Ming." As he said this, he threw aside the monster that Wang Ming had hunted. A large number of monsters fell from the white light projected by the storage box, and the small hill formed was higher than the one Xia Yue had piled up. Level 1 Iron Spiked Porcupine, 2.2 points. Level 2 Two-Headed Wolf, 5.3 points. Soon, all the monsters were counted, and the soldiers responsible for recovering the monsters immediately announced the data. Platoon 8, Class 5, killed a total of 138 monsters, including 36 second-level monsters and 102 first-level monsters, earning 429 points. Upon hearing this data, exclamations were heard again in the queue. I didn't expect that this high school student named Wang Ming is stronger than Xia Yue. One person killed 28 second-level monsters and 45 first-level monsters. This is too fucking exaggerated. Compared to these high school students, I am nothing. The soldiers below were stunned. Yuan Wu's eyes lit up when he heard this result, and he said to the soldier next to him again, "And this Wang Ming, send someone to talk to him as well?" "Good." The soldier nodded. After the scoring was over, the Tiger Squad's score jumped to first place on the big screen in front of the team. Luo Jiang returned to the line and looked at Yang Wei with pride. By defeating Yang Wei, their team had basically secured first place. There was no need to even look at the team behind them. They definitely hadn't killed as many monsters as they had. Although Yang Wei was unhappy, he had no choice but to accept this fact. On the other side, Wu Bin found that Zhou Rui's smile was still calm, and there was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was really curious about how many monsters Su Chang had killed to make Zhou Rui so arrogant. Scoring continues. It wasn't long before it was Zhou Rui's team's turn. When Zhou Rui walked forward, he did not attract anyone's attention. It was not until he poured out the monsters from the storage boxes of several team members that everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought. Because from every storage box he took out, a large number of monsters poured out. Judging from the height of the piles of monsters, there will be no less than 20 beasts in each pile. This was incredible to everyone. Zhou Rui's team has always ranked among the top 5 in regular military district evaluations, and occasionally even made it into the top 3. So everyone is very familiar with them. With their strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill so many monsters. Unless... The same thought suddenly arose in everyone's mind. That is, there are also talented high school students joining Zhou Rui's team. Sure enough, Zhou Rui took the last storage box and said to everyone, "It's a great honor that a genius has joined our team. His name is Su Chang, and all the monsters here were killed by him." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Rui directly pressed the button on the storage box. As a white light projected onto the ground, densely packed monsters fell from the white light. As everyone looked at them in disbelief, the corpses of the monsters piled up more and more, and higher and higher. It was as if a huge mountain was placed before everyone. The whole place was silent, and everyone stared at the monsters in amazement. The strong visual impact caused everyone to temporarily lose the ability to think. This silence lasted for nearly a few seconds, followed by a deafening burst of exclamations. "Shit, are my eyes hallucinating? Oh my god, there must be hundreds of monsters. Are you telling me he killed them all by himself? If a person kills so many monsters, is he still a human? I can't even kill so many monsters in a year. Are these monsters fake? Because the number is too exaggerated." Even though the corpses of these monsters were right before their eyes, some people still couldn't believe it was real. They would rather believe that the corpses of these monsters were fake than believe that a high school student could kill so many monsters. Chapter 18, Top-Level Genius. 10th Platoon, First Class, hunted a total of 436 monsters, including 68 second-level monsters and 338 first-level monsters, and obtained 1,136 points. The count of the monster corpses was completed, and the soldier in charge of recovering the monsters reported the data with a trembling voice. Even though he had personally verified the authenticity of these monsters, he still subconsciously wanted to deny this record. The high school student named Su Chang actually killed 56 second-level monsters and 238 first-level monsters by himself. This data is really exaggerated. He had been collecting monsters for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who could kill so many monsters in one mission. What kind of monsters are today's high school students? A company commander in the front row took a deep breath, which slightly relieved the shock in his heart. He has been in the military for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a powerful person, especially when the other party is a high school student. I remember that when he was in high school, he still used a wooden sword in actual combat and had never even seen blood. Compared to this, I was just trash back then. No, not even as good as garbage. This guy Wu Bin gave me such a big surprise. Wu Bin's company commander's eyes widened, and he was both surprised and happy. His subordinates had done such a big thing, but he didn't even receive any news. I don't know where they met such an amazing high school student. Isn't it said that Xia Yue and Wang Ming are the top talents in Xingqing? Who is this Su Cheng? Why have I never heard of him? He couldn't help but look at Wu Bin. Wu Bin was seen looking at a young man in Zhou Rui's team with a shocked expression. That person is Su Cheng? What a young genius. Wu Bin looked at Su Cheng in disbelief, with countless question marks flashing through his head. Didn't Li Hongwei say that he was just a non-warrior who had broken through the human body's ultimate barrier, had achieved some success in basic swordsmanship, and had a strong recovery ability? Killing more than 200 first-level monsters would be fine, and that can barely be explained. How could he kill more than 50 second-level monsters? Can a non-warrior be this strong? He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei's face turned red with excitement at this time. He never even dreamed that his school would produce such an outstanding student. With his non-warrior's cultivation, he overwhelmed the two top geniuses in Star City. If he breaks through to become a formal warrior, he can't even imagine how strong Su Cheng can be. In this Xingqing High School martial arts competition, Xingqing No. 1 High School will definitely win first place. By then, Su Cheng's name will surely shock the whole city. Xingqing No. 1 Middle School will also become famous throughout Xingqing because of Su Cheng. At this time, Zhou Cheng, the vice principal of No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Huaid, the head teacher of the martial arts class, and all the first-class teachers who taught in the martial arts class were all overwhelmed with emotion and their faces flushed. Although they didn't know why Su Cheng could kill so many monsters. But based on this record alone, they can conclude that Su Cheng will definitely have a place among China's future top powerhouses. As teachers who once taught Su Cheng, they felt very honored. Everyone was immersed in excitement. Without knowing when, the military district commander Yuan Wu appeared beside Su Cheng. You are Su Cheng, right? Yuan Wu looked at Su Cheng with deep eyes. It's me. Su Cheng nodded. Can you tell me how you killed the monster? There was a hint of scrutiny in Yuan Wu's eyes. He had no doubt that someone could achieve this result. This record is indeed very exaggerated for ordinary warriors or warriors with a little talent. But for top-level talents, it is actually very easy to do. He himself knew that there were even more exaggerated records than this. He was just a little skeptical. How could a genius of this level appear in such a small star city? Martial arts talent actually depends mainly on accumulation and inheritance. If a person is a warrior, then there is a high probability that his children will also become warriors, and then pass on their genes to the next generation. The higher the martial arts skills, the higher the talent of the offspring will be. After generations of accumulation, top-level geniuses will gradually emerge. This is the foundation. Behind most of China's top warriors, there is a huge martial arts family. Occasionally, one or two top geniuses would appear among civilian warriors. This is usually because there was a powerful person in the family who accidentally awakened the martial arts gene inherited in the body. The probability of this happening is extremely low, perhaps not even 1 in tens of millions. Su Cheng's record can only be matched by top talents. He couldn't quite believe that a genius of this level could appear in Star City. So, he was somewhat suspicious whether Su Cheng had cheated. Will there be any warriors who can help him kill so many monsters? Commander, I can guarantee with my life that all these monsters were killed by Su Cheng. Even the achievements of our team members were due to him. Seeing that the commander was a little suspicious, Zhou Rui hurriedly began to explain. That's right. We were with Su Cheng the whole time. We cooperated with him to kill these monsters. Yes, I can testify to that too. Lao Mo and others also spoke immediately. Commander, although Su Cheng is only a first-class warrior, he has an innate precious body and his blood and qi recover very quickly. He also mastered the killing move of breaking the body with qi and blood, so it was normal for him to kill so many monsters. If there were not so few monsters entering Star City, he could have killed more monsters. Zhou Rui started to explain again. At that time, when Zhou Rui saw that Su Cheng's energy and blood recovered so quickly, he specifically asked him if he had a congenital body. Su Cheng followed this excuse and admitted it. Commander, Zhou Rui is wrong. Su Cheng is actually not a warrior, but he has broken through a human body barrier. Wu Bin added in time. After hearing Zhou Rui's explanation, he finally understood why Su Cheng was able to kill so many second-level monsters. It turned out that he had mastered the killing move of breaking the body with qi and blood, which only a third-grade warrior could master. Even though Su Cheng's speed was not as fast as that of a second-level monster, with the cooperation of Zhou Rui and others, it was extremely easy to kill the second-level monster with the killing move of breaking the body with qi and blood. When Yuan Wu heard this, the doubt in his eyes dissipated a lot. The feeling of shock quietly grew from the bottom of my heart. Break through the human body's limit barrier, possess an innate precious body, and control the qi and blood to break the body. These characteristics have basically reached the standards of top geniuses. He was so lucky to meet such a top-level genius in such a small star city. If Su Cheng could be brought into Beijiang Martial Arts Academy, it would definitely add a top combat force to the future demon-slaying army. In order to make sure that what Zhou Rui said was true, he showed a kind smile and said in a gentle tone, "Student Su, could you please demonstrate the qi and blood-breaking body?" In order for Zhou Rui's team to successfully obtain the reward, Su Cheng did not refuse. He stretched out his fist towards the commander, and a trace of blood and energy flowed out of his body, instantly covering his entire arm. Chapter 19 Rich Harvest. Looking at the qi and blood power covering Su Cheng's arm, flowing slowly like a flame. Feel the strong energy fluctuations in the air. There was no longer any doubt in Yuan Wu's heart. "Student Su, are you interested in practicing martial arts at Beijiang Martial Arts Academy? I promise to give you the highest level of resources." Yuan Wu invited Su Cheng with anticipation on his face. "I still have to go back and discuss the matter of applying to the Martial Arts Academy with my parents." Su Cheng dispersed his energy and blood and used the same excuse to prevaricate. He really disliked Yuan Wu's scrutinizing attitude at the beginning. However, if the conditions offered by Beijiang Martial Arts Academy are good enough, he may consider it. Now both martial arts academies have extended invitations to him. Naturally, he would compare the chips offered by both parties. "Okay, I'll have Beijiang Martial Arts Academy send someone to talk to you right away." Yuan Wu nodded to Su Cheng, then returned to his seat. "Su Cheng, you're not even a formal warrior yet?" Zhou Rui and others on the side were dumbfounded. They always thought that Su Cheng was a first-class warrior. It was not until this moment that I learned that Su Cheng was not a warrior. It took them a lot of effort to slowly calm down the gap in their hearts. In an instant, he was beaten to a pulp again. Su Cheng's talent is simply too strong, and his future is probably far more exciting than they can imagine. The scoring is still going on, but the first place is no longer a question. Look at the eye-catching number of points on the big screen. Yang Wei and Luo Jiang both felt very complicated. Xia Yue and Wang Ming are very strong. But compared with Su Cheng, there seems to be a big gap. These two high school students both claim to be the strongest among their peers in Xingqing. Little did they know that there was a ferocious beast lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Not long after, the evaluation of the Star City military region ended. Zhou Rui's team successfully won the first-place reward. Among them is not only a second-grade mirror-breaking pill, but also other more precious cultivation resources. With this broken mirror pill, Lao Mo should be able to successfully break through to the second level and move up a level in rank. The rest of the people can also rely on this resource to quickly improve their cultivation to a higher level in a short period of time. The reason they were able to take first place this time was all thanks to Su Cheng. So he immediately decided to give all the points obtained from the monsters after the distribution to Su Cheng. Su Cheng did not ask for their martial arts points. This time, the monsters he killed were worth 850 points. The money has been transferred into his personal martial arts account. These points converted into Chinese currency would amount to 8.5 million yuan. In addition to gaining a large amount of martial arts points, the biggest gain this time is the ownerless origin. With the cooperation of Zhou Rui's team, more than 90% of the monsters died under his sword. He obtained a large amount of ownerless origin. Su Cheng couldn't help but take another look at the data in his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Available source, 5263. Looking at the data over and over again, Su Cheng became more and more impatient. If there weren't so many high-level warriors from the military here, he would have wanted to use the origin to improve his cultivation right now. Su Cheng took off his combat uniform and returned it to the military. This combat uniform is a special military uniform and cannot be kept. It was Wu Bin who decided to give the storage box to Su Cheng. The exterior of the storage box is made of a special alloy that can be bent at will. In addition to being installed on combat uniforms, it can also be bent into a bracelet shape and worn on the arm, which is very firm. Su Cheng said goodbye to Zhou Rui's team and returned to the school team. Although the monster crisis has ended completely, the large-scale invasion of monsters has caused great damage to Star City, which will take a lot of time to repair and rebuild. Xingqing No. 1 Middle School was also damaged, and the principal immediately decided to give students a vacation. Su Cheng returned to his community in a vehicle arranged by the military. Fortunately, his neighborhood was not destroyed by monsters, so he did not become homeless. The first thing I did when I got home was to take out my cell phone, which had been turned off long ago, from the storage box and charge it. His cell phone was turned off before the citywide alarm was sounded. Such a big thing happened in Xingqing. His parents, who were on a business trip, must be very worried about him after hearing the news. So he had to report to his parents that he was safe. After turning on the phone, hundreds of missed calls popped up immediately. In addition to calls from his parents and relatives, there were several calls that surprised him greatly. It was Xia Yuwei, her childhood sweetheart, and now the #1 martial arts genius in Star City. Su Cheng had no intention of calling Xia Yuwei back. From the moment Xia Yuwei began to deliberately distance herself from him, Su Cheng no longer considered her a friend. Thinking of Xia Yuwei, Su Cheng couldn't help but think of the upcoming Xingqing High School martial arts competition. I wonder what kind of expression Xia Yuwei would have when she saw him on the court. Although Su Cheng didn't want to deliberately show his strength in front of Xia Yuwei, but I couldn't help but look forward to it. Su Cheng shook his head, shook off these childish thoughts in his mind, and prepared to call his mother Zhang Shuxian back. My mother called first. Xiaoqing, are you okay? After the call was connected, Zhang Shuxian's anxious voice was heard. Her voice was very hoarse. Obviously, she had cried too much and her throat became hoarse. Su Cheng felt a little distressed and quickly comforted her. Mom, I'm fine. The monster has been defeated, and I'm home safely now. When Zhang Shuxian heard this, she cried with joy. At this time, the voice of Father Su Wen came from the phone. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay, Xiaoqing. You just stay at home now, don't go anywhere, wait for your mother and I to come back. When the couple learned that Star City was invaded by monsters, they were very worried and called Su Cheng immediately. But the phone said it was turned off and I couldn't get through. They immediately put down their work and prepared to take a taxi back to Star City. But Star City is too dangerous and the authorities do not allow ordinary people to enter. They can only wait in agony. Now that his son is safe and the monster has been defeated, he can finally feel relieved. Su Cheng comforted his parents for a while before hanging up the phone and starting to improve his cultivation. He now has plenty of available energy and no longer has to worry about running out of it. So he boldly injected the essence into his body. You injected 10 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood remained unchanged, but your aptitude improved. You injected 20 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood remain unchanged, but your aptitude has improved. You injected 50 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood remain unchanged, but your aptitude has improved. You inject 100 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood increase by 5. Finally broke the second limit of the human body. Su Cheng jumped up from the sofa excitedly. After spinning more than 500 sources, he finally broke the second limit barrier of the human body. All of a sudden, he felt the blood in his body begin to boil. As if after being purified, the quality of qi and blood changed again. Chapter 20 Spiritual Master. In addition to feeling the changes in his qi and blood, Su Cheng also felt that his body had become much more relaxed. Suddenly, a sour and stinky smell came from the tip of his nose, and Su Cheng realized that his skin was covered with a layer of dirt like mud. Is this the legendary hair removal and marrow cleansing? Su Cheng muttered to himself. These dirt should be the impurities in his body. The origin improved his physical fitness, so he was able to break through the second human body limit barrier. As for why there was no dirt when the human body's limit was first broken, Su Cheng guessed that it might be because his original physical condition had already reached the standard of breaking the first limit of the human body. Su Cheng continued to inject the origin into his body. You inject 10 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood increased by 2. After the qi and blood underwent another qualitative change, the source required to improve the qi and blood more than doubled. You inject 15 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood increased by 3. Qi and blood, 120. Qi and blood once again reached the limit of the human body. Unless you continue to break through the barriers or temper the acupoints to become a formal warrior, your qi and blood will not be able to continue to improve. Of course, Su Cheng chose to continue breaking the third human barrier. After all, the more human limits you break, the higher your martial arts ceiling will be, and your combat effectiveness will be stronger. There are a total of 3 extreme barriers in the human body. Break through the first limit barrier and you can reach the 7th grade at the lowest level. Break through the second limit barrier and you can reach the 8th grade at the lowest level. Break through the third limit barrier and you can reach the 9th grade at the lowest level. Yang Di, currently the strongest man in China, broke 3 of the human body's ultimate barriers before becoming a formal warrior. Being able to break all 3 of the human body's ultimate barriers means that this warrior has the potential to become an emperor. Since Su Cheng possesses such a powerful golden finger, he naturally needs to lay a solid foundation in martial arts. However, he did not intend to try to break the third limit of the human body immediately. If you want to break this barrier, the physical requirements must be extremely high. His physical condition is not good enough, and he doesn't know how much essence it will cost to improve it to that level. The high school martial arts competition is about to begin. With his current strength, he is definitely no match for geniuses like Xia Yue and Wang Ming. Although he killed more monsters than these two high school geniuses, he was basically able to do so with the help of Zhou Rui and others. If it were him alone, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat even a second-level monster. He now has powerful explosive power and recovery ability, but his speed is no match for a second-level monster. So he must improve his combat effectiveness in all aspects. He already had a plan in mind for this. The first step is to improve your mental strength. The human body has a hidden innate ability, which is mental control. People who can control mental power have a special title, mentalists. The combat power of a psychic is extremely terrifying, and he can control objects with his mental power. When the mental power is strong enough, one can directly attack the enemy's mind and kill people without them even noticing. In addition, mental power has many uses such as exploring the surrounding environment. Su Cheng once learned about this from a book that introduced how to control mental power. Spiritual power is nurtured in the heart of heaven. The heart of heaven is invisible and exists between people's eyebrows. If you want to control your mental power, you must first refine your heavenly heart. The best time to refine Tianqin is actually when you are not a warrior. Tianqin is relatively weak at this time and is easiest to be refined. But because Tianqin is too weak, it is difficult to find its specific location. Some people who are unable to become warriors want to try the path of spiritualists. But qi and blood and mental strength complement each other. The more qi and blood you have, the stronger your mental strength will be. When qi and blood decline, mental strength will also weaken. With his mental strength weakened, it was even harder to find Tian Xion's location. Therefore, some non-warriors cannot find the location of Tianqin in their entire lives, let alone refine it. But once humans break through to become warriors, as their qi and blood increase and their mental strength becomes stronger, their Tianqin will also become stronger and slowly manifest itself. At this time, although the location of Tianqin can be found, it is basically impossible to refine it. If one wants to become a spiritualist, one's heart must already be in a refined state when one is born. Only after strong mental stimulation will Tianqin appear unexpectedly and then be slowly refined. This is also the reason why psychics have always been very rare. Su Cheng believed that as long as he felt carefully when injecting the origin into Tianqin, he would be able to find the location of Tianqin. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on the area between his eyebrows. Then start injecting the origin into the center of the eyebrows. You injected 5 points of essence into Tianqin. After evolution, your mental power increased by 1. When the invisible origin entered the center of the eyebrows, Su Cheng sensed a certain position in the center of the eyebrows and quickly absorbed this point of origin. Su Cheng continued to inject the origin into his eyebrows. As Tian Xion absorbed the origin again and again, he finally found an extremely faint light spot in the darkness. It's right here. Su Cheng immediately focused all his energy on this spot of light and began to refine Tianqin according to the method in the book. At the same time, continue to inject the origin into Tianqin. You injected 5 points of essence into Tianqin. After evolution, the refining progress increased by 1%. It's stable. Seeing the prompt in his mind, Su Cheng immediately increased the amount of origin injected. You injected 500 points of essence into Tianqin. After evolution, the refining progress increased by 99%. When the refining was successful, Tian Xion's appearance became clearer and clearer in Su Cheng's mind. It's as if it was magnified 10,000 times. The light spot, which was originally as big as a grain of sand, appeared in Su Cheng's mind as a sphere emitting a faint white light. When he tried to control the sphere, his mental power suddenly spread out in all directions. In the originally dark mind, a clear picture with distinct colors quickly emerged. This scene is exactly the living room of his house. They clearly had their eyes closed, but the images in their minds were exactly the same as what they saw with their eyes. And it is all round with no blind spots. It was as if his eyes were everywhere in the air. Su Cheng closed his eyes, stood up, walked to the table, and reached for the glass of water. As a result, I picked it up accurately. This is enough to prove that the picture displayed in the mind is the real picture captured by mental power. He tried to continue to spread his mental power outward. Soon his mental power enveloped the entire house, and the room on the other side of the wall appeared in his mind with incredible clarity. He tried to control his mental power to pick up a book on the desk in the room. The book immediately floated up and turned the pages quickly under his control. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng tried to control his mental power in various ways. He quickly compressed his mental power towards the apple on the table, and the apple exploded immediately. He used his mental power to tear the book in half, and the book was torn in half immediately. Concentrating his mental strength to the extreme, a huge, uneven sphere suddenly appeared in his mind. He controlled the sphere and smashed it towards a big tree outside the window, directly breaking the tree. Chapter 21: Comprehensive Improvement. The Psychic Master is really terrifying. He can be real or fake, making it hard to guard against. After going through various experiments, Su Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His mental power can switch between reality and illusion at will. You can view various environments in virtual time. Various items can be controlled in real time. Moreover, whether it is virtual or real, it cannot be seen with the naked eye and can only be perceived with mental power. This is the horror of a psychic. The means of attack are hard to defend against. However, Su Cheng now has too little energy and his control over his spirit is relatively weak, so he cannot exert much power. So he immediately decided to continue injecting the origin into Tianxin to strengthen his spirit. You injected 50 points of essence into Tianxin. After evolution, Spirit plus 10. You injected 50 points of essence into Tianxin. After evolution, Spirit plus 10. Spirit, 120. When the spirit and qi and blood were equal, Su Cheng continued to inject the origin, but there was no reaction at all. He was not surprised by this. According to the book that specifically explains the spirit, the body is the carrier of the spirit. The higher the qi and blood, the stronger the body, and the higher the upper limit of mental strength. Unless the spirit is strong enough to completely break away from the body and exist alone in the world. Otherwise, the spirit will never be able to surpass the qi and blood. The improvement of mental strength has come to an end. Su Cheng currently has no martial arts skills that require mental power, so he plans to go to the official martial arts mall to see if there is anything suitable. At the same time, he also planned to purchase 2 defensive and physical training techniques. Su Cheng came to his room, turned on the computer, and logged into the official martial arts mall. After passing the verification, he opened the personal center and looked at the account balance. Balance, 1003. It seems that the principal has handed over the monsters that were hunted in the school to the authorities for handling. Looking at the numbers on the account balance, Su Cheng was very excited. If all these points were converted into Chinese currency, it would be a total of 10 million yuan. This was the first time he had seen so much money in his 2 lifetimes. Su Cheng opened the product page, selected the type of martial arts, and began to choose the martial arts that suited him. After careful selection, Su Cheng chose 4 martial arts. Light and Shadow Step, Yellow Level Martial Arts, Price, 139 points. Introduction. By capturing the light element in the air, integrating it into the blood, and practicing to the perfect state, the speed becomes as fast as light and shadow, and a distance of 100 meters can be reached in an instant. Wind Step, Yellow Level Martial Arts, Price, 129 points. Introduction. By capturing the wind element in the air, integrating it into the qi and blood, and practicing to the perfect state, the body movements become as free and easy as the wind, greatly improving the body's flexibility. Vajra Kung Fu, Yellow Rank Martial Arts, Price, 159 points. Introduction. By capturing the gold element in the air, integrating it into the blood, and practicing to the perfect state, the body can be transformed into diamond, which is extremely hard and has amazing defense. Basic Control, Yellow Level Spiritual Martial Arts, Price, 269 points. Introduction. Through meticulous manipulation, the spirit can be transformed into various shapes. Note: 128 forms of transformation are included. Su Cheng added these 4 skills to the shopping cart and then began to choose combat uniforms. After some selection, I finally chose a set of E-level entry-level combat uniforms and purchased a large piece of E-grade alloy material. After adding all these things to the shopping cart, Su Cheng took a look at the total amount, which was as high as 893 points. He felt very sad, but he needed these things urgently. The 4 skills can make up for all his current shortcomings. Combat uniforms are purchased mainly to prevent emergencies and provide an additional layer of security. As for the alloy material, it is mainly used to repair the E-grade alloy knife that was cut when killing the monster and try to upgrade the knife with the origin. Each of these products can play an important role, so he must get them. After the payment was completed, Su Cheng's account balance was only 110 points. He plans to exchange these points for money and buy a better house for his parents. The price of a house in Xingqing is only 6,000 yuan per square meter. If you want to buy a 120 square meter house and add simple decoration, 1.1 million yuan is enough. If you win first place in the high school martial arts competition, you will get another 300 points as a reward. With this money, I can let my parents retire early. When I have the ability in the future, I will consider letting my parents practice martial arts. After turning off the computer, Su Cheng was not in a hurry to continue improving himself. After killing so many monsters, although he was not injured and his blood and spirit were replenished, he still felt deeply exhausted psychologically. He decided to take a good rest. For the next 2 days, Su Cheng started to lie down, watch videos and play games at home, order takeout when you are hungry, and all the mental fatigue will be swept away. On the morning of the 3rd day, the martial arts resources purchased by Su Cheng finally arrived. He also began to formally devote himself to martial arts training. He selected a martial arts book, opened the video downloaded from the official website, and followed the martial artist in the video to complete the training. Then start injecting the origin into it. You injected 38 points of essence into light and shadow step. After evolution, your proficiency increased by 100%. Light and shadow step, yellow minor success, 1%. After mastering the light and shadow step, Su Cheng began to absorb the extra memories in his mind after the evolution. The time it takes to absorb memory is actually very short, but Su Cheng felt as if he had experienced a long reincarnation. He could clearly feel the pain of practicing this technique under the scorching sun. Every minute and every second of the process is still vivid in my mind. After completely absorbing the memories of practicing the light and shadow steps in the past few years, he continued to inject his essence into it. You injected 76 points of essence into light and shadow step. After evolution, your proficiency increased by 100%. Light and shadow step, yellow great mastery, 1%. You injected 152 essence points into light and shadow step. After evolution, proficiency increased by 100%. Light and shadow step, yellow perfection. After absorbing the memories twice, Su Cheng seemed to have experienced 2 reincarnations. But compared to the previous memory of absorbing the basic sword techniques of the perfect realm, this time there was obviously no pain like my head exploding. I just feel a little soreness. This may be related to the significant improvement in spirit. After improving one martial art to perfection, Su Cheng continued to improve several other martial arts. You injected 238 essence points into wind step. After evolution, proficiency increased by 100%. Swift wind step, yellow perfection. You injected 286 points of essence into the Vajra skill. After evolution, your proficiency increased by 100%. Vajra Kung Fu, yellow perfection. You injected 524 points of essence into basic manipulation. After evolution, proficiency plus 100%. Basic control, yellow perfect. When Su Cheng had completely absorbed the memory of the last technique, the explosive pain attacked his head again. Su Cheng didn't care about the severe pain in his head. He called up his complete data and grinned. This time, he made up for all his shortcomings and his strength was comprehensively improved. Qi and blood, 120. Spirit, 120. Basic sword skills, yellow perfection. Basic control, yellow perfect. Light and shadow step, yellow perfection. Swift wind step, yellow perfection. Vajra Kung Fu, yellow perfection. Available source, 1658. Chapter 22. Good news to you. My agility, speed, defense, and perception are all sufficient for now. The remaining essence should be used to increase my attack power. Su Cheng muttered to himself and began to inject the essence into the basic swordsmanship. You injected 50 points of essence into the basic sword technique. After evolution, your proficiency remains unchanged, but your comprehension has improved. You injected 100 points of essence into the basic sword technique. After evolution, your proficiency remained unchanged, but your comprehension improved. You injected 100 points of essence into the basic sword technique. After evolution, you learned a new sword technique. Proficiency plus 5%. Seeing the prompt in his mind, Su Cheng quickly checked the data of the new sword technique. Unnamed sword technique. Shin beginner, 5%. Note: Shin level martial arts can release one's own qi and blood at 60% for beginners, 70% for minor success, 80% for major success, and 100% for perfection. The quality of my martial arts has indeed improved. If I have enough essence, I can theoretically upgrade it infinitely. Su Cheng felt very excited. Martial arts are a very important martial arts resource. Official control is very strict. All the martial arts available on the market are of yellow level. If civilian warriors want to acquire Shin level martial arts, they can only become apprentices to powerful men or join official departments and accumulate military merits. You can only redeem it after you have enough military merits. However, it is extremely difficult to acquire martial arts above the Shin level. Martial arts of this level can be called the clan's martial arts technique even for those powerful martial arts families. Sucheng only needs to use his origin to continuously evolve in order to obtain higher quality martial arts. Sucheng named his sword technique One Blade Cut, and then injected his essence into it. Soon, he practiced this sword technique to perfection. A full-strength strike can unleash 100% of one's energy and blood. Then Sucheng took out the E-grade alloy knife issued by the school, as well as the E-grade alloy material purchased from the official martial arts mall, and began to try to recover using the origin. In a short while, all the gaps on the blade were repaired, as if it were a new knife that had just come out of the oven. Su Bin originally planned to continue injecting essence into it to improve the quality of the knife. But when he saw the number of origins in his mind, he had to give up. Available origin, 136. My origin is too useless. After the martial arts competition is over, I have to apply to go to the Rift World to kill a group of aliens and earn some origin. Sucheng thought secretly. There is still 1 month left before the high school martial arts competition begins. This period of time is just right for you to familiarize yourself with the use of various martial arts. After all, he had only absorbed the memory after evolution, and his body had not yet fully adapted. It takes a while of practice to fully grasp it. Sucheng was just about to go out and find a training hall to practice. At this time, there was a knock on the door. He sent his mental energy toward the door, and the figures of his parents appeared in his mind, so he quickly ran over to open the door. When Mother Zhang Shuxian saw Sucheng, she immediately hugged him. Suwen also walked forward and held the mother and child in his arms. After they separated, the family shared some emotions with each other. Sucheng was just about to tell his parents the good news when there was another knock on the door. He used his mental senses and found that his uncle and his family were standing outside the door. I walked over, opened the door, and called out, "Uncle and Aunt." The two men simply ignored him and walked quickly into the house. Sucheng nodded and smiled at his cousin Zhang Yang, who was standing behind him. Zhang Yang just looked at him expressionlessly and followed him into the house. Sucheng didn't care. Their family is not well off, and my uncle's family doesn't interact with them at all. I don't know what I came here for today. Just as Sucheng closed the door, he heard his Aunt Li Chunfeng say, "Sister, we came here today mainly to tell you the good news. My son Yang Yang has activated his qi and blood, and will soon go to Longting Martial Arts School to learn martial arts." Really? Congratulations, then. Zhang Shuxian was sincerely happy to know that her nephew had such a great talent in martial arts. She smiled and said, "Yang Yang is only 14 years old, but he has already activated his qi and blood. He will definitely become a great martial artist in the future." Of course, the teacher said that my Yang Yang has the chance to become a master in the future. Li Chunfeng said with a proud look on his face. "Little brother, Chunfeng, you guys take a seat first." Zhang Shuxian prepared to make tea for the group and said to Suwen, "Laowen, go to the market and buy some vegetables. Let's celebrate with my little brother and his family." No, we don't want to eat." Li Chunfeng shook his head and said directly, "Yang Yang has activated his qi and blood now, so we must definitely train him with all our strength. You also know how much it costs to train a warrior. The salary of your brother and I is definitely not enough. This time I came here mainly to borrow some money from you. I will return it to you as soon as Yang Yang becomes a formal warrior." Zhang Shuxian was embarrassed when she heard this and said, "Chunfeng, you know that your brother-in-law and I don't have high salaries. My son Xiaoqing also activated his qi and blood 2 years ago. The expenses are very high, and we can't save any money at all. Big sister, I heard that you have been working in the Rift World a lot in the past 2 years. How could you not have money?" Li Chunfeng said with a grim expression. "Mom, didn't you tell me that you and Dad were going to Rongqing on a business trip?" Sucheng's face changed drastically when he heard this. The Rift World is full of dangers, and warriors there may face life-threatening situations at any time. What about ordinary people? His parents actually went there to work without telling him. If they encountered foreigners, the consequences would be disastrous. Your father and I also want to make more money so we can buy you a qi and blood pill. The college entrance examination is approaching. If you take the qi and blood pill, you may be able to become a warrior ahead of time. Apply to a better martial arts academy, Zhang Shuxian said with a smile. Xiaoqing, The mine your mother and I went to is behind the base city and is very safe. Besides, we have saved enough money to buy qi and blood pills, so we don't need to go again. You don't have to worry. Su Wen also smiled and comforted Su Cheng. Looking at his parents' nonchalant smiles, Su Cheng's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Fortunately, my parents did not encounter any accidents. I am also able to make money. From now on, parents don't have to do anything but enjoy their lives. Sister, isn't it a waste to buy qi and blood pills for Su Cheng? When Li Chunfeng heard Su Wen say that he had saved the money for the qi and blood pill, his eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that a qi and blood pill had a market price of 100,000 yuan. No matter what, we must get this money today. I remember Su Cheng activated his qi and blood only in his second year of high school, right? With this kind of talent, there is no future even if one becomes a warrior. Maybe he will be a first-class warrior all his life. My Yang is different. He is a genius like Xia Yue in your community. Lend me the money now, and wait for Yang to become a high-level warrior in the future. Just by giving Su Cheng some help, he could break through to the second, third, or even higher realms. Isn't this more promising than practicing on his own? Don't you think so? Li Chunfeng said with a smile on her face. Zhang Yang on the side had a proud expression on his face and looked at Su Cheng complacently. Chapter 23 Invitation from the Holy Academy. Chunfeng, we can't borrow this money, but I believe Xiaoqing will become an excellent warrior in the future. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if he remains a first-rank warrior in the future. As long as he is safe and happy, we are satisfied. Zhang Shuxian directly rejected Li Chunfeng. Sister, the old man has spoken, and our family has finally produced a martial arts genius. For the future of the family and Yang's future, you sisters must fully support us. You must borrow this money today. Li Chunfeng became anxious upon hearing this, and quickly brought out Su Cheng's grandfather and spoke angrily. Your Yang's future is important, but my Xiaoqing's is not important? I won't lend it to anyone who comes today. Seeing that Li Chunfeng's attitude was so bad, Zhang Shuxian stopped being polite and spoke without giving in. Okay, you don't want to lend it to me, right? Then I won't leave today. Li Chunfeng was so angry that her face turned red. She sat down on the sofa and angrily said to her husband Zhang Heng, "What are you still standing there for? Call the old man immediately and tell him that his daughter has money but won't lend it." Zhang Heng took out his cell phone and called Su Cheng's grandfather Zhang Yuanshan. After the call was connected, Li Chunfeng immediately cried, "Dad, we agreed that every family would lend us money, but my eldest sister refused to lend us money. Shuxian, if you have money, lend it to your brother. Our Zhang family has finally produced a martial arts genius. As a sister, how can you not support him?" Zhang Yuanshan's voice of exhortation came from the phone. "Dad, I prepared this money for Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing has also activated his qi and blood and needs this money to buy supplements." Zhang Shuxian explained in a calm tone. "Can Xiaoqing's talent compare to Yang's? It's a complete waste of your money to buy supplements for Xiaoqing. Listen to me and lend the money to your brother. When Yang becomes a high-level warrior in the future, all of us in the Zhang family will be able to enjoy the benefits." Zhang Yuanshan said in an unquestionable tone. "No." After hearing this, Zhang Shuxian was so angry that she trembled all over and hung up the phone. The call was immediately called back. After Li Chunfeng answered, Zhang Yuanshan's angry voice came from the other end. "You guys wait there. I'll be there right away. I'll see if she dares not to lend it to me." After hanging up the phone, Li Chunfeng looked at Zhang Shuxian in a demonstrative manner and snorted coldly. Zhang Shuxian was very angry, but she didn't know how to deal with it for a while. We can only wait until the old man comes. Su Cheng just watched coldly. He wanted to see how this family was going to make trouble. If his aunt and her family had a very good attitude at the beginning, he would have lent them the money directly. After all, with his current strength, it is not difficult for him to earn hundreds of millions. But with their attitude, Su Cheng would not lend them money even if he had more money than he could spend. Not long after, Zhang Yuanshan came to Su Cheng's house in a threatening manner. As soon as he entered the room, he threatened Zhang Shuxian. "Zhang Shuxian, if you don't lend me this money today, you can never come back. I don't want you as my daughter." "Dad, isn't Xiaoqingji your grandson?" Zhang Shuxian asked in a sad tone. "If Xiaoqing had as high a talent as Yang, I would still ask them to lend you money, but does he have it?" Zhang Yuanshan said in a cold tone. "Okay, then let's break off relations." Zhang Shuxian said resolutely with tears in her eyes. "Zhang Shuxian, you are such an unfilial daughter. I have raised you for nothing." Zhang Yuanshan raised his arm and slapped Zhang Shuxian in the face. Su Cheng quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yuanshan's wrist. Su Wen also protected Zhang Shuxian in time. Su Cheng, I'm your grandpa. What do you want to do? Zhang Yuanshan asked with some guilt. He knew that Su Cheng had activated his qi and blood, so he didn't dare to continue to act arrogantly. Su Cheng let go of his hand and was about to end this farce. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Cheng used his mental power to sense, and two human-shaped images covered in red appeared in his mind. It is obvious that the two people outside are warriors. Su Cheng suddenly thought of something and walked over to open the door. Student Su Cheng, I'm Tian Zhe, the admissions instructor of the Oriental Martial Academy. I would like to invite you to practice at the Oriental Martial Academy after graduation. The man on the left spoke first. Student Su Cheng, I'm Tan Jianghe, the admissions instructor of Beijiang Martial Arts Academy, and I have the same goal as him. The man on the right said with a smile on his face. Please come in, both of you. Su Cheng invited the two of them in. The two walked into the living room, put away their smiles, and glanced coldly at Su Cheng's relatives. As warriors, they have amazing hearing and can hear clearly what is happening inside from outside. I am very disgusted with these ignorant and unreasonable relatives. He deliberately did not restrain his own qi and blood. Except for Su Cheng's parents, several relatives were frightened by this powerful aura and turned pale, and their hearts were full of doubts. They just heard clearly that these two people were the admissions instructors of Dongfang Martial Arts Academy and Beijiang Martial Arts Academy. They came here to invite Su Cheng to practice in their school. These two martial arts academies are the top martial arts schools in China and one of the 4 great martial arts academies. We only recruit the most talented students. They really couldn't understand why such a top martial arts academy would invite Su Cheng. Teachers, did you make a mistake? Su Wen asked with a puzzled look on his face. He knew very well that his son's qi and blood were only activated in his second year of high school. In the last school test, my qi and blood value was only 91, which didn't even meet the admission standards for an ordinary martial arts academy. How could he possibly be noticed by the Holy Academy of Martial Arts? You are not mistaken. We are looking for Su Cheng. He is the most talented genius in your star city, Tian Zhe said with admiration on his face. Su Cheng's talent is among the best in the whole of China. Qin Jianghe also followed suit. After hearing this, Su Wen was dumbfounded and began to doubt his own ears. When did my son become a genius? Or the top genius? He subconsciously felt a little suspicious. But the aura of these two middle-aged men was very powerful, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary people. Besides, who has the guts to pretend to be someone from the 4 holy academies? Could it be that what these two people said was true? Su Wen looked at Su Cheng in disbelief. Zhang Shuxian on the side was also shocked. I didn't expect my son to be so outstanding. Before taking the college entrance examination, the 4 major holy academies came to invite students in advance. It's simply amazing. When Zhang Yuanshan heard the two people praising Su Cheng, his heart was shocked and he immediately felt extremely regretful. Once admitted to one of the 4 holy academies, one's status and position would immediately undergo a drastic change. In a small place like Star City, everyone has to give some face when they meet someone. Because they practiced in the 4 holy academies, they could at least become 4th-grade warriors after graduation. In Star City, a 4th-rank warrior has a very high status, second only to the city lord and the heads of various important departments. As Su Cheng's grandfather, he would naturally benefit from it. But now, because of his favoritism, everything is gone. Chapter 24. Fight for the mentor. Li Chunfang and Zhang Hong, a couple standing next to them, were jealous to the point of madness. Because Zhang Shuxian's family was relatively poor, they always looked down on her. Later, when he heard that Su Cheng had activated his qi and blood, he became jealous. Even when Zhang Shuxian invited them to celebrate, they made excuses not to go. It was not until his son Zhang Yang, who was in junior high school, also activated his qi and blood that he felt balanced. In addition to coming here to borrow money, I also brought my son here to show off. I thought my son could easily surpass Su Cheng. I never expected that Su Cheng's talent was so powerful. Generally speaking, as long as one can be admitted to a martial arts academy, one's talent is considered good. To be admitted into one of the 4 holy academies is enough to be called a child of destiny. For ordinary people, it is a matter of great honor for their ancestors, and the whole family will feel proud of it. But there are tens of thousands of such chosen ones in the 4 holy academies. The martial arts academy wouldn't care at all. Su Cheng's talent is unimaginable as he could be invited by the 2 great holy academies. Zhang Yang, who had been so arrogant, suddenly became depressed. Being able to activate Qi and blood in junior high school shows that he has good talent. But it's just good. Among the thousands of students in Longting Martial Arts School, which one of them didn't have his Qi and blood activated in junior high school? But every year in the college entrance examination, the number of people who can be admitted to the 4 major holy academies has never exceeded 3. It is conceivable how terrifying Su Cheng's talent is. Compared to Su Cheng, he is nothing. Please leave my house. I have something to discuss with the 2 mentors. At this time, Su Cheng said in a flat tone, "You want to drive us away?" "No way." Li Chunfeng still planned to continue making a scene. Su Cheng suddenly mobilized his qi and blood, and a powerful aura pressed towards Li Chunfeng and the others. Li Chunfeng and his wife were so frightened that their faces turned pale, they trembled all over, and collapsed on the sofa. Zhang Yang was standing with a look of horror on his face. His legs went limp, and he sat down on the ground. Zhang Yuanshan was covered in cold sweat and leaned limply against the wall, feeling extremely terrified. Su Cheng standing in front of him looked like a prehistoric beast, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. "Do you need me to ask you to leave?" Su Cheng spoke again, his tone indifferent. No, we'll leave right away." Li Chunfeng was so frightened that she stood up from the sofa tremblingly, walked carefully past Su Cheng, then rushed to the door like crazy, opened it and ran away. Zhang Yuanshan, Zhang Heng, and Zhang Yang followed closely and fled in a very embarrassed manner. At this moment, Su Cheng looked like a devil from hell in their eyes. How dare they continue to stay here? After the 3 of them left, Su Cheng withdrew his qi and blood pressure. He smiled at Tianze and Qin Jianghe and said, "Please take a seat, mentors. I'll make you a cup of tea." "Staoqing, you talk to the 2 instructors. I'll make some tea." Zhang Shuxian spoke quickly. Su Cheng nodded, sat on the wooden stool next to the sofa, and waited for the 2 mentors to speak first. The 2 mentors from the Holy Academy looked at Su Cheng deeply, with deep shock in their eyes. Su Cheng's control over his qi and blood was indeed, just as the school leaders had said, stronger than most third-grade warriors. What's even more terrifying is that they just sensed that Su Cheng's blood and energy pressure is extremely strong. It was much stronger than the pressure generated by the qi and blood bursts of many first-grade warriors in their school. It is not even weaker than those first-grade warriors who break through after breaking through the limit of the human body. This is simply impossible for a non-warrior to break the limits of the human body. They were very sure that Su Cheng was still not a warrior. Therefore, there is only one possibility for this situation to occur, that is, Su Cheng has broken the second limit of the human body. Better than the information they had received. "Su Cheng, have you broken the second limit of the human body?" Tianze asked directly. Qin Jianghe also looked at Su Cheng with anticipation. "It was just broken a few days ago." Su Cheng nodded. The 2 mentors took a breath at the same time, suppressing their shock. A warrior who breaks the second limit of the human body will surely become an 8th-grade warrior in the future, unless something unexpected happens. The 8th rank is also known as the God of War, and is considered a high-end combat force whether on Blue Star or in the Rift World. Capturing Su Cheng is equivalent to reserving a war god-level warrior for one's own camp in advance. What's more, Su Cheng also possesses a precious body. After becoming an 8th-grade warrior, his combat power is definitely much higher than that of an ordinary 8th-grade warrior. A genius of this level must be captured at all costs. "Su Cheng, if you are willing to come to the Eastern Martial Academy, we will provide you with all the training resources you need to cultivate to the 8th level." Tianze directly stated the highest conditions that Oriental Martial Arts Academy could offer. It's not that they are unwilling to contract the resources needed for the 9th rank, but when you reach that level, the resources needed are extremely precious. They simply couldn't get it out. Our Beijiang Martial Arts Academy also covers everything. Qin Jianghe also spoke quickly. "Come to the Eastern Martial Academy, and you will be taught by an 8th-grade instructor. You should have met that God of War 2 days ago." Tozawa continued. Su Cheng nodded. The 8th-grade God of War he was talking about should be Zhou Mu. "It's the same at our Beijiang Martial Academy. You can choose any 8th-grade instructor you want." Qin Jianghe said unwillingly. "We have 3 secret realms in Dongwu, where we can adapt to the combat environment of the Rift World in advance. It's as if we in Beiwu don't have any secret realms. We have also captured a large number of aliens from 13 races, so we can adapt to the fighting methods of various alien races in advance." "We taboo." For a moment, the 2 mentors of the Holy Academy argued so fiercely that they almost came to a fight. After a few minutes, both of them finished talking about their respective advantages and looked at Su Cheng involuntarily. "Su Cheng, you have to think carefully. Dongwu is now in decline. They are ranked 4th among the 4 sacred academies. Maybe they will be squeezed out by the new martial arts academies this year. Qin Jianghe added another sentence. Tianze was speechless for a moment. Their Oriental Martial Arts Academy has indeed been in decline in the past 2 years. In every national martial arts competition, it ranks last among the 4 major sacred academies. There is even a risk of being overtaken by Nanhu Martial Arts Academy, which has been growing very rapidly recently. Therefore, Dongwu is more eager for a warrior with strong combat effectiveness like Su Cheng to join in order to stabilize Dongwu's ranking. Su Cheng, we at Dongwu sincerely invite you to join us. When we learned about your family situation, the leader immediately decided to buy a villa for your parents in the warrior family area in Xingqing. Tianze took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, stood up and walked to Zhang Shuxian, and said with a smile, "No matter what Su Cheng chooses today, please accept this villa." Seeing Tianze's actions, Qin Jianghe's face changed drastically, and he thought to himself that something was not good. Sure enough, the next second, Su Cheng said, "I choose Dongfang Martial Arts Academy." After saying that, Su Cheng looked at Zhang Shuxian, who was a little overwhelmed, and said with a smile, "Mom, just take the key." Chapter 25, Don't You Like Me? Zhang Shuxian took the key and stood there in a daze. For a moment I felt like I was dreaming. In her understanding, the 4 holy temples have always been the lofty holy places for spiritual practice. For all martial arts students, being able to enter the 4 holy academies to practice is the supreme honor. She thought that the fact that the 2 holy academies came to her home to invite Su Cheng was a sign of great importance. Unexpectedly, in order to invite Su Cheng to practice in their martial arts academy, the 2 holy academies actually took over all the training resources for him to practice to the 8th level. She knew very well how much money a warrior's training could cost. Su Cheng spends 7,000 or 8,000 every month just on supplements. The market price of a Qi Shuai pill is 100,000. It is said that the Qi and blood pills used by formal warriors for training are more expensive than Qi and blood pills. How much money would it cost to cultivate to the 8th level? It is absolutely an astronomical figure. What she didn't expect was that Dongwu's mentor would actually give their family a villa in the warrior family area for free. She had heard from her co-workers that a villa in the warrior's family's quarters cost tens of millions. Spending tens of millions just to win the favor of his son is too exaggerated. She had no idea about Su Cheng's talent before. It was not until this moment that she realized how powerful her son was. Even before the college entrance examination, the fate of my family had already changed. Su Wen standing by also had a dazed look on his face. The shock of being given a villa was not so great, but he was shocked by the fact that the 2 mentors from the Holy Academy were certain that their son could cultivate to the 8th level. You know, the City Lord of Star City is only a 7th rank warrior. An 8th rank warrior could become the governor of a province. Wouldn't it be possible for my son to become governor in the future? Su Cheng, please think about it again. We at Beiwu can also give you a villa. I will ask the school to transfer the money to you right away. Qin Jianghe became anxious and quickly spoke up to negotiate for it. Old Tan, Su Chengdu has already made his choice. What else do you want to do? Don't force me to do it. Tianze rushed towards the Qinjiang River with great momentum. Teacher Qin, I'm sorry, I've already made up my mind. Su Cheng said apologetically. The conditions offered by both companies are the same. But Dongwu did make him feel sincerity. Moreover, the impression Zhoumu left on him was much better than that left by Yuan Wu. So he chose Oriental Martial Arts Academy. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Qin Jianghe sighed, stood up and left. It's indeed a pity not to recruit Su Cheng into Beiwu. But before that, Beiwu had already recruited a genius who was even more powerful than Su Cheng. In this national martial arts competition, even with Su Cheng, Dongwu still won't be able to make a comeback. Su Cheng, this is the admission letter. You don't have to take the college entrance examination. If you want to take it, that's fine. Just keep a low profile. The leader means that he wants to use you as a dark horse, so don't let other martial arts academies know about it for the time being. After Qin Jianghe left, Tianze spoke. Didn't Mr. Tan from Beiwu already know about this? Su Cheng asked with some surprise. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone. Tianze said with confidence. The National Martial Arts Competition is very important to all the major martial arts academies. It's about ranking and resource allocation. The people of Beiwu would not be so foolish as to expose Su Cheng's information to their competitors. Okay, I understand. Su Cheng nodded. He didn't care about false reputation. It was enough for him to just go through the motions during the college entrance examination. There is one more thing. After the college entrance examination, We plan to let the students who applied for Dongwu take a test to improve their practical combat ability. I will notify you then. Tozawa continued. What kind of trial is it? Is it about killing aliens? Su Cheng's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. That's right. Tian Zimichi. No problem. Su Cheng nodded and suddenly felt extremely excited. Okay then, I'll be leaving first. After completing the task assigned by his leader, Tianze was in a good mood and got up to leave. Su Cheng sent Tianze downstairs and was about to go back when a familiar voice came from behind him. Su Cheng, why didn't you return my call? Su Cheng turned around and saw a tall, innocent-looking girl standing in front of him. It was her childhood sweetheart, now the #1 talent in Star City, Xia Yue. Isn't that necessary? We are all smart people, Su Cheng said with a calm expression. Su Cheng, I know you feel uncomfortable, but sometimes you have to face reality. The gap between us is too big. Xia Yue said seriously. You came here just to tell me this? Su Cheng was also speechless. If he hadn't activated the golden finger, his future would have been bright. Instead, he would have been angered to death by this woman. I heard that you activated your chi and blood? Xia Yue continued to ask. I've been activated for a year, and you just heard about it? Su Cheng said. I have been practicing hard every day in the past few years and rarely pay attention to other things. Xia Yue said. Okay, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go home. Su Cheng asked. Xia Yue took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket and handed it to Su Cheng. Here are 5 chi and blood pills. Eat one first to become a warrior, and then eat the rest slowly. When you become stronger, find a way to obtain resources yourself. Unnecessary. Su Cheng was a little confused about Xia Yue's thoughts. The two have been in the same class from elementary school to junior high school and have a very good relationship. It was not until Xia Yue activated her chi and blood and went to Longting Martial Arts School that she became distant from him and even secretly stated that they were not from the same world. Since then, the two have had no contact. He suddenly appeared today and did this, and Su Cheng really couldn't understand it. Why not? After becoming a warrior, you might have a chance. Xia Yue asked again. What chance? Su Cheng was confused. Chase my chance. Xia Yue bit her lip and spoke directly. After becoming a warrior, her personality became much more direct. Don't like beating around the bush. Are you afraid there is some misunderstanding? Su Cheng was a little helpless. This little girl was really confident. When the two had a good relationship, Xia Yue was just a junior high school student. Su Cheng has lived 2 lifetimes. How could he possibly like such a young girl? At that time, I just saw the girl being bullied and helped her out a few times. Unexpectedly, the girl pestered him. Su Cheng just treated her as a little sister and had no other thoughts about her. Don't you like me? Xia Yue couldn't believe Su Cheng's answer. In her opinion, the two liked each other in junior high school. It was just that later she activated her chi and blood and went to Longting Martial Arts School. But Su Cheng is still an ordinary person and goes to an ordinary high school. She felt that the gap between their identities was too great and they were no longer from the same world. She will definitely become a warrior in the future, so it is impossible for her to be with an ordinary person. So he began to deliberately distance himself from Su Cheng. I thought I would slowly forget Su Cheng, but later she realized that Su Cheng's figure had been imprinted in her heart and she could not forget it. Until recently, she heard from others that Su Cheng had also activated his chi and blood. Only then did he decide to give Su Cheng a chance. She thought Su Cheng would be very happy to get this opportunity. I didn't expect him to have such an indifferent attitude. Xia Yue suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Chapter 26 Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. You think too much. When did I ever like you? Su Cheng said speechlessly. Impossible. You must be saying this on purpose because I'm alienating you, right? Xia Yue couldn't accept it for a moment. I am so outstanding. Why doesn't Su Cheng like me? You are a little too self-indulgent. Su Cheng didn't want to continue arguing with her, so he turned around and prepared to go home. Just then, a fat middle-aged woman walked towards this side quickly. She walked straight to Su Cheng and said angrily, Su Cheng, what do you want to do to my Weiwei? She came to see me. Su Cheng looked at the bloated face of Xia Yue's mother Lu Meiwan and said with some disgust. Not long after Xia Yue activated her chi and blood, this woman came to Su Cheng specifically to warn him not to bother Xia Yue. Su Cheng still feels sick when he thinks about that expression at that time. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. I warn you, don't continue to pester our Weiwei, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, he pulled Xia Yue away. He was educating Xia Yue as he walked. Weiwei, You are the #1 genius in Star City and someone who will become a master in the future. Why do you still bother with such ordinary people? Is he, a man who has such a hard time becoming a warrior, worthy of you? Don't be fooled by this kind of person, understand? Mom, I know. Xia Yue nodded, feeling that what her mother said was absolutely right. I was still a little emotional. Even if Su Qing activated his qi and blood and became a warrior, what would that matter? Based on his talent, he might not be able to reach the second rank in his entire life. But I am a genius who has broken the limits of the human body, and in the future I can at least become a 7th grade master. The two of them are simply not on the same level. Forget it. Let's just leave those memories in the past. After all, he and I are not from the same world. Xia Yue sighed and made a decision in her heart. You must be crazy. Looking at the two people leaving, Su Cheng couldn't help but curse and turned back to go home. After returning home, Su Cheng took his parents to the villa given by Dongwu. The villa is fully equipped, and you can move in right away. More importantly, there is a large training room inside. Su Cheng moved in immediately, and his parents chose to go home and pack their things before moving in. In the following days, Su Cheng stayed in the training room every day to familiarize himself with martial arts. When the school announced the start of the semester, Su Cheng took a leave of absence. With his current strength, there is no point in going to school. In this way, he stayed in the training room every day and practiced martial arts. Before he knew it, a month had passed and he had finally mastered all the martial arts. That day, Su Cheng received a notice from the school. The Xingqing High School martial arts competition has finally begun. Su Cheng put on his school uniform and rushed to Xingqing #1 Middle School, this time led by Zhao Huaid. In addition to Su Cheng, the other contestants include Zhang Tao and Li Yao. After the training in the last battle and a month of hard practice, these two people have both broken through to become first-grade warriors. Before departure, Principal Li Hongwei gathered all the teachers and students in the school to cheer them on. In everyone's mind, Su Cheng is the undisputed #1 in Xingqing #1 Middle School. All students hope that Su Cheng can lead #1 Middle School to achieve good results. Looking at the students' expectant eyes, Su Cheng felt an indescribable sense of responsibility in his heart. Su Cheng was cheated, but they were not. With their talents, they may never be able to make a breakthrough in their entire lives. Therefore, this time, Su Cheng wants to win honor for #1 Middle School and let everyone enjoy the joy of victory. With the blessings of all teachers and students in the school, Su Cheng and others got on the special car to the stadium and soon arrived at the Xingqing Martial Arts Hall. Xingqing Martial Arts Hall covers an area of 30,000 square meters and can accommodate 20,000 spectators. At this moment, the martial arts hall was bustling with people, and all 20,000 seats were occupied. In the center of the martial arts hall, there is a huge rectangular metal arena. There is a special viewing area near the arena. Sitting in the first row of this viewing area were a group of Star City leaders. Star City Lord Li Jin, Military District Commander Yuan Wu, Detective Bureau Director Qin Haiming, and many other Star City high-level officials. Sitting behind these leaders were warriors of rank 4 and above. There were 7 or 8 people around the ring carrying cameras and filming. This martial arts competition will be broadcast live simultaneously on Star City TV. In addition to the audience on site, people from all over Star City were watching. At this time, a martial artist host walked to the center of the arena, gave a brief speech, and began to introduce the rules of the competition. The rules of the martial arts competition are simple. The information of all contestants has been entered into the intelligence system. Opponents are randomly matched by the system and players from both sides compete against each other. The winner will directly enter the next round. The first round is over without any rest period in between. The system will continue to randomly match the winners of the first round for both players to compete against each other, until the final champion is decided. After the host introduced the rules, he looked at a large screen below the ring. The list of opponents for the first round has been displayed on the screen. The host starts calling out names, and the person whose name is called goes directly to the stage and starts the battle. There were more than 30 high schools participating in this martial arts competition. In addition to the high schools in the city, there are 13 county high schools under the jurisdiction of Star City. There were more than 100 participants. In order to save time, a total of 10 groups were held simultaneously in the first round. Lu Yu from Longting Martial Arts School versus Zhang Zijuan from Qingshan Martial Arts School. Yang Mingrui from Lishui #1 Middle School versus Wu Wanren from Xingqing #3 Middle School. Li Tingshan from Qingshan Martial Arts School versus Su Cheng from Xingqing #1 Middle School. Hearing his name, Su Cheng walked onto the stage. Under the guidance of the host, I came to a corner of the ring. Immediately afterwards, Li Tingshan from Qingshan Martial Arts School also walked onto the stage and stood opposite Su Cheng. Looking at Su Cheng wearing the school uniform of number 1 middle school, Li Tingshan had a relaxed smile on his face. Those who can enter a martial arts school have already activated their qi and blood in junior high school and have good talents. Moreover, the students who can represent the martial arts school in the competition are elites selected from among the geniuses. Only those who have not activated their qi and blood after graduating from junior high school will choose to go to an ordinary high school. This kind of people generally have poor talents, activate their qi and blood very late, and their strength is generally low. The contestants who can come to participate in the competition are the tallest among the short ones. Therefore, in the eyes of these martial arts school students, students from ordinary high schools are just second-rate contestants. Classmate, I'm really sorry, you're unlucky to meet me in the first round. Li Tingshan looked at Su Cheng and smiled with a relaxed look on his face. Su Cheng didn't say anything and waited for the referee to come. Classmate, you should be very clear about the gap between ordinary high school students and those of us from professional martial arts schools. I advise you to admit defeat voluntarily so you can avoid getting beaten. Li Tingshan continued. Chapter 27. One-shot kill. Su Cheng still didn't speak. At this time, a referee walked towards the two of them. Student, don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's not too late to admit defeat before the referee shouts start. Li Tingshan reminded again. Seeing that Su Cheng had a calm expression and didn't seem to be afraid, he couldn't help but feel angry. Since this kid is so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. He licked his lips and gave Su Cheng a dangerous smile. At this time, in a corner below the ring, Li Tingshan is quite lucky. He met a student from an ordinary high school right at the start. One of the contestants from Qingshan Martial Arts School said with a smile. Indeed, when you meet a player like this, you don't need to use up any energy or blood. Another teammate nodded in agreement. It is generally recognized that students in ordinary high schools are weak. The contestants from their Qingshan Martial Arts School are elites selected from thousands of talented students. Li Tingshan, in particular, has very strong combat power, second only to Wang Ming, the number 1 in Qingshan Martial Arts School. In this competition, there is a great chance of getting top 3. When dealing with players like those from Xingqing number 1 middle school, they can basically be killed instantly with just one move, without wasting any energy or blood. Unlike another teammate, he encountered a tough guy at the beginning. Too much energy and blood was wasted in the first round, so the next few rounds will be more difficult. Li Tingshan, play the game well and stop talking nonsense. The leader of Qingshan Martial Arts School shouted at Li Tingshan, and then turned his attention to another contestant. Seeing that Li Tingshan's opponent was from Xingqing number 1 middle school, he didn't even have the interest to take a look at him. Wang Ming next to him was also looking at the battle area on the other side. He never looked at Su Cheng from beginning to end. In the entire Star City, the only person who can make him feel intimidated is Xia Yue from Longting Martial Arts School. He didn't take anyone else seriously. On the other side, Zhao Huai looked at the ring nervously. He didn't expect Su Cheng's luck to be so bad that he met such a strong opponent in the first round. Before the martial arts competition began, they collected information on masters from various martial arts schools. Among them is Li Tingshan. It is said that this guy is the strongest student in Qingshan Martial Arts School besides Wang Ming. When monsters attacked the city, I followed the detective bureau team and killed a lot of second-level monsters. Although Su Cheng killed the most monsters, he was actually able to do so under the restraint of Zhou Rue and others. Su Cheng's energy and bloodburst and recovery abilities are very strong, but he is not a warrior after all, so his speed is too slow. Fighting alone, he can't exert much combat power and may not be able to defeat Li Tingshan. In the audience, Su Wan and Zhang Shuxian looked in Su Cheng's direction with worry on their faces. After learning that Su Cheng was coming to participate in the high school martial arts competition, they bought tickets in advance. They knew that Su Cheng was very talented and his fighting ability must be good. But as a parent, seeing your son fighting in the ring, you can't help but feel worried. On the ring, the referee had already walked up to the two of them and asked, "Are you two ready?" "Certainly." Li Tingshan spoke. "Ready to go." Su Cheng also nodded. Both parties performed a martial arts salute. The referee spoke again. The two saluted each other, and then the referee shouted, "Start." Su Cheng immediately performed the light and shadow steps, instantly came in front of Li Tingshan, and punched him in the chin. Li Tingshan's brain had just reacted, and before his body could even move, Su Cheng's fist had already hit him heavily on the chin. So fast. This thought just emerged in Li Tingshan's mind. The body was knocked away by a huge force. Under the impact of this huge force, the brain instantly starts to protect itself. Li Tengshan lost power and fell into a coma. He slid in a graceful curve in the air and fell heavily in front of the contestants from Qingshan Martial Arts School, Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, Su Chengsheng. The referee immediately announced the result, feeling extremely shocked. Aren't students in ordinary high schools all weak? Aren't all the students in Qingshan Martial Arts School very strong? How come this weak student could instantly defeat this strong student with just one punch? Su Cheng slowly walked down the ring, waiting for the second round to begin. Under the ring, the contestants from Qingshan Martial Arts Academy were stunned, looking at Li Tengshan in disbelief as he lay on the ground like a dead dog. They never expected that the result would be completely opposite to what they imagined. The student from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School actually knocked out the second strongest person in Qingshan Martial Arts School with just one punch. It looks easier than drinking water. This is incredible. You know, Li Tengshan's strength has already reached the middle level of the first grade. He also practiced a speed-based martial art, which made him faster than an average first-grade peak martial artist. But in front of this student from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, he couldn't even react. This speed is too scary. The key is that the warrior's defense is very strong. If you want to knock out a mid-level first-grade warrior with one punch, you must at least reach the strength of a high-level first-grade warrior, and you have to give it your all to do it. However, Su Cheng looked so calm and composed just now, as if he had just thrown a punch casually without using his full strength. It's unimaginable how strong he is. I didn't expect that in an ordinary high school, there would be someone with such terrifying strength. The leader teacher of Qingshan Martial Arts School exclaimed. Being able to easily kill Li Tengshan in seconds, his strength is not much worse than Wang Ming. It seems that Wang Ming has another competitor besides Xia Yuwei. Interesting. Wang Ming glanced at Su Cheng. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said confidently, "The power of this punch is average. If it is just fast, it will not pose any threat to me." He withdrew his gaze and did not take Su Cheng too seriously. If Su Cheng had been able to fight him before the monster attacked the city, he might have been able to. But after this experience, and the tempering of the mental pressure from the powerful god of war, he has already mastered a horizontal training technique to a small level of success. Not only did the strength increase dramatically, but the defense was also greatly enhanced. If this punch hit him, it would just tickle him at most. There is nothing to be afraid of. On the other side, Zhao Huaid felt extremely excited when he saw Su Cheng easily kill the second-ranked student of Qingshan Martial Arts School. Compared to a month ago, Su Cheng's strength has become stronger. In such a short period of time, the movement speed was increased to such an exaggerated level. It's even faster than him, a second-grade warrior. This talent is simply terrifying. In the past, Su Cheng had powerful blood and energy explosiveness and recovery capabilities, but lacked speed. When killing a second-level monster, someone must be there to hold it back. Now Su Cheng has made up for this shortcoming. If he faces a second-level monster again, he will probably be able to kill it instantly with ease. You know, Su Cheng has mastered a killing move that can break the body with qi and blood. Combined with this speed, it's simply invincible. Originally, the school expected Su Cheng to be in the top 10. Now it seems that there is still a chance to get first place. Chapter 28. One punch to explode the liver. In the stands, Su Wan and Zhang Shuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Cheng defeat his opponent so easily, they finally felt relieved. It seems that my son is really much better than other children of the same age. Special viewing area in the stands. After Yuan Wu heard Su Cheng's name, he kept paying attention to him. After seeing him kill a first-rank warrior in an instant, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This speed has already surpassed many second-grade warriors. Su Cheng must have practiced a speed-related martial art. If you want to increase the speed to this level, you must at least reach the minor success stage. In just 1 month, he had mastered a martial art to the minor success level. He is indeed a top-level genius. Moreover, he had already learned about it from Qin Jianghe. Su Cheng has broken the second limit of the human body. He just carefully sensed Su Cheng's qi and blood. The power emitted is about the same as that of an ordinary high-level first-grade warrior. But there are still some subtle differences in quality compared to a real first-grade warrior. In other words, a month has passed, and Su Cheng still has not broken through to become a formal warrior. Logically speaking, as long as Su Cheng buys some qi and blood pills, he can quickly increase his qi and blood to the limit state, and then temper his acupoints to break through to become a formal warrior. But he didn't do that. Did he want to challenge the third limit of the human body? Thinking of this, Yuan Wu's heart was shocked. This kid Su Cheng is very ambitious. However, it is not easy to break the third limit of the human body. There is a high probability that Su Cheng is wasting his time on the ring. Some people, like Su Cheng, ended the battle quickly. There were also people of equal level who fought for dozens of minutes, covered in blood. The competition is so cruel. Some people encountered equally matched opponents at the very beginning and consumed a lot of energy and blood in the first round. Some people encountered a very weak opponent in the first round and passed it easily. By the second round, players who have consumed too much energy and blood will suffer a great loss. This kind of thing also happens frequently in the Rift world. A low-level human warrior encountered a severely injured alien warrior in the Crack world and got a great bargain. Vice versa. The first round of competition lasted for more than an hour. When the final battle decides the outcome, the host immediately came on stage and announced the list of contestants for the second round. Zhang Zijuan from Qingshan Martial Arts School versus Lu Shuran from Longting Martial Arts School. Li Liping from Qingshan Martial Arts School versus Lu Wei from Longting Martial Arts School. Su Cheng from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School versus Ji Feng from Ningtian Middle School. Su Cheng jumped onto the stage after hearing the name. Come to the designated area. Then, a dark-skinned man walked up to him. From his calm appearance, it can be seen that this man named Ji Feng didn't spend much effort in the first round. Brother, we are both from ordinary high schools. To be honest, I don't really want to hit you. Ji Feng walked up to Su Cheng, looking mysterious, and whispered, to tell you the truth, I am a first-class warrior who broke through after breaking through a limit of the human body. Moreover, he has already mastered the yellow-level martial art, Vajragong, to the minor success stage. This time I came here to win the championship. So you understand, right? Su Cheng was speechless after hearing this. Was this guy going to persuade him to admit defeat again? Is this routine popular now? Brother, I know it's embarrassing to ask you to admit defeat without fighting. So, when we start, I'll let you punch me a few times first. Then I'll hit you a few times, and you pretend to be defeated. How about that? Ji Feng said very confidently. Although he failed to activate his qi and blood before graduating from junior high school, he chose an ordinary high school. But in the second semester of senior high school, the qi and blood were successfully activated. And a month ago, he raised his qi and blood to the limit for non-warriors. Originally, he was planning to break through to become a formal warrior. Unexpectedly, after the monsters attacked the city, he was called to the city lord's mansion. Under the mental pressure of an 8th-grade war god, one of the limits of the human body was accidentally broken. He, who originally had average talent, instantly became a genius. In the following month, he successfully broke through to the first level and practiced the yellow-level martial arts Vajragong, taught by his homeroom teacher to the minor success level. His current fighting ability is so terrifying that he is not at a disadvantage when fighting against his class teacher, who is a 2nd-grade warrior, fully capable of competing for the championship. Ji Feng, can you be more low-key? Why do you say it to everyone you meet? Under the stage, Ji Feng's head teacher cursed in a low voice. Ningtian Middle School is an ordinary high school, so naturally the contestants will be looked down upon by the students from martial arts schools. No one would have thought that a talented martial artist who broke the limits of the human body would appear in an ordinary high school. Ji Feng only needs to keep a low profile and hide his strength, so that when he fights against champion players like Wang Ming and Xia Yue, he can take them by surprise and seize the initiative. In this way, there is a great probability of winning the championship. The school's original plan was to have Ji Feng hide his strength so that no one would see his true level. But I didn't expect this guy couldn't control his mouth and revealed all his cards at the beginning. Master, don't you want me to act? How can I act if my opponent doesn't cooperate? Ji Feng said innocently. When we enter the third round, keep your mouth shut. The head teacher glanced at Su Cheng and said nothing more. Xingqing No. 1 High School is also an ordinary high school, and the contestants are likely to have little strength. Being able to enter the second round probably means that I met a weaker opponent. After all, lucky people like Ji Feng are too rare. The opponent in front of him is unlikely to force Ji Feng to use his full strength. Okay, I promise I won't say it next time. Ji Feng said with a grin. He is not stupid. If he really meets someone strong, he will not say so much to the other party. At this time, the referee walked onto the ring and came between the two men. Let the two of them perform a martial arts salute. Then the competition was announced to begin. Ji Feng immediately circulated his qi and blood and used the Vajra power. Vajra Qiong can absorb the gold element between heaven and earth and integrate it into the qi and blood, making the body extremely hard and with very strong defense. Even if he stood there and let his opponent hit him, his opponent would probably be unable to break his defense even if he died of exhaustion. Brother, come on, Let me let you hit me with a few punches first. Ji Feng rushed to Su Cheng and said with a smile. Su Cheng was not polite either. He clenched his right fist, and a trace of qi and blood flowed through his meridians and gathered in his fist. He punched Ji Feng in the liver. Seeing the fist coming, Ji Feng did not dodge. I was still wondering whether I should show an expression of pain after being hit. But when the fist hit his upper right abdomen, an explosive force directly penetrated his abdominal defense, rushed into his body, and hit his liver. One punch to the liver. In an instant, a sharp pain rushed to the brain. His face was twisted in pain. He covered his abdomen with both hands, bent over, knelt on the ground, lost his balance, fell to the ground, and wailed in pain. Chapter 29. Hidden Cult. Ji Feng couldn't believe that he was punched in the liver even though he was using the Vajra power. You know, with his defensive ability, he can take on even a full-strength attack from a second-grade warrior. But Su Cheng's casual punch actually made him lose the ability to resist. Why is this guy from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School so terrifying? Below the stage, Ji Feng's class teacher's face changed drastically. He knew very well how strong the defensive power of the Vajra merit at the minor success stage was. Even if a large truck hits it at speed, it will be safe and sound. Now his defense was penetrated by a single punch. How powerful is this punch? Even recognized champion-level players like Wang Ming and Xia Yuwei cannot achieve such an effect with one punch. If we only talk about defense, Ji Feng is definitely stronger than these two geniuses. This contestant from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School can defeat Ji Feng with one punch. Can't he also crush Wang Ming and Xia Yuwei? Thinking of this, the head teacher couldn't help but smile bitterly. I thought Ji Feng was a dark horse hiding in the dark who would make it all the way to the finals, win the championship, and shock everyone. Unexpectedly, there is an even scarier guy hiding in the dark. Everyone thought that the champion of this high school martial arts competition would come from Wang Ming and Xia Yuwei. Little do people know that the players who really have the potential to win the championship are being ignored by everyone at this moment. After defeating his opponent, Su Cheng jumped off the ring, feeling a little regretful. He had originally planned to apply the martial arts he had learned in actual combat. I didn't expect the contestants in the first 2 rounds to be so weak. It couldn't even take 1/10 of his energy and blood. Zhao Huai on the side was already a little numb. The contestant named Ji Feng definitely has the ability to win the championship, but it was still easily solved by Su Cheng. The key is that Su Cheng never used his full strength from beginning to end. If Su Cheng uses the killing move of breaking the body with qi and blood again now, I can't imagine how powerful it will be. He is very calm now. Even if Su Cheng killed Wang Ming and Xia Yuwei, the 2 most powerful geniuses in Star City, instantly, he would not be surprised. The competition in other groups on the ring is still going on. Compared with the ease of Su Cheng's 2 games, the games in the other groups were extremely fierce. Although no one used weapons, the explosion of the warrior's qi and blood itself had great destructive power. Once it hits the body, it may cause a cut at best, or even take away a piece of flesh and blood. Except for the contestant who won easily, every contestant standing on the ring was covered in blood. There was a student whose injuries were quite serious. Half of his face was knocked off and the bones were clearly visible. Despite this, the student continued to fight bravely and did not retreat at all. The leaders of the special viewing area sat firmly in their seats, having long been accustomed to such scenes. A competition of this level can at best be called a sparring match. No lives will be lost between the 2 sides. Even if the injury is serious, you can recover by taking some healing pills. The real battlefield is much more cruel than this. Once defeated, you will die on the spot, and there will be no chance to come back. In the audience, Zhang Shuxian turned her head away, unable to bear to watch the fight on the field. If Su Cheng was beaten like this, she didn't know how heartbroken she would be. In this era, warriors enjoy privileges, but they also bear too much. Even these students who were only 17 or 18 years old had already experienced the baptism of blood. If there were no warriors fighting on the front line, ordinary people like them would never be able to have such a stable life now. Warriors are all respectable, with the exception of some traitors. At this time, next to Zhang Shuxian sat a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. This person looked like an ordinary person, just watching the game quietly. But no one knew that words kept popping up from the lenses of his glasses. Qingshan Martial Arts School's Wang Ming, focus on hunting him down. Xia Yuwei from Longting Martial Arts School, focus on hunting her down. Ningtian Middle School Monsoon, focus on hunting. Su Cheng from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, focus on hunting him down. All believers, wait for the signal from the bishop. Receive. Receive. Hey, Let's see who can kill more geniuses today. I like to absorb the blood of geniuses the most. It is fresh, pure, and satisfying. All blood food must be offered to Lord Blood God first. Anyone who dares to steal it will be punished according to the law. The game goes on. There were thousands of people wearing glasses sitting in the audience. No one knows that a large number of them are followers of a cult who are ready to hunt down high school geniuses. More than another hour passed. The second round of the competition finally ended. But at this time, even many winners were carried away on stretchers, unable to participate in the next round. At this point, only a handful of students were still safe and sound. The others were all injured, and their energy and blood were greatly depleted. Still no rest time. After the second round, the system immediately matches opponents among the winners. The host announced the contestants from both sides. The game continues. In this round, Su Cheng met a girl from Longting Martial Arts School named Yang Yingying. When Yang Yingying walked onto the ring, she was still breathing heavily. His face was pale, and it was obvious that his energy and blood were extremely depleted. She looked exhausted, but there was a relieved smile on her face. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Cheng was full of contempt. I didn't expect that in the third round, I would meet a contestant from an ordinary high school. You are really lucky, Yang Yingying said with a smile. When she learned that her opponent was from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, her first reaction was that Su Cheng was lucky. I met very weak players in the first two rounds and luckily made it to the third round. Although her energy and blood were almost exhausted, she could still easily kill the weakling from an ordinary high school in front of her. In the first round, she met a contestant from an ordinary high school. With just one punch, she seriously injured the opponent. His perception of ordinary high school players is that they are so weak that it is beyond description. At the same time, below the ring, in the Longting Martial Arts School team, Xia Yue looked at Su Cheng on the ring with shock on her face. She didn't pay much attention to it before. Until this moment she discovered that Su Cheng actually appeared in the high school martial arts competition. Not only did he show up, he made it to the third round. This was hard for her to understand. If you want to participate in a martial arts competition, your strength must reach the first level. Even if your realm is not first grade, you must have first grade combat power. This is a hard standard set by the government. No school is an exception. Could it be that Su Cheng has become a first grade warrior? Didn't he activate his chi and blood only in his second year of high school? Isn't his talent just average? How did he break through to the first level in just 1 year? Xia Yue looked at Su Cheng on the ring with surprise in her eyes. Just then, the referee walked onto the stage and stood between the two men. Both sides performed the martial arts ceremony. The referee shouted loudly, "Start!" The moment he finished speaking, Su Cheng had already arrived in front of Yang Yingying and punched her in the face. The next second, Yang Yingying flew out. Like a kite with a broken string, it fell at Xia Yue's feet. Chapter 30 City Lord is shocked. Yang Yingying fell unconscious at Xia Yue's feet. Xia Yue's eyes widened, her heart filled with turmoil. Yang Yingying's strength was not particularly strong, but she could easily kill an ordinary first-grade beginner warrior in seconds. But when facing Su Cheng, he couldn't even hold on for a second and was knocked unconscious by a punch. Su Cheng's speed was so fast that even she could only see a shadow. Moreover, the power of that punch that knocked Yang Yingying unconscious must have reached at least the level of a mid-level first-grade warrior. The key point is that Su Cheng doesn't look like he's using his full strength, which is a bit scary. His real combat capability may have reached the level of a high-level first-grade warrior. How can he be so strong? Xia Yue felt a little bit unbelievable. Although Su Cheng's current level of combat power is still far behind hers. But it was completely different from what she had imagined. She imagined that Su Cheng should still be worrying about how to raise his chi and blood to the limit of the human body. How is it possible to suddenly become a high-level warrior of the first rank? This huge sense of gap was difficult for her to accept. Shouldn't Su Cheng's talent be very poor? On the other side, Su Cheng jumped off the ring and continued to wait for the next round. After waiting for about half an hour, the third round ended. At this time, there are less than 10 people who can continue the competition. This also means that Su Cheng has now entered the top 10. Starting from this round, there will no longer be multiple groups competing on stage at the same time. Instead, one group will finish competing before the next one. The host walked onto the stage and announced the contestants for the next round. Wang Ming from Qingshan Martial Arts School versus Su Cheng from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School. Hearing his name, Su Cheng jumped onto the stage and walked step by step to the center of the stage. Wang Ming from the Qingshan Martial Arts School team also suddenly jumped up, flew over a high altitude, and quickly fell down, landing heavily opposite Su Cheng. His feet left 2 finger-deep footprints on the metal ring. Seeing this scene, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. As a strong contender for the championship, Wang Meng's fame is second only to Xia Yuwei, the #1 talent in Star City. The audience at the scene basically knew each other. However, Wang Meng's opponent Su Cheng is basically known by everyone except his parents and some acquaintances in real life. Hey, isn't that contestant on the stage Su Wen's son? In the audience, a middle-aged man who lived in the same community as Su Cheng said in great surprise. That's true. I thought their kid had average talent, but I didn't expect him to be so amazing. He even made it to the finals. Next to the middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman also looked shocked. Whether we win or lose this game, we should be able to get into the top 10, right? Su Cheng is a good kid. Zhang Shuxian's family is too low-key. They have such an amazing son, but they never tell anyone about it. A group of neighbors who came to watch the game were discussing excitedly. Basically, all the neighbors in the community know about Su Cheng's activation of qi and blood. Everyone thought he had poor talent, so no one paid attention to him. After all, there are many students in the same community who are activating their qi and blood. Plus, there is Xia Yuwei, who is known as the #1 genius in Star City. Everyone focused their attention on this top talent. It was not until today that they discovered that Su Cheng was so powerful. Those who are qualified to participate in the high school martial arts competition are instinctively the strongest in each school. Those who can make it into the top 10 are undoubtedly very powerful. At the side, Xia Yuwei's mother Lu Meiwan widened her eyes in disbelief. Since Xia Yuwei used to have a close relationship with Su Cheng, Lu Meiwan specifically investigated Su Cheng. The result is that Su Cheng's talent is very ordinary. There is no future in martial arts. So Lu Meiwan specifically found Su Cheng and asked him not to get close to her daughter. He also spent a lot of effort to instill in Xia Yuwei the idea that one should be realistic. After a long period of persuasion, Xia Yuwei finally gave up Su Cheng on her own initiative. Lu Meiwan felt that what she did was absolutely right, and that it was all for her daughter's future. So when she saw that Su Cheng was very outstanding, she felt very resistant inside. It's no big deal to be in the top 10. My Weiwei can even win the championship. He was just lucky in the previous rounds. He will definitely lose this round, and he will lose very quickly, Lu Meiwan said with disdain. Of course, Su Cheng can't compare to your Weiwei. Besides, this contestant named Wang Meng is very strong and qualified to compete for the championship. Su Cheng will definitely not be able to beat him, one of the neighbors said with a smile. Weiwei is the #1 talent in our Star City. How can Su Cheng compare to her? That's right. The champion of this year's martial arts competition will definitely be your Weiwei. Several neighbors praised Lu Meiwan. Today, Lu Meiwan specially invited neighbors in the community to witness Xia Yuwei win the high school martial arts championship. People have the mentality of, one should be grateful if one receives favors from others, so naturally they only say nice things. Besides, Xia Yuwei's talent is obvious to all, and she will definitely become a great figure in the future. So everyone wants to have a good relationship with Lu Meiwan. Maybe they can get some benefits from her in the future. Lu Meiwan looked very proud when she heard everyone's flattery. Looking at Su Cheng's figure on the ring, he snorted in his heart, just wanting him to lose quickly. Special viewing area. Several star leaders were very surprised when they saw Su Cheng. This student from Xingqing #1 Middle School is amazing. Why have I never seen him? Star City Lord Li Jin felt a little confused and turned to Secretary Lu in the back row and said, Xiao Lu, last time I asked you to call all the talented students from all the high schools to the City Lord's mansion. Why didn't you call Su Cheng? City Lord, I checked the results of the most recent blood and qi tests of all the high schools in Star City last time. All the students above the first rank and those whose blood and qi have reached the limit of non-warriors have been invited. It seems that Su Cheng's name is not on the list. Secretary Lu said quickly. Is the principal of Xingqing #1 Middle School here? Li Jin looked back again. Yes. Li Hongwei, who was sitting in the corner, stood up quickly, trotted to Li Jin, and said with a smile, The City Lord wants to ask Su Cheng, right? Li Jin nodded and asked, What's his situation? He can make it into the top 10, so his qi and HP can't be less than 100, right? Su Cheng is relatively low-key and usually hides his strength during tests. My school teacher and I only discovered his true strength when the alien beasts attacked the city. Li Hongwei began to explain. What is his current strength? Li Jin nodded and continued to ask. He didn't think much about it. Su Cheng's situation is very common. Every year there are some inconspicuous students who make a stunning debut in the college entrance examination. A month ago, Su Cheng was still a non-martial artist. At that time, he had already broken through a human body limit. He was still an innate treasure body, and he had practiced the basic swordsmanship to the minor success level. Li Hongwei told all the information he knew. What? There is such a great genius in Xingqing? Li Jin was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 31, Playing with Wang Ming. If what Li Hongwei said was true, Su Cheng's talent was even stronger than Xia Yui's. Both of them broke the limit of the human body. They have all mastered a martial art to the level of minor success. But Xia Yue does not have an innate precious body. People who possess an innate precious body, no matter what type of body it is, have much stronger combat power than warriors of the same level. Once this kind of genius grows up, he can be said to be invincible on the battlefield. There is such a great genius in Xingqing, but he, as the lord of the city, didn't even know about it. This is simply a major work error. Su Cheng's talent is so great. Why hasn't anyone reported it? Li Jin asked in a stern tone. Last time, he asked Zhou Mu to use mental pressure to hone the geniuses of Star City. If Su Cheng was also there, his strength would definitely be improved. In martial arts practice, one step is faster, every step is faster. The older you get, the harder it is to practice and the less room you have for growth. While you are young, you should do everything you can to improve your abilities. Moreover, Zhou Mu intends to bring students with him when he returns this time. He looks down on Xia Yue and Wang Ming. Maybe Su Cheng could catch his eye. Practicing with an 8th grade instructor is of great help in martial arts practice. Many geniuses are often delayed because of incorrect training methods. As I get older, I become just like everyone else. This? Li Hongwei looked embarrassed, thinking that no one told him that he had to report his discovery of a genius. Yuan Wu, who was standing by, looked at his nose and pretended not to know. Li Jin graduated from Oriental Martial Arts Academy. As a graduate of Beijiang Martial Arts Academy, how could Yuan Wu share this news with the people of Dongwu? It's a pity that Su Cheng has now been taken away by Dongwu people. Forget it. Wait until the martial arts competition is over and ask Su Cheng to come to me and I'll talk to him. Li Jin said to Secretary Liu. Good. Secretary Liu nodded. What a pity. If Su Cheng was here last time, he would definitely win the championship today. He is no match for Wang Ming and Xia Yue now. Li Jin looked at Su Cheng's figure and sighed in his heart. Below the ring, in the Qingshan Martial Arts School team, Xia Yue's emotions have returned to calm. Su Cheng's strength indeed exceeded her expectations. But if you think about it carefully, that's it. Even if his fighting ability is at a high level, compared with myself, there is still a world of difference. He can't even beat Wang Ming in the ring. There are so many people who are better than Su Cheng. There's nothing to regret. At the same time, Xingqing No. 1 Middle School. All the teachers and students were sitting in the school training hall, looking at the virtual screen in front of them with nervous faces. The screen was showing a live broadcast of the Xingqing High School martial arts competition. They were very excited to see Su Cheng make it into the top 10. As a student in an ordinary high school, it is already something to be proud of to be able to make it into the top 10 among those gifted martial arts school elites. Although they hope Su Cheng can achieve a higher ranking. But I also know that this hope is slim. Especially this time, the opponent is Wang Ming, the number 1 person in Qingshan Martial Arts School. Looking at the footprints left by Wang Ming on the ring, everyone felt worried about Su Cheng. Wang Ming is a guy who lives up to his name. His fighting style is very ferocious. He is simply a violent machine. Because this guy is very famous, the camera gave him a close-up in the first few rounds of live broadcasts. Every opponent he defeated was severely injured and vomited blood, and their fate was extremely miserable. They were really afraid that Su Cheng would be beaten like that. Star City Martial Arts Hall. High school martial arts competition scene. After the host introduced the two people's information, he walked off the stage. A referee walked onto the stage, asked Su Cheng and Wang Ming to perform a martial arts salute to each other, and then announced the start of the match. The referee's voice had just fallen. Wang Ming rushed to Su Cheng in an instant, clenched his right hand, and punched Su Cheng in the head. Su Cheng turned around and quickly moved sideways. The fist brushed past him, and he felt a strong gust of wind. After the punch missed, Wang Ming quickly turned around, swung his left hand, and punched Su Cheng's head again with a whip punch. Su Cheng took a step back and dodged the attack again. Wang Ming was shocked after his 2 attacks failed. He immediately moved close to Su Cheng, his blood and energy bursting out, and he punched Su Cheng's head left and right. Every punch thrown was accompanied by a dull sonic boom. Su Cheng immediately mobilized his qi and blood to perform the swift wind step. The wind element is integrated into the blood, making the body as light and agile as a gust of wind, able to easily avoid all attacks. Hateful. Wang Ming was furious. He has already mastered a profound martial art to the minor level. His physical strength is so strong that he can penetrate steel plates with one punch. If it hits Su Cheng, he will be killed instantly with just one punch. But I didn't expect Su Cheng's physical skills to be so amazing. He was punching with all his strength in normal condition, but he couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. There is no way to defeat Su Cheng if this continues. It seems that I can only enter a berserk state, stimulate the muscles with qi and blood to strengthen the overall body. Speed, strength, and defense will all be greatly improved. This is the essence of this mysterious martial art. It can directly increase his combat power from the high level of the first grade to the peak level of the first grade. Wang Ming tried his best to mobilize his qi and blood and stimulate his muscles. In an instant, the body muscles expanded rapidly, directly tearing the clothes. Veins bulged all over his body, as if earthworms were crawling on the surface of his body. The skin became extremely red like a piece of red-hot iron. The height increased from 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters. He was already very strong, and he turned directly into a red giant. Ah! Wang Ming roared, rushed towards Su Cheng again, and punched out with such speed that only a shadow was left in the air. Su Cheng seemed to have turned into a breeze, moving lightly to the left, leaving a phantom on the spot and easily avoiding the attack. Go to hell. Seeing that his attack failed again, Wang Ming became furious and continued to increase his blood stimulation. The muscles swelled again. A crack appeared on the taut skin, and blood slowly flowed out. Taking advantage of the fact that his breath surged again, Wang Ming swung his fist wildly at Su Cheng's head. Because the speed was too fast, before the first afterimage completely dissipated, he had already thrown the second punch, the third punch, and the fourth punch. For a moment, it seemed as if countless pairs of fists were attacking Su Cheng at the same time. However, no matter how fast he is or how powerful he is, he cannot catch the wind. Su Cheng kept moving his body and easily avoided all attacks. After a round of fierce attacks, Wang Ming was already exhausted and out of breath. He stopped attacking, quickly retreated, distanced himself from Su Cheng, and gasped heavily. Although this mysterious martial art is powerful, it places a considerable burden on the body. His skin cracked in many places, and a lot of blood flowed out. In this state, he can only last for 10 minutes at most. But obviously, no amount of time would be of any use if Su Cheng couldn't be caught. You just hide? Wang Ming's mentality exploded, and he looked at Su Cheng with gritted teeth. He has never been so miserable since he activated his qi and blood. He had tried his best, but he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent. It was like a monkey jumping up and down, being teased by Su Cheng. Chapter 32. Explosive Hammer Wang Ming. This is the Swift Wind Step. The Swift Wind Step of the Perfect Realm. In the special viewing area, a middle-aged warrior from the detective department exclaimed. Because he also practiced the Gale Step, he was very familiar with this martial art. When he saw Su Cheng's body as light as the wind when he dodged, he could conclude that this high school student had definitely practiced the Gale Step to perfection. He was very shocked that someone had mastered a martial art to perfection at such a young age. Perfection? How is that possible? Did you see it wrong? Another warrior nearby raised a question. At the age of high school, being able to practice martial arts to a minor level of success is already considered an amazing level of comprehension. Most warriors usually need 5 to 10 years to master a martial art. Above small success, there is great success, and above great success is perfection. If a normal martial artist wants to cultivate martial arts to the highest level, it will take at least 10 to 30 years. It takes at least 30 years to cultivate to the state of perfection, and one must go through a lot of battles. A martial artist with poor comprehension may never be able to master a martial art to perfection in his entire life. It is indeed a martial art of the perfect realm. This kid has a very strong understanding. Qin Haiming, director of the Detective Bureau, suddenly spoke. Although she had never practiced the Gale Step, as a 6th grade warrior who had mastered 2 perfect martial arts, she could tell it at a glance. Being able to master a martial art to perfection while still in high school shows that one's comprehension is absolutely top-notch. For some geniuses with top comprehension abilities, mastering a perfect yellow-level martial art is not a difficult task. Li Jin commented with a smile. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Some things are destined at birth. Understanding is something that is mostly innate and difficult to cultivate. Although there are a few people who suddenly become enlightened, it is not common. To practice martial arts, one must rely on one's understanding. If a person with poor comprehension were to practice the same martial art, he might not be able to master it even after 30 to 50 years. If a person with good comprehension were to practice it, he would be able to fully master it with just one look. This is the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. Just now, he heard Li Hongwei say that Su Cheng only mastered a minor sword technique, and he thought that Su Cheng's comprehension was average. Now that he saw that he had mastered a perfect body movement technique, he admired Su Cheng even more. Originally, he didn't think highly of Su Cheng, but now, his opinion has completely changed. If Wang Ming didn't have any other means, he would definitely not be Su Cheng's opponent. Su Cheng has mastered the body skills of the perfect realm and is already invincible. If he continues to fight, he will definitely win. Yuan Wu on the side couldn't help but sigh. He has been paying attention to Su Cheng since the martial arts competition. Su Cheng is really versatile. In the first round, he showed a speed of a minor success level. The second round showed a powerful burst of energy and blood. In this round, he actually displayed his perfect level of physical skills again. What's more, Su Cheng also masters the killer move of breaking the body with qi and blood. He didn't even know how Su Cheng would lose. Below the ring, Xia Yue's expression changed again. She had just told herself in her heart that Su Cheng was just a so-so, and it wouldn't be a pity even if she missed him. But unexpectedly, Su Cheng exceeded her expectations again. This body movement is not much inferior to hers. Not to mention anything else, at least in terms of comprehension, Su Cheng is no worse than her. It's no big deal. It's useless if you have high comprehension but poor physique. No matter how comprehensive a first-grade warrior is, he cannot compare to a seventh-grade master who knows nothing. Xia Yue continued to comfort herself in her heart. On the ring, after Su Cheng experienced the use of Gale Step in actual combat, he became more proficient in this martial art. Next, he wanted to try out the perfect Vajra power to see how it would perform in actual combat. Vajra Gong also belongs to the category of horizontal training Kung Fu. Wang Ming's martial arts technique is to use qi and blood to stimulate muscles and increase explosive power in a short period of time. The Vajra power integrates the qi and blood that have absorbed the gold element into the blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and various organs of the whole body. Permanently increases physical strength. The gold element, integrated with qi and blood, is usually nourished in the body. Once it is put into practice, it can increase the overall quality of the body's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, and the body will also grow in the same proportion. Similar to the legendary Dharmadhatu. However, Vajragong is a yellow-level martial art after all, and the increase in physical mass is limited. After Su Cheng practiced Vajra power, his body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, more than doubling in size. His height increased directly to 2 meters and 5, taller than Wang Ming. The moment Su Cheng's body swelled, he immediately rushed towards Wang Ming. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Ming's eyes. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng, like him, also practiced a horizontal training Kung Fu. But then, a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If Su Cheng continues to dodge, he will definitely lose this fight. But unexpectedly, Su Cheng chose to confront him head-on. He began to practice this mysterious martial art since the day he activated his qi and blood. He didn't touch any other martial arts and focused on studying only this one. Now he has reached the minor success stage. When using all his strength, even a second-grade warrior can be beaten to pieces. He just didn't believe that Su Cheng could beat him after practicing multiple martial arts at the same time. In an instant, Wang Ming burst out his qi and blood with all his strength, stimulating his body muscles. The body swelled again. The skin completely cracked, and blood flowed out. He roared angrily and rushed towards Su Cheng in an instant. Two tall figures met in the center of the ring and punched each other in the chest at the same time. Bump! A deafening collision sound resounded throughout the venue. At the same time, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Su Cheng's body did not move at all. However, Wang Ming's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards rapidly towards the bottom of the ring. It hit the stage hard, creating a huge hole in the ground. How is that possible? Wang Ming looked at the tall figure on the ring in disbelief and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a sharp pain in my chest. With one blow, all his ribs were broken. The internal organs were also severely damaged by the huge impact force. Unable to maintain even the violent state, the body shrank rapidly. His whole body was stained with blood, and his skin was covered with dense cracks. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't muster any strength in his body. He tried his best and struggled to stand up. But just as he stood up halfway, the scenery in front of him gradually became blurry. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. His consciousness became weaker and weaker, and finally he fell into a complete coma, his body falling powerlessly to the ground. On the ring, Su Cheng's body returned to normal, and he walked off the stage as if nothing had happened. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall was in an uproar. Chapter 33, Stunning the Audience. Fuck. Su Cheng is so strong that he defeated Wang Ming in 1 second. This is so fucking terrifying. This punch will probably turn me into a pulp. Wang Ming and Su Cheng's strength are not at the same level at all. I feel like Su Cheng hasn't used his full strength so far. Can Xia Yue really beat Su Cheng? I doubt it. Don't doubt it. Even if Xia Yue comes on the field, she will still be beaten to pieces by Su Cheng. In the audience discussed the battle with great excitement. No one expected that an unknown student could instantly defeat the favorite to win the championship. The whole game seemed like entertaining a child. Wang Ming had no ability to resist at all in front of Su Cheng. Is Su Cheng so powerful? He knocked Wang Ming down with just one punch. This is too scary. Zhang Shuxian gave birth to a good son. Neighbors who lived in the same community as Su Cheng were all shocked. At first they really thought that Su Cheng couldn't beat Wang Ming. But unexpectedly, Su Cheng was so strong that beating Wang Ming was as easy as beating a child. Everyone says that Wang Ming's strength is about the same as Xia Yue's. From this perspective, wouldn't Su Cheng be able to kill Xia Yue in seconds? Several neighbors couldn't help but look at Lu Meiwan, who was standing aside. Impossible, impossible. Lu Meiwan had a dazed look on her face and kept repeating this sentence. She couldn't believe that Su Cheng, whom she had always looked down upon, was actually so strong. Seeing Su Cheng easily kill Wang Ming in seconds, even though she didn't want to believe it in her heart, she had to admit the fact. Su Cheng is better than her daughter. A warrior's fighting power is above all else. The stronger the combat power, the better the warrior is. It is impossible for a warrior with mediocre qualifications to have such strong combat power. Am I wrong? Looking at Su Cheng's figure under the ring, Lu Meiwan couldn't help feeling a little regretful. The other side, Su Wan and Zhang Shuxian had tears of joy in their eyes. Being able to easily defeat Wang Ming means that Su Cheng is basically not far from the championship. Whoever becomes the champion will be the strongest among all the high school students in Star City. The couple feels very proud to have such an outstanding son. Next to Zhang Shuxian, the man wearing glasses looked extremely excited. Messages flashed rapidly in the lenses of his glasses. Everyone, pay attention. Hunting down Su Cheng first. At least 5 people of the second rank or above must attack at the same time, and we must kill with one strike. No one below the second rank can get close to him. Hee, this high school student is so strong. His blood must be very delicious. I feel particularly excited when I think that such a top talent is about to die in our hands. I can't wait to get started. Special viewing area. That's the Vajra Kung Fu of the perfect realm. A warrior who also practiced Vajra Kung Fu said with a shocked look on his face. The group of warriors nearby listened in complete silence. But there was a turbulent storm in my heart. It is incredible that a 17 or 18-year-old high school student can master 2 perfect martial arts at the same time. Among this group of warriors, many have not even mastered a single martial art to perfection. Compared to this high school student, he is simply weak. Su Cheng is such a pleasant surprise. Li Jin's tone was full of amazement. To master a martial art at the perfect level at this age can already be considered a top-level understanding. To master 2 perfect martial arts at the same time, this level of comprehension is simply incredible. There are probably only a handful of people in the whole of China who can do this. Is this kid Su Cheng still a human being? Yuan Wu muttered to himself in amazement. Although he was a 6th-rank warrior, he was still shocked by Su Cheng's fighting ability. The horizontal training kung fu of the perfect state, the body movement of the perfect state, the basic swordsmanship of the minor success state, the speed suspected to be of the minor success state, the innate precious body, and the chi and blood breaking the body. All concentrated in one person. It is hard to imagine what kind of combat power Su Cheng can unleash if he goes all out. If he grows up and goes to the Rift World, he will definitely become a new god of killing. Next to him, the director of the Detective Bureau, Qin Haiming, looked at Su Cheng deeply, with a barely perceptible trace of regret in his eyes. What a pity. Such a top talent is going to die here today. Below the ring, Xia Yue was completely stunned. Wang Ming couldn't even take Su Cheng's punch. Su Cheng's strength was beyond her imagination. She never imagined that the person whom she once looked down upon actually possessed such strong fighting ability. no matter who reaches a higher level of martial arts in the future. At least now, she had no confidence in defeating Su Cheng. Even if I can't beat him, he can't do anything to me. Xia Yue continued to comfort herself in her heart. Su Cheng's attack power is terrifying. If this punch hits her, she will end up like Wang Ming. But she has already practiced a martial art to the highest level. It might not be that easy for Su Cheng to hit her. Xia Yue believed that her confrontation with Su Cheng would be just like when Su Cheng first faced Wang Ming. No one could hit anyone else, and the game ended in a draw. On the stage, the host announced the next contestant. Xia Yue fights against a student from Qingshan Martial Arts School. The student was much weaker than Xia Yue, and he had met a player of equal strength in the previous round, which consumed a lot of his energy. Less than 30 seconds after coming on stage, he was easily defeated by Xia Yue. The competition continued, and after so many rounds of fierce fighting, the other contestants were all overwhelmed and fell on the ring. At this point, only Su Cheng and Xia Yue were left among all the contestants. The two men came to the center of the ring and looked at each other. Su Cheng, I never thought that we would meet on this stage. I admit that I underestimated you before. You are very strong. But so what? I have mastered a great level of physical skills. You can't hit me. The best we can do is a draw. Besides, your talent is not as good as mine, and you will still be far behind me in the future. Xia Yue raised her head and said with great pride. You talk too much. Su Cheng said in a calm tone. At this time, the referee walked onto the stage. Both sides performed the martial arts salute, and the competition officially began. Su Cheng disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in front of Xia Yue the next second, punching her in the face. Xia Yue's face changed drastically, and she tried to dodge the punch. But she found that Su Cheng's speed was so fast that she had no time to react. The great perfection body skills that she was so proud of were completely useless in the face of Su Cheng's speed. How is that possible? She felt unbelievable. But this thought just flashed through my mind. Then I felt a huge impact on my face. Then his body flew up, spun rapidly in the air, and fell towards the bottom of the ring. As the world spun around, her consciousness gradually became blurred, and she eventually fell into darkness. Chapter 34. The cult takes action. Win. We are the champions. Glory to Yizhong. Su Cheng is awesome. Xingqing No. 1 Middle School Training Hall. Watching the screen where Su Cheng killed Xia Yue with one punch, deafening cheers broke out in the training hall. No one thought that Su Cheng could win the championship. In all previous high school martial arts competitions, the champions were all won by martial arts schools. This is the first time in history that the championship was won by an ordinary high school. As a member of Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, I feel a strong sense of pride. At this moment, all the teachers and students of Xingqing No. 1 Middle School enjoyed the ultimate glory. Star City Martial Arts Hall. The competition scene. Su Cheng is awesome. Su Chengkai easily killed Xia Yue in 1 second. He is the strongest high school student in Xingqing. Su Cheng is too strong. I've watched high school martial arts competitions for so many years, but I've never seen such a strong champion. Su Cheng's fighting power is not only the strongest in Xingqing, but there are probably few who can rival him across the country. We have a great man in Xingqing. I have a feeling that it won't be long before Su Cheng shines all over the country. In the stands, the audience stood up excitedly and cheered loudly for Su Cheng. All the people in Star City are proud that a genius with such strong fighting ability has emerged in Star City. Especially the neighbors who lived in the same community with Su Cheng, they were all shaking with excitement. Su Cheng and I live in the same neighborhood. Su Cheng lives next door to me. I have a very good relationship with Su Cheng's mother. These uncles and aunts shouted excitedly to the audience next to them, and the audience also cast envious glances. The neighbor's vanity was greatly satisfied. Lu Meiwan was in a very complicated mood. She thought her daughter would lose, but she didn't expect her to lose so easily. Xia Yue is known as the number 1 genius in Star City, but she is so vulnerable in front of Su Cheng, who is of the same age. What this means is self-evident. Su Cheng's talent is definitely not bad, maybe even stronger than his own daughter. Lu Meiwan felt extremely regretful when she thought about how she had missed out on such an excellent son-in-law because of her stupidity. On the other side, Su Wen and Zhang Shuxian had tears of excitement in their eyes. Our son is a champion. Our son is the best. They shouted loudly, releasing their inner excitement. Special viewing area. A group of Star City leaders were equally excited. Su Cheng is simply too strong. From the beginning to the end, in every game, I easily defeated my opponents in seconds. There's no way to see where his ceiling is. Xingqing has hosted high school martial arts competitions for so many years, and this has never happened before. Su Cheng's fighting ability is far ahead of all high school students. It is not difficult to imagine that when he walks out of Star City, he will definitely appear in the sight of the people across the country one day in the near future. Shock all geniuses. When he steps into the crack world, all alien races will definitely be terrified. Great. Another peerless monster has appeared in my human race. Li Jin's heart was pounding and his tone was excited. Another martial art that has reached the state of perfection. At the age of 17 or 18, he mastered 3 martial arts to perfection. He didn't even know what words to use to describe how intelligent he was. In addition, Su Cheng's talent in martial arts is also extremely terrifying. In these rounds of battles, he has discovered Su Cheng's special qualities. Su Cheng is not at all the non-warrior who broke the limit of the human body, as Li Hongwei said. Instead, it breaks 2 limits of the human body. Judging from his current non-warrior status, Su Cheng must be trying to reach the 3rd limit of the human body. If Su Cheng breaks the 3rd limit of the human body, his combat effectiveness can be further improved. When he grows up, he will definitely not be weaker than those geniuses from other races. Humans have been fighting with aliens for so many years, and the death toll is several times that of the aliens. It is because humans have poor foundation and their combat effectiveness is generally inferior to those of other races. When a war breaks out, it often takes 2 or 3 people to kill one alien. Not only that, the number of human geniuses is countless times less than that of other races. On the battlefield, a genius from an alien race can easily kill a human warrior of the same level in seconds, even surpass 2 or 3 levels and kill powerful human beings. Sometimes, even if hundreds of human warriors' lives were sacrificed, it might not be possible to kill a genius from an alien race. Therefore, humans urgently need top geniuses like Su Cheng. I really hope there are more geniuses like Su Cheng. Only in this way, we won't have so many deaths on the battlefield. Yuan Wu's eyes turned red. Of his classmates who graduated from Beiwu University and entered the military, he is now the only one left. The rest of them all died in the war with foreign races. Year after year, generation after generation, countless numbers of martyrs died in the crack world, and even their bodies could not be brought back. Humanity will never have peace unless all those alien races that feed on human blood and energy are killed. Haha, what's the use of having 1 or 2 more geniuses? Can this change the current situation? If it weren't for the alien race keeping humans as food in captivity, they wanted to obtain a constant supply of qi and blood from humans. Humanity would have probably been extinct by now, right? The gap between humans and alien races is too huge. To pacify all alien races is nothing but a foolish dream. Humans will never be able to defeat aliens. Rather than having my blood sucked by aliens, I would rather choose to be their dog. The feeling of having my blood and energy being drained away is really painful. I never want to try it again. Qin Haiming looked at Su Cheng's figure on the ring, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Below the ring, Xia Yue slowly woke up. It was not until the moment of the fight that she intuitively felt how powerful Su Cheng was. It seemed as if there was a vast ocean inside Su Cheng's body, and she was like a lone boat on the ocean. Any wave could completely swallow her up. With such strong fighting ability, can talent really be bad? If Su Cheng's talent is poor, then what does it matter if I was easily killed in seconds? Looking at the calm figure on the ring, Xia Yue felt extremely ashamed. Su Cheng's punch completely broke her arrogance. With Xia Yue's defeat, this year's Xingqing High School martial arts competition finally came to an end. The host walked onto the stage and announced that Su Cheng was the champion. There was warm applause in the martial arts hall. The next step was the awards ceremony, where the Star City Lord personally presented the trophies and certificates of honor. In the special viewing area, Li Jin stood up and took 2 steps. A long sword suddenly appeared in Qin Haiming's hand behind him, and he stabbed Li Jin's chest directly from behind. Sensing the unusual movement behind him, Li Jin immediately burst out with energy and blood, and a wall of energy and blood instantly appeared behind him. The long sword pierced directly through the wall of qi and blood and stabbed into Li Jin's back, only half an inch away from the heart. Fortunately, the wall of qi and blood blocked most of the power of the sword. Otherwise, it would not just pierce the skin, but would penetrate the entire chest. Li Jin quickly took a big step forward and turned around. When he saw that the person who made the move was Qin Haiming, his face changed drastically and his eyes were full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that the director of the detective bureau would actually betray humanity. Chapter 35. Killing Intent Boiling. Just at the moment Qin Haiming took action, among the warriors in the back, there was an inconspicuous middle-aged man who suddenly burst out with powerful qi and blood power. He stretched out his hands towards the warriors on both sides, with his 5 fingers forming claws. 2 huge blood-red hands instantly condensed in the air. One hand grabbed 3 fourth-rank warriors and held them firmly in the palm of his hand. The middle-aged man suddenly clenched his hands. The pair of huge hands clenched simultaneously, crushing the 6 fourth-grade warriors directly. Then the middle-aged man quickly rushed towards Yuan Wu and punched him. Yuan Wu immediately threw a punch, also condensing a huge blood-red fist in the air. It collided with the bloody fist of the middle-aged man. Bang! The deafening sound of collision resounded throughout the martial arts hall. Waves of air spread out in all directions. The huge impact force directly tore the seats in the viewing stands apart. Even the concrete floor collapsed several inches downwards in an instant, breaking into countless pieces of rubble. Several fourth-grade warriors who were hit by the air wave were instantly blown away. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces instantly, and his chest was bloody as if it had been cut by a meat grinder. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His body flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Although I could still breathe, my body couldn't move at all. At the same time, several warriors from the detective bureau behind Qin Haiming quietly took out alloy knives from the storage box and stabbed them into the bodies of their colleagues. Several warriors from the detective bureau were completely defenseless against their colleagues and were stabbed directly through the heart. The stabbed warrior from the detective bureau looked in disbelief at his colleague who had attacked him. They wanted to ask why, but the rapidly fading vitality made them weak all over, and they didn't even have the strength to open their mouths. I could only watch helplessly as several colleagues pulled the long knives out of their chests with cold expressions. Finally, he fell to the ground powerlessly. Until their death, they could not understand why these comrades in arms, who had lived with them day and night and shared weal and woe, would attack them. The rebellious detective bureau warriors drew their swords and quickly killed the warriors next to them. At the same time, in the audience, hundreds of spectators wearing glasses suddenly became furious and rushed towards the contestants who were resting under the ring. Along the way, countless ordinary people were knocked away. A warrior's body is like steel to ordinary people. The effect of being hit by a warrior is like being hit by a speeding car. The consequences may be serious injuries or even death on the spot. Wherever these evil cult warriors pass, broken limbs and pieces of flesh fell all over the ground, and the blood instantly dyed the ground red. In addition to these evil cult warriors, there were also many civilian warriors in the audience. One by one, their energy and blood burst out instantly, and they rushed towards those evil cult warriors. Although many cult warriors were stopped by civilian warriors, but there was still a small group of evil cult warriors who rushed to the bottom of the ring and slashed at the contestants with their long swords. The martial arts competition brings together the most talented high school students in Star City. The goal of these evil cult warriors is to kill all the high school geniuses who participate in the martial arts competition. Because the contestants had just experienced a battle, they had consumed too much energy and blood, and their combat effectiveness was severely damaged. There were also many players who were seriously injured in the battle and had basically no fighting power. In just one encounter, several contestants were killed by the cult warriors. Of course, talented warriors are no pushovers. Martial artists with outstanding talents generally have stronger combat capabilities than ordinary martial artists. Most of these warriors who join the cult are ordinary people. Therefore, at the moment of the battle, several evil cult warriors were also killed by the contestants. It's just that there are so many cult warriors. Human warriors are still at a disadvantage. Geniuses like Wang Meng, Xia Yue, Ji Feng, and Li Tongshan were listed as key hunting targets. Each of them was besieged by 3 second-grade evil cult warriors. Especially Su Cheng, at the same time, 5 second-grade warriors rushed towards him. In the audience, Su Wan and Zhang Shuxian were extremely anxious when they saw so many warriors rushing towards the students. They were about to rush forward instinctively when a young woman next to them suddenly grabbed them. I know you are worried about Su Cheng, but you are just ordinary people. Rushing over like this will only cause trouble for Su Cheng. Mr. and Mrs. Su Wan were very worried about Su Cheng's safety, but they also knew that the young woman was right. They are just ordinary people. If they rush over, not only will they not be able to help, but they will also drag Su Cheng down. My name is Zhou Julian, and I'm a fan of Su Cheng now. I'll take you away from here first. The young woman named Zhou Julian said to Su Wan and his wife. Thank you, girl. We won't leave. We'll just watch here. Zhang Shuxian shook her head and said, You are Su Cheng's parents, right? It will be much easier to kill Su Cheng if we catch you. At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly came from the side. The middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who had been sitting not far from Zhang Shuxian quickly rushed over. When Su Cheng defeated Xia Yuwei, Su Wan and his wife shouted excitedly. Not only did Zhou Julian learn of their identities, but the evil cult warrior also heard it. So the middle-aged man did not rush to the ring, but prepared to wait for Su Cheng to fight with his companions and then capture his parents to threaten Su Cheng. As long as Su Cheng is distracted, it will be easier to kill him. Just when the middle-aged man was only 1 meter away from Su Wan and his wife, a long sword suddenly appeared in Zhou Julian's hand. There was a flash of sword light, and a line of blood suddenly appeared on the middle-aged man's neck. Blood gushed out, and his body fell down weakly. You guys here will definitely affect Su Cheng. I will protect you out. After Zhou Julian finished speaking, she glanced at Su Cheng. At this time, Su Wan and his wife didn't dare to stay here any longer. He followed Zhou Julian and left the martial arts hall. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of affecting Su Cheng. In the ring, when Su Cheng saw the commotion, he kept an eye on his parents' movements. When he found out that these warriors wearing glasses were coming for the contestants, he knew that he would definitely be the target of attack. And when he saw that there were no warriors causing trouble on his parents' side, he did not rush over immediately. He was afraid of drawing fire to his parents. After all, parents are just ordinary people, and any attack from a warrior could put their lives in danger. But unexpectedly, not far from his parents, there was a bespectacled warrior who was causing chaos. Watching the warrior rushing towards his parents, Su Cheng suddenly panicked. With such a long distance, he would not be able to make it in time at his current speed. For a moment, he felt a sense of powerlessness as if the sky was falling. Fortunately, a young woman next to the parents suddenly took action and killed the rebellious warrior. From the look in the woman's eyes, Su Cheng understood what she meant. Although I am still a little worried, I have no choice at this time. Looking at the 5 second-grade warriors rushing towards him, Su Cheng's heart was filled with murderous intent. He immediately took out the alloy knife from the storage box he carried with him and rushed towards the 5 second-grade warriors. Chapter 36. Instant kill of the second-rank cultist. The other side. Why? Li Jin roared, and his blood and energy poured into his arm, and his entire arm suddenly became like a red-hot iron block. The temperature around my body suddenly soared. The surrounding plastic chairs melted on the spot. The air became distorted under the intense heat. He came in front of Qin Haiming and punched her. A pair of black, curved horns suddenly grew on Qin Haiming's forehead, and densely packed black scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Fight against Li Jin without giving in. Bang! Fists collided and sparks flew. Qin Haiming, who was only at the 6th rank, stood there motionless. Li Jin, who possessed the 7th grade strength, flew out backwards. See? This is the gap between humans and aliens. Qin Haiming's state became a little crazy, with a wicked smile on his face, and he laughed. Li Jin, kill all the geniuses here and join our Blood God cult. I will introduce you to Lord Blood God. Not only can your strength continue to improve, you can even gain eternal life. Asshole, you actually chose to be a dog of the aliens. Don't you know how many humans the aliens have killed? Li Jin's eyes were filled with rage, and he burst out his energy and blood with all his strength. His entire body turned into a red-hot iron block, and he rushed towards Qin Haiming again. So what? Where were you when I was captured by the aliens? You will never be able to experience the pain of having your blood and energy sucked out alive. Qin Haiming roared crazily and rushed towards Li Jin. The two men fought each other instantly. However, even if Li Jin burst out with all his strength, he was still suppressed by Qin Haiming, who was at the 6th level. It's so hard to find a top genius in human history, but unfortunately he is about to die here. As the city lord, what can you do? Qin Haiming punched Li Jin and sent him flying, laughing loudly. When Li Jin saw 5 second-grade warriors rushing towards Su Cheng, a look of determination suddenly appeared in his eyes. Su Cheng was still a non-warrior, and facing the siege of 5 second-grade warriors at the same time, he was no match at all. Humanity has finally had a top genius, and he absolutely cannot watch Su Cheng being killed by aliens. What's more, in addition to Su Cheng, all the geniuses of Star City gathered at the scene. These young people are the hope for the future of mankind, and he is nothing but a useless person. The life of a useless man in exchange for the lives of a group of geniuses, it's worth it. Thinking of this, Li Jin instantly activated the blood explosion technique, directly igniting the acupuncture points in his body. In an instant, a violent burst of energy and blood erupted in the body. Qi and blood flowed out of his body and burned on the surface of his skin. Li Jin, who was originally like magma, instantly turned into a fireman. His aura began to rise steadily, and his strength was infinitely close to the peak of the 7th level. "You're crazy. Do you think you can kill me like this?" Qin Hyeming roared loudly. Her body began to change shape, originally only having horns on her forehead and a layer of scales on her skin, but she still retained her human form. But now, it has completely turned into an ugly monster about 3 meters tall. The two fought again, and this time, Li Jin had the upper hand and suppressed Qin Hyeming. Qin Hyeming, who can turn into a monster, has amazing vitality and cannot be killed in a short time. Seeing that the 5 second-grade warriors were getting closer and closer to Su Cheng, Li Jin became anxious. The other side. Su Cheng rushed towards one of the second-grade warriors with an alloy knife in hand. "Su Cheng is mine. No one can snatch it from me." The second-grade warrior looked at Su Cheng rushing towards him and immediately shouted loudly with a very excited tone. He didn't take Su Cheng seriously at all. In his opinion, no matter how strong this high school student was, he was only a first-grade warrior. But he is a second-grade warrior, one level higher than Su Cheng. How could a first-grade warrior possibly be a match for a second-grade warrior? The priest also asked 5 second-grade warriors to deal with one first-grade warrior. It was ridiculous. He was full of disdain and immediately accelerated to overtake the other 4 people and rushed towards Su Cheng. Seeing this, the other 4 second-rank masters cursed in their hearts. "This guy is so lucky." Su Cheng just rushed towards him. You know, the more talented the students they kill, the better the reward they can get. Su Cheng was able to win first place in the high school martial arts competition, so he must have the greatest talent. So several people wanted Su Cheng to die in their hands. So they all accelerated at full speed, wanting to be the first to rush to Su Cheng and chop off the head of this high school student. The two sides are getting closer. The second-rank warrior who was rushing in the front had an excited smile on his face. Seeing that Su Cheng was approaching, he immediately raised the knife in his hand and chopped towards Su Cheng's head. But just as he raised the knife above his head, he saw a flash of silver light flash before his eyes. Then I felt a chill on my neck. My body instantly lost consciousness and my head began to fall. Finally, it fell to the ground and rolled a few times. At first, he didn't know what was happening, until he saw his body fall to the ground with his own eyes. Then he suddenly reacted. His head had been chopped off by Su Cheng. Suddenly, an extreme fear invaded the brain, followed by a dizziness in the head, and consciousness disappeared bit by bit. He couldn't figure it out until the moment he died. Why could a first-grade warrior kill a second-grade warrior in just one strike? Origin plus 28. Su Cheng was delighted when he saw the prompt in his mind. It seems that the essence can be extracted not only by killing monsters. As long as it is a living species, its essence can be extracted by killing it. After killing a second-grade warrior, he did not slow down and immediately rushed towards another second-grade warrior. The second-rank officer was frightened out of his wits when he saw Su Cheng rushing towards him. No one expected that Su Cheng would chop off the head of his second-rank companion in just one encounter. He is as powerful as his deceased companion. Doesn't that mean that Su Cheng only needs one sword to kill him? Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to turn around and run away. But when he thought about the consequences of running away, he stopped thinking about it. The rules of the Blood God cult are extremely cruel. Once a cultist is found to be retreating from the battlefield, all the blood and energy in his body will be extracted and offered to Lord Blood God. Although he didn't know what it felt like to have his chi and blood drained away, but he had witnessed the tragic conditions of some warriors when their chi and blood were drained away. Just hearing that heart-wrenching scream made him feel horrified. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to have his energy and blood drained away. So I stopped decisively. I want the other companions to rush to the front. But the other 3 second-grade warriors are not stupid either. Seeing that Su Cheng has the ability to kill a second-grade warrior with one sword, everyone knows that anyone who faces Su Cheng head-on will surely die. So they now feel extremely fortunate and decide to wait until Su Cheng makes his move before taking any action. This way, not only will he not die, but he can also kill Su Cheng on the spot. So the 3 of them stopped at the same time. In a blink of an eye, Su Cheng had arrived in front of the second-grade warrior and slashed at the man's neck with a knife. As the knife flashed, a head fell. Origin plus 28. Chapter 37. One person can kill them all. Just at the moment when Su Cheng cut off the head of the second-grade warrior, the other 3 second-rank warriors attacked at the same time, bursting out their energy and blood with all their strength, and aimed the long swords in their hands at Su Cheng's vital parts. A knife chopped down towards the top of the head. A knife chopped down towards the neck. Another knife stabbed directly into Su Cheng's heart. Watching the long knife in his hand fall, the three of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This high school student is so scary. No wonder the priest arranged 5 of them, second-rank ones, to deal with him. Even if 5 people besiege Su Cheng at the same time, 1 person will die. The remaining people were able to survive purely by luck and were not chosen by Su Cheng. But it's safe now. Facing the full-strength attack from the 3 of them, Su Cheng is doomed to die. The 3 of them thought about it in a relaxed manner. But just as the 3 long swords were about to fall on Su Cheng, his body suddenly moved half a step backwards. The 3 knives missed at the same time, and Su Cheng stabbed out with his backhand, directly stabbing into the heart of a warrior. He immediately drew his sword and chopped at the neck of another second-rank warrior. Origin plus 29. Our hospital plus 27. In the instant that the 3 knives fell from his head to his feet, Su Cheng killed 2 people in a row. When the last second-rank master saw this scene, a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. 3 second-grade warriors attacked at the same time, but they didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Instead, 2 of them were killed in an instant. What a perverted fighting power. The last person was so frightened that he was easily defeated by Su Cheng. Origin plus 27. After killing 5 second-grade warriors in a row, Su Chengli put their bodies and weapons into the storage box. Then he rushed without stopping towards the other rioting warriors who were besieging the students. On the other side, Li Jin saw this scene and his eyes showed ecstasy. My heart finally settled down. He originally thought that Su Cheng's fighting ability was strong enough. But unexpectedly, he still underestimated Su Cheng. Facing the siege of 5 second-grade warriors, Su Cheng was not only unharmed, but he killed all 5 of them in less than a minute. The key is that Su Cheng is still not a warrior. There is a gap of 2 grades between him and a second-grade warrior. Although the gap between the grades of low-level warriors is not that big. The combat effectiveness of these warriors of the cult is also relatively low. But Su Cheng's record is still very terrifying. How can he be so strong? Qin Haiming exclaimed in disbelief. Although the combat effectiveness of these low-level warriors of the Blood God cult is generally low, but if 5 second-grade warriors work together, it is not difficult to kill an ordinary third-grade warrior who has just broken through. Su Cheng was able to kill 5 people. Doesn't that mean his combat power is stronger than that of an ordinary third-grade warrior? It's too exaggerated that a non-warrior can be so powerful. Fortunately, she had arranged enough first- and second-rank believers. Otherwise, this operation will really fail. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. With so many first- and second-rank believers, I don't believe we can't kill you. Qin Haiming thought viciously. Su Cheng, good job. Yuan Wu shouted excitedly while fighting with the evil cult warrior. This time, the evil cult fighters mainly targeted the talented high school students who participated in the martial arts competition. Therefore, there are not many warriors above the 3rd rank. It just happens to hold back the human warriors above the 3rd rank, so that they are unable to support those students. The number of evil cult warriors below the 3rd rank is several times that of human warriors. In addition, the students had just participated in a martial arts competition and had consumed too much energy and blood. They are no match for the evil cult warriors at all. If time goes on like this, all the contestants will die here. But now, because of Su Cheng's existence, the situation will soon be reversed. Yuan Wu knew Su Cheng's abilities best. When the monsters attacked the city, Su Cheng killed nearly 300 monsters alone. Qi and blood can be said to be inexhaustible. At that time, Su Cheng still needed the cooperation of Zhou Rui and others to kill the second-level monster. But now Su Cheng has undergone comprehensive improvement. He was able to fight back against a siege of 5 second-grade warriors, so warriors below the 3rd grade no longer posed any threat to him. He alone can kill all the evil cult fighters below the 3rd rank in the martial arts hall. Time continued to drag on until support from the military and the detective bureau arrived. All the evil cult warriors must be punished here. At the same time, another corner of the Budokan. 3 second-grade warriors from the evil cult are besieging Wang Ming. Because he had consumed too much energy and blood in the previous battle with Su Cheng, he was also seriously injured. Although he took qi and blood pills and spirit creation pills in time after waking up, his body did not have time to fully recover. The combat effectiveness is less than 1/3 of its peak period. If he were in peak condition, it would be no problem for him to fight against 3 second-grade warriors alone. But now, Under the siege of 3 second-grade warriors, he looked miserable and his injuries became more serious. If he continued like this, he would be killed by the knives of these cultists in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, he felt very depressed. He is not afraid of death, but he is unwilling to die like this. He wants to kill more aliens. Ah! Wang Ming let out an unwilling roar and was about to use his remaining energy and blood to continue stimulating his muscles and force himself into a state of frenzy. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, holding a long alloy knife, and slashed at the 3 cultists who were besieging him. In an instant, 3 heads fell at his feet. Origin plus 28. Origin plus 26. Origin plus 28. Su Cheng looked at the prompts that appeared in his mind, quickly collected the cultists' bodies and weapons, and rushed to the next battlefield without stopping. So strong. Looking at Su Cheng's leaving back, Wang Ming's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. He shouted at Su Cheng's back, "I owe you a life." Another corner. Xia Yue, holding a long sword, was also facing the siege of 3 second-grade warriors. Compared with Wang Ming, she seemed to be at ease in this battle. With her great skills, the 3 second-grade cultists couldn't hit her at all, and every time she drew her sword, she was able to hit several second-grade warriors. Although it lacks accuracy and power, it cannot kill with one strike. But if it continues, these 3 people will definitely be killed. But at this moment, 2 more second-grade cultists joined the battlefield. Fighting alone against 5 second-grade warriors, Xia Yue gradually felt overwhelmed. Even the physical skills at the great perfection level are not enough. He was accidentally stabbed in the back. A huge gash appeared instantly, and blood gushed out. After being injured, her speed obviously slowed down a lot, and she was stabbed several times in a row. After dodging several knife attacks with difficulty, one of them suddenly came straight for her neck. When she discovered it, it was too late to dodge. If she was hit by this knife, she would surely die. Just when she was feeling desperate, a handsome face suddenly appeared in her sight. There was a flash of a knife, and the warrior who had chopped at her neck with the knife had his head and body separated and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 38. He is simply a killing god. Su Cheng. Xia Yue's tone was excited, and her face showed surprise at surviving a disaster. The moment Su Cheng appeared, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. She was well aware of how strong Su Cheng was. He was even able to gain the upper hand under the siege of 3 second-grade warriors. With Su Cheng here, the enemy in front of them is nothing to be afraid of. Sure enough, in less than 5 seconds, the remaining 4 second-grade warriors all died under Su Cheng's sword. Su Cheng. Xia Yue also wanted to say a few words of thanks to Su Cheng. Su Cheng didn't even look at her. He picked up the corpses and weapons of the cultists on the ground and immediately rushed to the next battlefield. Seeing that Su Cheng treated her like a stranger, Xia Yue suddenly felt a pain in her heart. If I hadn't deliberately distanced myself from Su Cheng in the first place, maybe they are together now? Unfortunately, it's too late. At this moment, a strong sense of regret hit my heart like a tide. Su Cheng's figure quickly shuttled through the martial arts hall, and wherever he passed, the cultists were killed instantly. In a short while, all the second-grade cultists in the martial arts hall were killed by him. After killing all the second-grade ones, Su Cheng did not stop, but quickly rushed towards the first-grade cultists. With his current strength, he can kill an ordinary second-grade warrior in seconds, and killing a first-grade warrior is as easy as stepping on an ant. In just 10 minutes, all the remaining first-grade cultists were killed by Su Cheng. Oh my god! Su Cheng is simply a killing god. Ji Feng looked at Su Cheng with shock on his face. Less than 20 minutes had passed since the riot began. All the rioting warriors below the 3rd rank were killed. At least 70% of them were killed by Su Cheng alone. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Killing enemies above your level is like butchering a dog. This fighting power is simply explosive. What's even more exaggerated is that Su Cheng killed hundreds of rebellious warriors without even taking a breath. This recovery ability is really incredible. Not far away, Li Tingshan was also looking at Su Cheng in shock. There was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. In this era, everyone is martial and the strong are respected. The stronger you are, the more respected you are. Especially warriors with strong combat capabilities are highly sought after. A high level of realm may not be liked by everyone, but a strong fighting ability will definitely attract fans. Human beings have been oppressed by alien races for too long, and everyone is holding a grudge. They all hope that a peerless genius will emerge among human warriors to suppress those geniuses from other races. At this moment, In Li Tingshan's mind, Su Cheng was such a peerless evildoer. He was looking forward to the day when Su Cheng would be able to enter the crack world and forcefully suppress those alien geniuses. Let all the arrogant aliens know that the combat effectiveness of human warriors is no weaker than any alien race. Su Cheng's fighting ability is too incredible. This is the first time I've seen such a fierce person in my life. I was exhausted like a dog after killing 5 of the same level. I'm afraid Su Cheng killed more than 300 by himself, right? Is this the fighting power of a top genius? It's easier for him to kill an enemy of a higher level than it is for me to kill an enemy of the same level. In the martial arts hall, all the contestants and civilian warriors looked at Su Cheng. At this moment, they realized what true genius was. Killing an enemy above your level is like drinking water, and killing a warrior of the same level is like chopping melons and vegetables. The fighting power of one person is stronger than that of all the contestants and civilian warriors present combined. Only people like Su Cheng can be called geniuses. Some contestants from martial arts schools felt extremely ashamed when they thought about how they often regarded themselves as geniuses. Compared with Su Cheng, they are not geniuses at all. The other side. The battle above level 3 is still going on. The warriors on the human side all breathed a sigh of relief. They have nothing to worry about now. As long as we can hold these evil cult warriors back and wait for reinforcements to arrive, we can capture them all in one fell swoop. They were extremely shocked to see Su Cheng turning the tide and killing hundreds of evil cult warriors. At the same time, I felt inexplicably relieved. Up to this point in the battle, there are only a handful of warriors who can kill enemies of the same level, not to mention killing enemies above your level. Although the higher the level of a warrior, the harder it is to kill the opponent. But they had to admit that Su Cheng's fighting ability was much stronger than theirs. If Su Cheng was at the same level as them, he would have killed his opponents in seconds. Fortunately, Su Cheng can only kill second-grade warriors now. If Su Cheng could kill even a third-rank cultivator, they really wouldn't know where to put their face. Who says that humans are inferior to aliens? The younger generation of humans is rising. One day, we will surpass the aliens in all aspects and make all the aliens who invaded Blue Star pay the price. Li Jin laughed out loud. I saw Su Cheng kill all the cultists below the 3rd rank. He felt extremely refreshed. Such powerful combat capability, coupled with such terrifying recovery ability. Su Cheng is simply a death harvester. On the battlefield, one person is equivalent to an army of hundreds of warriors. If it grows up, it might be able to change the situation of human oppression. Li Jin laughed loudly and punched Qin Haiming in the chest, shattering the scales on his chest and sending him flying several meters. How could he, a non-warrior, be so strong? Qin Haiming was extremely shocked when he saw Su Cheng kill hundreds of believers by himself. She really didn't expect that a top genius with such strong fighting ability would appear in a small star city. All the 1st and 2nd rank followers were killed, and the 3rd rank and above followers were as strong as the humans, and they were simply unable to continue intercepting and killing those geniuses. This operation was a complete failure. At this time, most of the scales on her body had been shattered, and her whole body was covered in blood. Faced with Li Jin's attack, he had no power to fight back at all. There's no point in dragging it out any further. She was about to announce her retreat. At this moment, the priest who was fighting against Yuan Wu suddenly turned around and rushed quickly towards the 2 3rd-grade warriors who were fighting not far away. Upon seeing this, Yuan Wu immediately chased after him, mobilizing all the energy and blood in his body and gathering it in his right fist. Qi and blood flowed out of the body, forming a huge blood-red fist. It hit the priest's back suddenly. The priest spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs and tissues, ignoring his serious injuries, and used the impact of being hit to instantly come in front of the pair of 3rd-grade warriors. He punched one of them, and his fist pierced through the chest of the 3rd-grade warrior on the spot. The priest pulled back his fist and shouted at another 3rd-grade cultist, "Go quickly and kill Su Cheng." The 3rd-level cultist immediately burst out his energy and blood with all his strength and ran quickly towards Su Cheng. Yuan Wu's face changed drastically, and he immediately tried to stop the 3rd-rank cult member. The priest desperately burst out with his energy and blood, and instantly came in front of Yuan Wu and entangled him tightly. Li Jin on the other side saw this, and his face changed drastically. He was about to chase after him to stop the 3rd-rank cult member. Qin Haiming rushed to Li Jin desperately and tried to stop him. Ha ha ha, I want to see if he, a non-warrior, can survive the hands of a 3rd-rank warrior. Qin Haiming laughed wildly. Chapter 39 Crazy Achievements. Watching the 3rd-grade cultist rushing towards Su Cheng rapidly, The human warriors were extremely anxious and wanted to withdraw to stop it. But at this time, the evil cult warriors burst out with all their strength and entangled all the warriors above the third rank. The human warriors simply couldn't get away. Damn it! Yuan Wu attacked the cult priest frantically. The cult priest was beaten so hard that he vomited blood. But the priest didn't try to hide at all. He didn't even care about his life and just wanted to hold Yuan Wu back. The same was true for Qin Haiming on the other side. He didn't care about the injuries on his body at all and only wanted to hold on to Li Jin. A top talent like Su Cheng's life is more valuable than the life of all the contestants present combined. As long as Su Cheng is killed, it doesn't matter even if their bodies die here. Lord Blood God can resurrect them all. There is even a chance to become a true blood god based on this achievement. Li Jin burned his blood and energy desperately, punching Qin Haiming again and again. Qin Haiming's body was smashed to pieces, and his breath was extremely weak, but he still clung to Li Jin tightly. Seeing that the third-grade cultist had already arrived in front of Su Cheng, Li Jin felt despair in his heart. The higher the warrior's realm, the greater the gap in strength. From the first rank to the second rank, from the second rank to the third rank, and from the third rank to the fourth rank, although there is only one rank between them, the gap is slowly widening. The strength of a third-grade warrior is much stronger than that of a second-grade warrior. No matter how strong Su Cheng's fighting ability is, he is just a non-warrior and is definitely no match for a third-grade warrior. At this time, the third-grade cult member was only 100 meters away from Su Cheng. For a third-grade warrior, this distance can be reached in 2 seconds. Looking at Su Cheng standing there motionless, he seemed to be frightened. The corner of the mouth of this third-rank warrior of the evil cult couldn't help but reveal a hint of contempt. Today, he would let this genius know how big the gap was between the third rank and the second rank. In an instant, he burst out his qi and blood with all his strength, tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and traces of qi and blood flowed out of his body and wrapped the long sword. At the same time, he rushed towards Su Cheng quickly. Seeing this third-grade warrior rushing towards him, Su Cheng did not choose to run away. Although he has practiced the light and shadow step to perfection, but it is still not as fast as a third-grade warrior. You can't run away even if you want to. Since I can't run away, I'll just have to fight hard. Su Cheng instantly activated the Vajra power, but this time his body did not grow bigger. Instead, a layer of light golden color appears on the surface of the body. This is the second use of Vajra Gong, which covers the surface of the body with the gold element that is fused with qi and blood, greatly enhancing the defense. Then Su Cheng burst out his qi and blood with all his strength. The qi and blood in his body flowed into his palms through his meridians, went out of his body through his pores, and covered the alloy knife in his hand. Finally, he activated the light and shadow steps. His body turned into a shadow and instantly arrived in front of the third-rank cult member. He raised his sword high and chopped down at the third-rank cultist with all his strength. The blood and qi are broken. You are such a monster, but it's a pity that you are still going to die. The third-rank cult member was extremely shocked when he saw the blood and energy covering Su Chengzhang's sword. I didn't expect this kid had such a hidden card. But what can he do even if he has mastered the killer move of breaking the body with qi and blood? His speed is not as fast as mine. His long sword will definitely fall on Su Cheng first. Thinking of this, the third-rank cult member also raised his long sword and dropped it towards Su Cheng's head. The speed was faster than Su Cheng's knife. He saw the long sword in his hand take the lead and reach Su Cheng's head. The third-rank cultist showed a smug smile on his face. This blow will surely split Su Cheng in half. He thought happily in his heart. But the next second, he suddenly felt a huge resistance on his sword. The falling speed slowed down instantly. At this time, Su Cheng's knife had surpassed the knife of the third-grade cultist and hit his head first. There was a muffled sound. Su Cheng's bloody long sword chopped directly from the top of the cult's head to his feet, cutting him in half. Spiritual master. One last thought emerged in the mind of this third-rank cult member. Then my consciousness fell into complete darkness. Escape. When Qin Haiming saw Su Cheng chop the third-grade cultist in half with one knife, his smile froze instantly. He shouted loudly and his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A blood shadow instantly broke through the blood mist and disappeared into the air. The body of the cult priest also exploded at the same time. A blood shadow emerged from the blood mist and then disappeared into the air. When the remaining cultists saw that the bishop and the priest had run away, they were so frightened that they immediately turned around and ran away. As soon as they turned around, they were killed on the spot by human warriors who seized the opportunity. At this point, The blood god cult's hunting operation was completely defeated. Except for Qin Hyaming and the priest who turned into blood mist and escaped, everyone died in the gymnasium. Li Jin stopped the circulation of qi and blood. The flames on his body went out directly, and his magma-like skin slowly returned to normal. The momentum that was originally at the peak of the 7th rank quickly declined. Soon it dropped from the 7th grade to the 6th grade. Li Jin didn't care at all about his falling realm. He looked at Su Cheng with shock. Killing a 3rd rank warrior at a non-warrior level. This combat power is simply incredible. In Su Cheng, he seemed to see the hope of mankind. He had a strong premonition that the century-long oppression of humans by alien races would end completely with Su Cheng's generation. On the other side, Yuan Wu also looked at Su Cheng with disbelief. With the cultivation level of a non-warrior, he directly killed a 3rd-grade warrior. Su Cheng's fighting ability was completely beyond his understanding. This was the first time he had seen such a horrific record. At this moment, all the warriors in the martial arts hall were dumbfounded. If I told others about this crazy record, I'm afraid no one would believe it. But it actually happened right under their noses. For a moment, they felt themselves in a trance. I even began to suspect that everything that happened today was a dream. I don't know how long it took for everyone to come to their senses. With the end of this cult hunt, the martial arts competition was also announced to be over. Affected by this incident, the award ceremony was directly canceled. The points rewards obtained by Su Cheng will be directly deposited into his martial arts account. At the same time, the bodies of the evil cult warriors killed this time were also taken away by the authorities, and Su Cheng obtained a large number of martial arts points. In addition to martial arts points, another gain made Su Cheng even more satisfied. Available source, 5,328. Looking at the data in his mind, Su Cheng was very excited. Originally, he planned to apply to go to the Rift World to hunt aliens and earn points after the martial arts competition. There is no need to rush now. Use these points to improve your strength first. Su Cheng said goodbye to Zhao Huaid and left the martial arts hall alone. After contacting his parents, Su Cheng expressed his gratitude to the girl who protected his parents during their retreat. Then he returned home, eager to improve his strength. The first thing is to try to break the last limit of the human body and become a true warrior. Chapter 40 Breakthrough to become a formal warrior. You inject 100 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood remain unchanged, but your aptitude is improved. You injected 200 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood remain unchanged, but your aptitude has improved. You injected 500 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood remained unchanged, but your aptitude improved. You inject 500 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood increase by 4. Su Cheng consumed nearly 2,000 points of origin and finally broke the 3rd extreme barrier in his body. In an instant, he felt that the blood in his body was boiling like boiling water. I don't know how long it took, but the boiling blood slowly calmed down. The quality of qi and blood was improved again, and the power became stronger than before. Break the human body limit 3 times, and you can at least become a 9th grade, and even have a chance to reach the Emperor realm. Su Cheng felt extremely excited. With such a heaven-defying system in hand, Su Cheng believed that he would be able to become an emperor in a few years. The air was filled with a pungent, sour smell. Only then did Su Cheng realize that there was a thick layer of dirt on his skin. He quickly went to the bathroom to take a shower. After the dirt was washed away, he found that his skin had become as crystal clear as white jade. After washing, I looked in the mirror and found that I not only became more handsome, but also had an indescribable temperament. Coming out of the bathroom, Su Cheng planned to increase his qi and blood to the limit again, and then temper his acupuncture points to break through as a warrior in one fell swoop. So he continued to inject the origin into his body. You inject 20 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood increase by 1. You inject 100 points of essence into your body. After evolution, your qi and blood increase by 5. Qi and blood, 130. Qi and blood once again reached the limit for non-warriors. Next, you just need to use qi and blood to temper any acupuncture point in your body to become a formal warrior. There are 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians in the human body, a total of 20 meridians. There are countless acupoints distributed along each meridian. The energy of human qi and blood is usually stored in these acupoints. Before becoming a warrior, the acupoints are closed. If you want to open the valve of the acupoint, you need enough qi and blood to temper the acupoint. When you first start to temper an acupoint, You need at least 100 points of Qi and blood. After humans activate their Qi and blood, the maximum amount of Qi and blood that can be increased through special training methods is exactly 100 points. Once an acupuncture point is successfully tempered, the closed valve can be opened. At that time, a large amount of Qi and blood will be released from the acupuncture points. These Qi and blood will flow through the meridians, constantly nourishing the human body and giving humans extraordinary power, especially through practicing martial arts, absorbing various elements between heaven and earth, and integrating them into the blood. One can burst out with astonishing destructive power. Su Cheng mobilized his Qi and blood and began to temper the acupoints. At the same time, inject the origin into it. You injected 1 point of essence into the acupoints during the refining process. After evolution, the refining progress increased by 1%. You injected 10 points of essence into the acupoints during the process of tempering. After evolution, the tempering progress increased by 10%. You injected 89 points of essence into the acupoints during the process of tempering. After evolution, the tempering progress increased by 89%. With the help of the origin, Su Cheng only took a few dozen seconds to successfully refine the first one. In an instant, the acupoint valve opened, and a large amount of Qi and blood flowed into the body from the acupoint. Qi and blood, 140. Seeing that tempering one acupoint increased his Qi and blood by 10 points, Su Cheng felt extremely excited and immediately began to temper the second acupoint. You injected 1 point of essence into the acupoints during the process of tempering. After evolution, the tempering progress increased by 0.6%. You injected 10 points of essence into the acupoints during the process of tempering. After evolution, the tempering progress increased by 6%. You injected 159 points of essence into the acupoints during the refining process. After evolution, the refining progress increased by 95%. Qi and blood, 152. The second acupoint was tempered, this time increasing Qi and blood by 12 points. And the source of energy he consumed also increased by 70%. In other words, if you want to quickly refine the acupoints, the more time you go on, the more essence you will consume. I feel like the origin is simply not enough. Su Cheng sighed, and then began to temper the third acupoint. After he finished tempering the third acupuncture point, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. It's like a balloon that has too much air in it and is about to burst. In such a short period of time, the amount of Qi and blood increased by more than 30 points, causing the body to be unable to bear it. It seems that it takes some time for Qi and blood to nourish the body. Only after your body's strength catches up can you continue to temper the acupoints. Qi and blood, 167. Su Cheng stopped tempering the acupoints, looked at the data in his mind, and then began to improve his mental strength. When he was fighting against the third-rank evil cult warrior, mental strength played a decisive role. Don't be fooled by the fact that he killed the third-grade warrior very easily. In fact, it was very dangerous at that time. If he hadn't used his mental power to slow down the falling speed of the long sword in the hands of the third-grade cultist, he took the initiative to kill the third-rank cultist, and he was the one who died at that time. Therefore, when improving your strength, you must prioritize improving your mental strength. You injected 235 points of essence into Tianqin. After evolution, Spirit plus 47. Spirit, 167. After increasing his mental strength to the limit, Su Cheng took out the E-grade alloy knife and the alloy materials he bought at the martial arts mall last time from the storage box. Decided to try to use the origin to upgrade the level of this knife. After he killed the third-rank cultist with this knife, a huge gash appeared on the blade, so it needs to be repaired first. You injected 10 points of essence into the E-grade alloy knife. After it was integrated into the E-grade alloy material, it evolved and the repair was completed. The repaired alloy knife becomes as good as new. Then Su Cheng tried to upgrade the level of this alloy knife. You inject 3 points of essence into the E-grade alloy knife. After integrating into the E-grade alloy material, it evolves and the quality increases by 1%. Alloy knife, E-level, 1%. You injected 297 essence points into the E-grade alloy knife. After integrating into the E-grade alloy material, it evolved and its quality increased by 95%. Alloy knife, D-level. The upgrade is complete. Su Cheng weighed the D-alloy knife and found that apart from becoming much heavier, there were no other changes. Generally speaking, a D-grade alloy knife is sufficient to deal with warriors within the third rank or aliens of the same level. Then Su Cheng took out the E-level combat uniform and continued to improve the quality. You injected 658 essence points into the E-level combat suit. After integrating it into the E-level alloy material, it evolved and its quality increased by 100%. Combat Uniform, D-level. After completing the equipment upgrade, Su Cheng took a look at the remaining origin. Available source, 1256. Originally, he was planning to raise the levels of several martial arts. Unfortunately, the origin is not enough. He wanted to use the remaining essence to temper a few more acupoints. The rest can only be improved when I earn enough essence next time. Su Cheng rested for a while, and after his body strength caught up, he continued to temper his acupoints. The 4th, 5th, 6th. A month later, Su Cheng had completed the tempering of all 9 acupoints on the Shaoyin heart meridian of the hand. Chapter 41 Trial begins. The source is exhausted and the improvement comes to an end. Su Cheng glanced at the information in his mind. Qi and blood, 331. Spirit, 235. One sword slash, Shin perfection. Basic control, yellow perfect. Light and shadow step, yellow perfection. Swift wind step, yellow perfection. Vajra Kung Fu, yellow perfection. Available source, 168. Originally, he wanted to increase his mental power to the limit, but unfortunately his source was not enough. All I can do now is wait until the college entrance exam is over, and then participate in the trials at the Oriental Martial Academy to earn more essence. Time flies, and another half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, high school students across the country took the Martial Arts College entrance examination. In order to experience the atmosphere of the college entrance examination, Su Cheng also went to participate. However, according to the agreement between him and Oriental Martial Arts Academy, he did not reveal his true strength and only got a mediocre score. Not long after the college entrance examination, Tianze called him and informed him that the trial of Oriental Martial Arts Academy had officially begun and asked him to wait at home. The next morning, a young man drove a commercial vehicle to the villa to pick him up. Su Cheng got in the car and drove all the way to Xingqing Airport. After arriving at the airport, we boarded a helicopter and flew for more than 2 hours to a remote primeval forest. A base was built deep in the primeval forest. The helicopter landed on the helipad in front of the base. After Su Cheng got off the plane, a soldier in military combat uniform came over. He asked directly, "What's your name and which school are you from?" "Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, Su Cheng." Su Cheng spoke. Hearing this, the soldier pressed the button on his watch, and a white light was projected into the air, forming a virtual screen. After entering Su Cheng's name on the screen, an information box popped up quickly, recording Su Cheng's basic information and a high-definition photo. "Come with me." After confirming Su Cheng's identity, the soldier turned and walked towards the base. Su Cheng followed closely behind. There were 2 military warriors guarding the gate of the base. After entering the base, we walked through an empty training ground and came to a building about 10 meters high. There was another identity check at the entrance of the building, and they were allowed in only after confirmation that there were no problems. The soldier took Su Cheng to the hall and turned away. At this time, nearly 100 high school graduates who came to participate in the trial gathered in the hall. These students are the top talents among the 18 cities in Jiangzhou. As Su Cheng approached, a boy came towards him and asked with a smile, "Classmate, do you want to know some inside information about the trial? Tell me about it." Su Cheng asked curiously. "Just join our team and I'll tell you." The boy continued. "Okay." Su Cheng nodded and agreed without hesitation. For him, joining a team is more beneficial than fighting alone. Tianze told him at the time that the content of the trial was to kill aliens. If you have teammates, you can ask them to help pull the monsters. Killing aliens this way is much more efficient than fighting alone. "Come with me." The boy took Su Cheng directly to a corner of the hall. There were already 30 or so students gathered there. "What's the inside story? Are you going to tell me?" Seeing that the boy was still pulling people in, someone spoke impatiently. "You tricked so many of us here and didn't tell us anything. What do you mean by that?" Another person spoke up in dissatisfaction. The others began to blame the boy. "Don't worry, wait until I get a few more people, and I'll tell you the inside story of this trial. You will definitely be grateful to me." The boy smiled mysteriously, and when he saw someone else coming in through the gate, he immediately ran over. Although everyone was very dissatisfied with the boy, they did not leave for the sake of inside information. After a while, the boy came over with a few students who were going to take the test, and then said to everyone, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Jun, and I'm from Chengdu. My brother applied to the Oriental Martial Arts Academy last year, and after being admitted, he also participated in this trial. He told me that the content of the trial was to kill monsters. There is a space crack here, leading to the crack world. However, it is not a real crack world. but a small world that exists independently, which is called a secret realm. There are a large number of inherited beasts kept in captivity. At this point, the group of high school students suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's actually a heritage beast. This is not easy to kill." It seems that this trial is a bit difficult. The strength of inherited beasts is generally stronger than that of human warriors. Whether it's defense, speed, or attack power, it's one level higher than ordinary monsters. More importantly, the inherited beast is born with an innate skill that is extremely powerful. Normally, it takes 2 or 3 warriors of the same level to kill a heritage beast. My brother said that the content of the trial is very simple. It's just about who kills the most monsters. The monsters we kill can be used as our trophies and exchanged for credits at the Martial Academy. In addition, the top 10 students can receive credit rewards. The most important point is that students are not prohibited from fighting during the trial. Wang Jun paused when he spoke here. There was an uproar among the crowd. Everyone grasped the key information in an instant. If students are not prohibited from fighting, won't they be able to snatch the spoils from each other? The inheritance beast is the enemy, and the people who participate in the trial are also the enemy. If you do this, the strong ones can steal the monsters killed by others, while the weak ones may end up with nothing. Many people's faces turned pale when they thought about what would happen if students were not prohibited from fighting. Although everyone's college entrance examination scores met the admission standards of Oriental Martial Arts Academy, but not everyone has the actual combat ability. In order to be admitted to the 4 holy academies, some students tried their best to strengthen their chi and blood, but ignored their practical combat ability, resulting in a very low practical level. When encountering someone with strong combat ability, they are no match at all. Even if you kill the monster, you will only be making things difficult for others in the end. Everyone should be very clear about what will happen if students are not prohibited from fighting. There are differences between geniuses. Some people's college entrance examination scores are just above the admission line. Some geniuses have already broken through to the 2nd level, mastered powerful martial arts, and even possessed various incredible talents. Once you are targeted by these monsters, not only will you gain nothing, you may even end up seriously injured. I, Wang Jun, am at the peak of the 1st rank and have mastered 2 minor martial arts. I think I'm pretty strong. But compared to those monsters, it's nothing. I advise everyone not to be blindly confident, as some monsters are more powerful than you can imagine. So, I suggest that we all unite and form an alliance. Not only can you hunt more monsters, but you can also protect your spoils from being snatched away by those monsters. In the end, Wang Jun stated his purpose. Chapter 42, They are all monsters. I agree to form an alliance. I agree. Count me in. When everyone heard this, they felt that what Wang Jun said made a lot of sense. Some students who were not confident in their abilities immediately agreed. What's the point of banding together as a group of weaklings? I can kill all of you by myself? Suddenly, a very arrogant voice sounded. I saw a boy with dark skin, a scar on the right side of his face, and an extremely fierce look, looking at everyone with disdain. There was a strong, murderous aura emanating from this man. Some students who usually only exercised their chi and blood and had no practical ability felt uneasy when they were glanced at by this man. Just by looking at his eyes, you can tell that this student must have seen blood frequently. If you don't want to stick together, you can just go away. Why are you being so arrogant here? A tall boy said dissatisfiedly. Students who can be admitted to Oriental Martial Arts Academy are all talented. They are among the best in their respective schools. It is natural to feel very uncomfortable to hear such arrogant remarks. The boy with the scar fixed his eyes on the tall boy, with a creepy smile on his face. Walk step by step to the tall boy. She turned her head and put her ear close to the boy, pretending not to hear anything, and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again?" "I told you to get out. Did you hear me?" The tall boy was not afraid at all. He raised his head and said proudly, "I am at the top of the 1st rank and ranked 1st in Yuanqing in the college entrance examination. How could I be afraid of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the boy with the scar suddenly stretched out a hand, spread his 5 fingers, grabbed the tall boy's face, and pressed it down suddenly at an extremely fast speed. Before the tall boy could react, his body fell backwards instantly, and his head was pressed directly to the ground. The concrete floor collapsed instantly, and cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. The scarred boy let go of his hand, squatted in front of the tall boy, put his hand on his ear, and asked again, "What did you say just now?" I. There was deep fear in the eyes of the tall boy. He hesitated for a long time, but finally did not dare to speak again. Just at that moment, he felt an extremely violent energy and blood force on the scarred boy's fingers. He had no doubt that if the boy with the scar used a little more force, he would be able to crush his head. Seeing the tall boy admit defeat, the scarred boy stood up, swept his eyes across the faces of everyone present again, and said arrogantly, "I say everyone here is trash. Does anyone have any objections?" The whole place was silent, and no one dared to speak. Although everyone felt aggrieved, they were all very clear about how terrifying this boy with the scar was. With just one move, he defeated a top-level warrior without any ability to resist. His realm is most likely that of a second-grade warrior. Moreover, that move just now smashed the ground like this, but did not hurt the opponent at all. The control over chi and blood has reached the level of perfection. The students present thought they couldn't do it. This guy is most likely the monster student that Wang Jun mentioned. To open your mouth to refute him would be to humiliate yourself. Su Cheng stood aside and watched the excitement, with no interest in standing up and confronting anyone. He just wanted the trial to start quickly so that he could kill more monsters and earn more origin. I have no interest in fighting with a little brat. Seeing that no one dared to speak, the boy with the scar smiled contemptuously, turned around and left the crowd. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said to everyone, "Please kill more monsters, and I will come to you to take them. I hope you will be sensible and avoid getting hurt." After saying that, he strode away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the boy with the scar walk away. At this time, someone said in an extremely angry voice, "This guy is too arrogant. If I wasn't afraid of consuming too much energy and blood, which would be detrimental to the trial, I would definitely stand up and fight him. You should be glad that you didn't stand up." This guy is called Lu Xiao, a high-level second-grade warrior. He has broken the limits of the human body twice, mastered 2 great martial arts, and once killed a 3rd-grade monster. Do you think you are his opponent? Another boy spoke up. The boy who spoke before smiled awkwardly and chose to remain silent. Everyone looked shocked when they heard this. Most of the students present were only at the upper level of the first rank. Those with weaker strength are only in the middle of the first rank, and their chi and blood have just reached the admission line of the Oriental Martial Academy. The strongest one is only at the peak of the first rank. Even so, he is already the most outstanding student in every martial arts school in every city. It is hard to imagine how abnormal these people are who became middle-level second-grade people from high school, broke the human body's limits twice, and practiced 2 martial arts to the great perfection level. Oh my god, I remember Lu Xiao's college entrance examination score was only ranked 7th in Jiangzhou? What kind of monsters are those who ranked ahead of him? Someone in the crowd wailed. Lu Xiao is indeed very strong, but compared to the monsters before him, he is just, as far as I know, among the top 3 students in Jiangzhou in terms of college entrance examination scores, 2 applied for Oriental Martial Arts Academy. Those 2 are the real perverts. At this time Wang Jun spoke. Who are these 2 people? Someone asked curiously. Everyone looked at Wang Jun with curiosity. Tan Xian ranked 3rd, and Lu Zhangting, the top scorer in the Jiangzhou College entrance examination. Wang Jun said, "Oh my god, Lu Zhangting has also applied for the Eastern Martial Arts Academy? That's it. He and I go to the same school, and his father is a powerful war god. His strength has reached the peak of the 2nd level, breaking the limit of the human body and mastering 2 mysterious level martial arts. All the equipment on his body is made of A-grade alloy. When I was in high school, I often went to the Rift World for training and even killed a 3rd-level inheritance beast. The strength is terrifying. I guess all of us combined wouldn't be enough to defeat him alone." A student from the same school as Lu Zhangting said with despair on his face. "I know Tan Xian. I'm in the same class with her. She is also a peak 2nd-grade warrior. She comes from a martial arts family. She practices Shin-level martial arts, and her equipment is all A-level alloy. He has also broken a human limit, and is also a spiritualist, and his combat power is not inferior to Lu Zhangting at all." Another student in the same class as Tan Xian also spoke up. "Oh my god, they are all so strong? What's the point of playing? I would like to ask, if students are not prohibited from fighting, what is the point of us participating in this trial? That's right. No matter how many monsters we kill, we will still be helping others in the end, right? Facing these monsters, it's useless even if we form an alliance, right?" Hearing that there were 2 such perverted monsters in this trial, the group felt extremely depressed. Wang Jun was also dumbfounded when he heard this. He knew that 2 of the top 3 students in the college entrance examination participated in the trial, but I didn't expect that they were so powerful. if either of these two men came to grab their loot. It really seems like there's no point in them forming an alliance. Chapter 43 Su Cheng assists. Although forming an alliance may not necessarily work, it never hurts to try. Most of us here do not have the ability to kill a heritage beast of the same level alone, so we must work together to kill the monster. My brother told me that even if the monsters you kill are snatched away, as long as you have killed them, you can still get credits as rewards. Wang Jun spoke up. If I can earn credits for killing monsters, that's fine. I can just consider it as a way to gain some practical combat experience. I think it's great to be able to fight against monsters. Normally, we don't have many opportunities to practice like this. How exactly do we form an alliance? A group of students slowly accepted the reality and started asking questions. My suggestion is that we form teams of 3 to 5 people based on individual strength. At the beginning of the training, each team should hunt monsters separately, and they should not be too far away from each other, so that each team can provide support at any time. Wang Jun said, "Agree. That's fine with me. Let's start dividing into teams." Everyone agreed with Wang Jun's plan. Everyone please report your respective realms. Wang Jun said, I am in the middle of the first rank. I am also in the middle of the first rank. I am a high-ranking official. The peak of the first rank. I am a first-level player. Su Cheng reported his own realm. Because he consumed too much essence and time in his non-warrior period, he was only able to refine 9 acupoints after breaking through to become a warrior. His realm is still at the initial stage of the first grade, lower than that of everyone present. When everyone heard that Su Cheng only had the strength of the initial stage of the first rank, they all looked at him in disbelief. The admission score for Oriental Martial Arts Academy is 180 points of Qi and blood. The warrior who had just broken through to the middle stage of the first rank had just reached 180 Qi and blood. A first-grade beginner warrior. He didn't even reach the minimum admission score, right? How did he get in? Could it be that he used connections to get in through the back door? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt a bit of contempt in their hearts. After all the realms have been reported, everyone starts to form teams freely. Since Su Cheng's realm was the lowest among all the people, no one was willing to team up with him. In the end, everyone had formed a team, and only Su Cheng was left. Seeing this, Su Cheng decided to show everyone some of his strength. After all, he still wants these people to pull monsters for him. But how can he do that without convincing strength? He was about to speak when Wang Jun suddenly said to him, "Join our team and help us attract the attention of the monsters." Wang Jun's team currently has 3 people, and all of them are at the peak of the first level. They are the strongest in this temporary alliance. The inherited beasts are very powerful, and usually require 2 or 3 warriors of the same level to work together to kill them. The most common way of hunting is for one person to attract the attention of the monster. The others took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and quickly killed the monster. The 3 members of Wang Jun's team are all at the top of the first rank and have equal strength. Everyone definitely wants to be the output, and no one wants to be the auxiliary that attracts the attention of the monster. So Wang Jun simply invited Su Cheng to join the team to help them attract the attention of the monsters. Although the strength of the first-grade beginner is a little lacking, it is still no problem to just attract the attention of the monster. Regarding Wang Jun's invitation, the other 2 members of the team had no objection. Everyone wanted to be the output, so letting Su Cheng attract the monster's attention was exactly what they wanted. At worst, I can give him some credits later. Okay. Su Cheng nodded. Since you have already joined the team, there is no need to rush to show your strength. It will not be too late to show it after entering the secret realm. Let's get to know each other. I think everyone knows my name. Wang Jun spoke up. My name is Fang Peng. My name is Lu Zixuan. My name is Wu Changding. My name is Su Cheng. Everyone introduced their names to each other. Fang Peng was the student who was pinned to the ground by Lu Xiao before. Lu Zixuan is a girl with good looks. Wu Changding is tall and thin, looking like a weak scholar. After everyone got to know each other, they chatted while waiting for the trial to begin. After a while, a soldier came over and notified everyone to assemble. Everyone lined up to complete. At the front of the line stood a middle-aged man in military uniform. Behind the middle-aged man stood several Dongwu instructors. Among them was Tian Zhe, who invited Su Cheng last time. The middle-aged man in his 40s in military uniform at the front suddenly spoke. Hello, students. My name is Zhang Hui, and I am the warrior responsible for guarding this secret realm. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on being admitted to Oriental Martial Arts Academy. They are all the top talents among the 18 cities in Jiangzhou and the future pillars of mankind. Sooner or later, one day, you will enter the crack world and fight with alien races. Strong combat capability and rich combat experience are the basis for your survival in the Rift world. The purpose of this trial is to train your combat abilities. Zhang Hui gave a brief opening speech. Then let's get straight to the point and start introducing the trial rules. This trial is mainly about hunting monsters. In the Secret Realm, a trial area has been allocated for you, which contains a large number of inheritance beasts. Among them, there are 500 first-level inheritance beasts, 100 second-level inheritance beasts, and 33rd level inheritance beasts. Every time you kill a heritage beast, you will get corresponding credits. The first level is worth 1 point, the second level is worth 3 points, and the third level is worth 10 points. The trial ends when all monsters in the trial area die. Do you all understand the rules? Zhang Tao swept his eyes over the students and asked loudly, "I understand." The students answered in unison. "Next, I will give you some combat equipment." Zhang Hui spoke again, and soon a soldier walked up to the crowd and began distributing storage boxes. In the storage box, there is an E-level alloy knife, a set of E-level combat uniforms, 3 chi and blood pills, a bottle of Lingchuang powder, and a multifunctional combat watch. It will be taken back after the trial is over. If you have better equipment, you can use it. There are no restrictions on the Taboo side. The soldier introduced them while distributing weapons. The market price of this set of equipment is nearly 3 million, and many students cannot afford it, so it is distributed uniformly by Taboo. After the combat equipment was distributed, the soldier took out the combat watch. There are 2 buttons on the combat watch, Map and Rescue. Press the Map button and a virtual screen will be projected. The soldier pressed the Map button while introducing himself. A virtual screen was immediately projected in front. There are 2 light spots on the screen. The blue light spot represents your position, and the red light spot represents the position of the monster. There is a red warning line on the map. Inside the warning line is the area where you will be training this time. The area outside the cordon is a dangerous area. The monsters there are all above level 4. Once you cross the cordon, your life or death is at your own risk. If you encounter danger during the trial, you can press the rescue button and a warrior will come to rescue you. Pressing the rescue button means giving up the trial. In addition, the trial does not prohibit students from fighting, but they are not allowed to intentionally cause harm to lives. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Do you understand everything? The soldier spoke loudly to the students. "I understand." Everyone answered in unison. Set off. Chapter 44, Joining in the Fun. Everyone, follow me. The soldier finished speaking and walked deeper into the hall. A group of students followed closely behind. Everyone walked out of the hall, passed through a long corridor, and came to a tightly closed alloy door. The soldier took out his access card and swiped it against the metal device on the wall, and threw fingerprint and face recognition on the device. Finally, the door slowly opened. Everyone walked into the door. What comes into view is an empty room that is more than 10 meters high. The room is completely enclosed, with no gaps except the alloy door at the entrance. The surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor are all made of grade A alloy. In the center of the room, there is a 3-meter-high step. There is a space crack above the steps that is nearly 15 meters high and 5 meters wide. There was a dazzling light flashing around the crack. The inside of the crack was pitch black, like a black hole. This is a space crack. Once you step into it, you will enter another world. There are tens of thousands of such space cracks on Blue Star. The space inside is closed, which we call a secret realm. Some secret spaces are desolate and dead places. Some are similar to Blue Star, with mountains and water, and growing all kinds of natural treasures. This secret realm in front of us is used to keep various inheritance beasts in captivity for Dongwu students to train. The soldier began to introduce. In the team, Su Cheng's face was full of curiosity. I had been taught knowledge about the crack world by professional teachers in junior high school. There are 2 types of rift worlds. One is a closed small world, called a secret realm, which is equivalent to a paradise for human beings. The danger inside is relatively small, and all kinds of natural treasures grow there. It is said that many ancient warrior families live in secret realms. The other is a world that is countless times more vast than the Blue Planet. There live countless races and all kinds of unknown and mysterious things. The greatest crisis facing humanity comes from there. Everyone line up and enter one by one. There will be people inside to meet you. The soldier continued. The student at the front, feeling nervous and expectant, raised his leg and stepped into the space crack, disappearing into the darkness. One student after another followed, and soon it was Su Cheng's turn. Su Cheng stepped in and felt like he was passing through a thin layer of black fog. The next second, He arrived at an alloy house that was exactly the same as the previous one. Next to the space crack stood another soldier wearing military combat uniform. After everyone came in, the soldier walked down the steps, came to the alloy door and opened it. "Everyone follow me," the soldier said, walking out of the alloy house first. "Also walk through the long corridor, come to the hall, and continue walking forward." After leaving the hall, everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky was gray, and the surroundings were shrouded in gray fog. The visual range is extremely low, and nothing can be seen beyond 100 meters. The soldier led everyone out of the base. Pointing at the gray fog ahead, he said to everyone, "Go straight ahead, about 500 meters, there is a forest. That is where you will train. Remember to press the rescue button immediately if you encounter irresistible danger. Good luck to you," the soldier said and turned back to the base. Some students felt very depressed when they saw the whole sky and earth covered in gray. Stand still and adjust your mindset. Some students rushed forward quickly, and their figures soon disappeared in the gray fog ahead. "Let's go too." Wang Jun took a deep breath and said to the team members. Everyone nodded and walked into the gray fog. On the other side, in the base lounge, Zhang Hui and a group of master instructors from the Oriental Martial Arts Academy were drinking tea leisurely. "Old Zhang, you are living a good life." A tutor took a sip of tea and joked with a smile. "I stay in this deep forest every day. I can't go anywhere. I'm almost out of my mind. How about you switch with me?" Zhang Hui said, cursing. "No, I can't get used to this kind of leisurely life. I'd rather go to the Rift World and kill a few more aliens." The instructor waved his hands repeatedly. Zhang Hui smiled. He just said that. He didn't really want to change. He had been stationed here for nearly 3 years and had long been accustomed to this kind of reclusive life. "I usually practice martial arts and drink tea, and my life is quite comfortable. It's a pity that after this year, he will have to replace someone else." After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Hui asked, "How is the quality of this year's freshman?" "Not bad. I won the top spot in Jiangzhou's college entrance examination this year," one of the instructors said very proudly. "Mr. Zhang, that's great. How strong is this top scorer in the college entrance examination?" Zhang Hui asked curiously. "Very strong. He is already a peak second-grade warrior and has mastered 2 profound-level great success techniques. He has also broken the human body's limit. It will be no problem for him to take first place in the trial. I spent a lot of money to bring him to Dongwu." Old Zhang Yuanqing took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Lu Zhangting may not be able to take first place. The one I recruited, Tan Xian, is much stronger than him." A female tutor named Chen Xiaoming spoke up. Tan Xian's college entrance examination score was only 3rd in Jiangzhou. How could she be better than Lu Zhangting? "Teacher Chen, you think too much." Zhang Yuanqing shook his head and said with a smile, "Tan Xian is also a peak second-grade warrior. Besides, the college entrance examination tests qi and blood, and Tan Xian is a spiritualist." Chen Xiaoming continued, "Haha, the psychic master is indeed very strong, but for a warrior with strong willpower, he is just that strong." Zhang Yuanqing said, "You two don't have to fight. Neither Lu Zhangting nor Tan Xian can take first place. The first place belongs to Su Cheng." Tianze suddenly spoke. "Old Tian, why are you joining in the fun? The students recruited by Teacher Chen and I ranked 1st and 3rd in Jiangzhou respectively. As far as I know, except for Lu Xiao, who ranked 7th in Jiangzhou in the college entrance examination, all the others who participated in the trial today were outside the top 10. Where does the Su Cheng you were talking about rank?" Zhang Yuanqing said with a disapproving smile. "Lu Zhangting and Tan Xinka are both famous geniuses in Jiangzhou. He had never even heard of the name Su Cheng, so how powerful could he be? College entrance exam scores are not the only criterion for evaluating one's ability. Just wait and see if you don't believe me." Tianze said with a smile and didn't intend to continue arguing. He had just learned about Su Cheng's latest battle record from Zhou Mu some time ago. With the realm of a non-warrior, he killed dozens of second-grade, hundreds of first-grade, and 1 third-grade evil cult warrior. This record is simply outrageous. Just now in the hall, he carefully sensed Su Cheng's qi and blood. "I discovered that Su Cheng is now a formal warrior. His fighting ability was so strong when he was not a warrior. He must be even more terrifying after becoming a formal warrior." Chapter 45. Instant Inheritance Beast. If fighting alone, Su Cheng may not be stronger than Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian. But if it comes to who kills more monsters, these two people are definitely no match for Su Cheng. When Tianze thought of Su Cheng's abnormal recovery ability, his heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He believed that when the trial was over and the results were calculated, Su Cheng's performance would definitely surprise everyone. Since you are so confident in the students you recruit, do you dare to take a gamble? Seeing the three people arguing, Zhang Hui suddenly made a suggestion. How do you bet? Zhang Yuanqing asked with interest. Chen Xiaoming and Tian Zhe also looked at Zhang Hui. Everyone give 1,000 martial arts points. Whoever recruits the student who wins first place will get the points. Zhang Hui said with a smile. I'm fine. Zhang Yuanqing said confidently. Let's bet. Chen Xiaoming showed no sign of weakness. I agree. Tian Zhe also nodded, and then said, but I have a suggestion. Whoever takes first place will get the credits. Of course. Without you telling me, I will give the points I won to Lu Zhangting. Qing Yuanqing looked as if he was sure of winning. Chen Xiaoming also nodded, indicating that she had no objection. 1,000 points are only worth 10 million Chinese yuan. For master-level warriors like them, it is just a matter of killing a few monsters. No one cares about this little money. Since everyone agrees, I will be the notary. You can deposit your points with me first, and I will transfer them to the first-place winner when the results come out. Zhang Hui took out his mobile phone, opened his personal martial arts account, clicked on the payment code, and placed it on the coffee table. Tian Zhe and the other two took out their mobile phones and directly transferred their martial arts points to Zhang Hui's account. They should have entered the Misty Forest by now, right? Who will get the 3,000 points? It's really exciting. There was some anticipation in Zhang Hui's eyes. Tian Zhe, Zhang Yuanqing, and Chen Xiaoming all hoped that the trial would end soon. Look at the students they recruit and see who is the strongest. Rift World, outside the base. Su Cheng and his companions kept walking forward and soon saw a forest in front of them. The trees in the forest block out the sun and are densely distributed. Each tree is nearly 100 meters tall and more than 3 meters in diameter. The huge branches spread out, blocking the faint light from the sky, making the forest look very dark. Wang Jun opened the map, looked at the red light spots nearby, then found a target, walked into the forest, and ran straight towards the light spot where the target was. While running, he reminded Su Cheng, Su Cheng, I will tell you how to attract the monster's attention. Just stand 100 meters away from the monster and yell. The monster will definitely chase you when it sees you. Just run as fast as you can. Don't let the monster catch up. Otherwise, with your strength, you will definitely die. Don't worry, the monster will definitely not be able to catch up with me. Su Cheng said with a smile. Everyone moved forward quickly, and soon they saw a monster not far away with its head down, digging up a small mound of earth on the ground. This monster is about the same size as an adult pig and looks very cute. The body is smooth and hairless. His whole body was covered with strange lines, which flashed with a faint light. It's Thundermon. Lu Zixuan let out a cry of surprise. This was the first time she saw a living Thundermon. She had only seen it in textbooks before. The other teammates also showed deep curiosity on their faces as they stared at the monster not far away that was covered with strange patterns. The Thunder Beast's defense is very strong, about the same as a second-grade human warrior. The inherited skill is the ability to release a bolt of lightning, which is extremely powerful. We can't fight him head-on, we have to attack from the side, attacking his weak spot in the abdomen. Wang Jun spoke in a serious tone. Although Thundermon looks cute, its attack power is extremely strong. Once struck by the lightning he releases, even a peak first-grade cultivator would be seriously injured. Wang Jun looked at Su Cheng and solemnly warned him, Su Cheng, go and lure the Thunder Beast over here. Be sure to pay attention to its lightning attack. Fang Peng, Lu Zixuan, Wu Changding and I will ambush in the bushes. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he found that Su Cheng was already walking towards the Thunder Beast step by step. The three of them quickly crawled into a haystack nearby and nervously stared at Su Cheng's back, waiting for him to lure the monster over. I have to say that Su Cheng is quite courageous. He doesn't seem nervous at all when facing the Thunder Beast. Fang Peng suddenly laughed. Several people nodded in agreement. It was the first time for them to enter the crack world and fight against monsters, so they felt very nervous. My heartbeat hasn't slowed down since the Rift world, and I can see obvious tension on my face. On the other hand, although Su Cheng is not very strong, he looks really calm. One has to admire that he has a strong heart. The three of them kept taking deep breaths, trying to ease the tension in their hearts, and their hands holding the alloy knives were full of sweat. Su Cheng walked towards the Thunder Beast while pressing the switch of the storage box and taking out a D-grade alloy knife. Then he started running, rushing towards the Thunder Beast, his speed getting faster and faster. When the people in the bushes behind saw Su Cheng's speed, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes. What a fast speed! Lu Zixuan exclaimed. She found that her speed, even when she ran at full speed, was not as fast as Su Cheng's. With Su Cheng's speed, we don't have to worry about him holding us back. Fang Peng also said with a smile. It seems that he is not that bad. His strength is stronger than I thought. Wu Changding nodded in approval. Although everyone agreed to let Su Cheng join the team, they looked down on him in their hearts. Although this is just a trial, it is also full of dangers when facing powerful inherited beasts. Wang Jun told everyone on the way that several students from his brother's class died in the trial. Having a strong teammate can greatly reduce the danger level. A warrior like Su Cheng, who is only at the initial stage of the first rank, must be very weak, and it is good enough that he does not hold back. If no one was willing to be an auxiliary to lure monsters, no one would want to team up with someone with such poor strength. While they were talking, Su Cheng had already rushed to 50 meters ahead of the Thunder Beast. Upon seeing this, Thunder Beast roared, and the patterns on its body instantly lit up, flashing with tiny flashes of electricity. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a finger and several meters long suddenly appeared in front of Su Cheng, accompanied by a loud bang. Su Cheng's body instantly moved sideways, avoiding the lightning attack, and continued to rush towards the Thunder Beast. The lightning struck the ground directly, creating a deep pit in the ground, and the vegetation inside suddenly caught fire. At this time, Su Cheng's figure had already come to the side of the Thunder Beast, and he raised his long sword and chopped it down suddenly. Puff! The long sword easily penetrated the body of the Thunder Beast, cutting it in half. The glowing lines on Lei Ming's hand dimmed instantly, and blood gushed out from the cut. Origin plus 29. Chapter 46. Calling everyone over. Su Cheng put the body of the Thunder Beast into the storage box and turned back. Wang Jun and the other two walked out from the bushes and looked at Su Cheng in amazement. I told you to lure the monster, but you killed it instantly with one strike? Didn't you say that you are a first-grade warrior? How could a first-level inherited beast be killed instantly with just one strike? You know, the strength of the inherited beast is much stronger than that of the warriors of the same level. This thundering beast is at least as powerful as a second-grade human warrior. Can a first-grade warrior kill a second-grade warrior with just one strike? I don't believe you. Brother Cheng, you are not the first level, right? Wang Jun asked somewhat embarrassedly. The name changed from Su Cheng to Brother Cheng. He always thought that Su Cheng was weak, but now they realized that Su Cheng's strength is stronger than all of them combined. At least, even if the three of them attacked together, they couldn't kill the Thunder Beast instantly with one strike. I am really a first-grade beginner, but my situation is a bit special. My chi and blood are a little more than that of a normal first-grade beginner. Su Cheng said with a smile. The chi and blood of a normal first-grade beginner warrior is only about 150, but his chi and blood has reached 331, about the same as an ordinary second-grade warrior. In addition, he broke the human body's limits 3 times, and his chi and blood underwent 3 qualitative changes, making him much more powerful than ordinary warriors. What's more, he has mastered the perfect realm profound level martial arts skill of one sword slash, and with a casual sword strike he can burst out 1/10 of his own blood and energy. Killing a first-level inherited beast is so easy. How is that possible? Lu Zixuan exclaimed. She couldn't believe it. If an ordinary second-grade warrior wants to kill a Thunder Beast, he needs to use all his energy and blood, and he cannot kill it instantly with one strike. If an ordinary second-grade warrior wants to kill this kind of inherited beast in one blow, he needs to master an attack-type martial art of the great perfection level. Su Cheng simply cut the Thunder Beast in half with one stroke of his sword. With such terrifying combat power, how could he be a first-grade beginner warrior? When Wu Changding heard Su Cheng's answer, he also showed a look of disbelief in his eyes. But he roughly guessed why Su Cheng was so strong. Nothing is impossible. Warriors are different from each other. Some warriors break the limits of the human body. Some warriors have innate precious bodies. Some warriors master advanced martial arts, and some warriors activate various innate abilities. Sometimes, even if they are at the same level, their combat effectiveness is vastly different. Wang Jun looked at Su Cheng with some awe. It is obvious that Su Cheng is a monster just like Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian. After hearing Wang Jun's explanation, Lu Zixuan also reacted. Although Su Cheng's realm is low, he is definitely a genius who possesses all kinds of incredible abilities. Lu Zixuan originally wanted to ask, since Su Cheng was so powerful, why did he want to form an alliance with them? But suddenly I thought that Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian were also geniuses with very strong fighting capabilities. The reason why Su Cheng formed an alliance with them was probably because he wanted to use them to fight against Lu Luzhengting and Tan Xian. After all, Su Cheng's realm is relatively low, and his combat power is definitely not as good as the other two. Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. With Su Cheng here, the monsters killed during this training might be saved. Wang Jun and Wu Changbing obviously thought of this as well and felt extremely excited. Brother Cheng, what should we do next? Wang Jun asked cautiously. Su Cheng is stronger than them, so naturally he has to hand over the command. I have a suggestion. Su Cheng smiled and said, you all go out and lure the monsters out and I'll kill them. This way it will be more efficient. Can I ask how to distribute it? Wang Jun asked with concern. They have no objection to attracting monsters, but they can't work for nothing. If the allocation ratio is too low, they would rather leave the team. 64. Su Cheng said. He didn't attach much importance to the corpse of the monster. The martial arts points I earned from killing the cultist last time are still in my account and are useless. Moreover, he does not need to use the corpses of these monsters to exchange for resources for cultivation. The Eastern Martial Arts Academy had promised him that it would provide all the resources needed to cultivate to the 9th level. If he lacks resources, he can get them directly from the Oriental Martial Arts Academy. What he cares about is the origin obtained from hunting monsters. This is the fundamental reason why he becomes stronger quickly. Besides, before entering the Rift World, the few of them had discussed the distribution ratio. Su Cheng lured the monster, and after it was killed, Su Cheng took 20%, and the other three shared the remaining 80%. They did not deliberately exploit Su Cheng. Su Cheng naturally wouldn't be too stingy. Okay, let's go lure the monster out now. When they heard this distribution plan, they all smiled with satisfaction. 40% is more than enough. With the speed at which Su Cheng killed the monsters, it would be no problem for each of them to lure out 10 monsters, so they can get 4 monsters each. It can be said that it completely exceeded their expectations. After all, with their strength, even if 3 of them joined forces, it would be considered good enough to kill 6 monsters. Now you just need to lure the monsters, and the monsters you earn are at least twice as much as before. They naturally felt very satisfied. Moreover, everyone originally came here with the mentality that the monster would be snatched away by Lu Zhongting and others. I just want to earn some points by killing people. Now that Su Cheng is here, their alliance has a high chance of keeping the spoils. In this way, their harvest will be even greater. Before, they didn't even dare to think about it. After the 3 of them finished talking, they opened the map, found the nearby red light spot, and left quickly. After a short while, the 3 of them attracted 3 first-level inherited beasts. Su Cheng rushed forward without saying a word and slashed the 3 monsters with his sword, instantly killing them. Need a break? Wang Jun asked tentatively. Although Su Cheng looked relaxed on the surface, but Wang Jun knew that killing a heritage beast in seconds would consume a lot of energy and blood. In such a short period of time, 3 heads were killed in succession. Normally, you need to rest to restore your chi and blood. Unnecessary. Su Cheng shook his head and continued. The efficiency of 3 people attracting monsters is too low. Go talk to the other teams in the alliance. Those who are willing to help me attract monsters will be divided into 60% and 40%. And they must ensure that their monsters will not be snatched away by other warriors. The 3 of them found it difficult to understand what they heard. In less than 10 minutes, Su Cheng had killed 4 monsters. Is this efficiency low? You know, if Su Cheng was not there, it would take at least half an hour for the 3 of them to hunt down a first-level inherited beast. This efficiency can be said to be very fast. Moreover, they were a little skeptical. If they called other teams from the alliance to lure the monsters over, would Su Cheng be able to kill them? If the interval is too short, there won't be enough time for the chi and blood to recover, right? How many people do you want to call over? Wang Jun asked. Although he didn't think that Su Cheng could deal with so many monsters. But since Su Cheng had already spoken, he couldn't say much. Call everyone here. Su Cheng said calmly. Chapter 47. It's so cool.
What?
Hearing Su Cheng's words, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. There are a total of 26 people in their temporary alliance. If each person leads a monster, there will be 26 monsters in total. How to kill so many monsters? Brother Cheng, you are not kidding, right? Wang Jun asked cautiously. I'm not kidding. Just go and call for help. I'm sure you can help me. Su Cheng knew what they were thinking and explained. He only needs to consume 1/10 of his energy and blood to kill a first-level inherited beast. With his current physical condition, he recovered in less than 2 minutes. There is no need to even use the origin to restore. This? Wang Jun was a little hesitant. It's not that he doesn't believe in Su Cheng's ability. The main reason is that this plan is a bit too crazy. 26 people were luring monsters at the same time, with no time to rest at all. Even a third-rank warrior might not be able to withstand it. Su Cheng is only at the initial stage of the first rank. Aren't you really not afraid of getting into trouble by playing like this? If everyone attracted the monsters here and Su Cheng failed to kill them in time, everyone would be doomed. After all, not everyone can kill a heritage beast of the same level as easily as Su Cheng. For most warriors, more than 3 people are needed to kill a heritage beast of the same level. Don't worry, I have a special physique and my blood and chi recover quickly. I can kill all the first-level monsters that come. Seeing that several people were still hesitating, Su Cheng was quite helpless and explained again. Brother Cheng, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that the risk of doing this is too great. If we lure the monster over and fail to kill it in time, we'll all be eliminated. Wang Jun said with some embarrassment. The vast majority of students are unable to compete with inherited beasts of the same level. If you provoke a heritage beast, you can escape for a short period of time, but if it lasts for a long time, you will definitely be caught up by the monster. If you fail to kill it in time, you can only call for rescue from the base. Once the rescue button is pressed, everyone is eliminated by default. Call the people over first. If you are really worried, you can increase the number of people one by one. Su Cheng proposed a plan. When Wang Jun heard this, he thought this plan was feasible. If it is true as Su Cheng said, he can kill as many first-level monsters as there are, and everyone can get a share of the benefits. If it is discovered that Su Cheng's energy and blood cannot be restored, the worst that can happen is that some time will be wasted and there will be no loss to everyone. Okay, let's go inform the others now. Wang Jun and the other 2 opened the map and quickly ran towards the blue spots around them. We agreed before we came that we shouldn't be too far away from each other so that we could provide quick support. And everyone was paying attention to the location of the alliance members. So Wang Jun and his 2 companions quickly found the other teams. What? A first-level inheritance beast was killed in one blow? Is it that strong? Fuck. You're talking about that first-grade student who got in through the back door? I didn't expect that there was such a powerful monster hidden in our alliance. Let's all go pull the monsters for him? That's crazy. How is that possible? It's okay to give it a try. There's nothing to lose anyway. If he can really do it, we can make a lot of money too. After Wang Jun and others informed other teams of Su Cheng's plan, everyone was shocked by his fighting ability. But I don't believe that he can kill so many monsters by himself. However, everyone's expectations for this trial were already low. When he thought about the benefits that could be gained if this plan succeeded, he immediately agreed to lure the monster to Su Cheng. After a while, all the members of the temporary alliance came to Su Cheng. Everyone looked at Su Cheng with some curiosity. At first, everyone thought that Su Cheng had gotten into the Oriental Martial Arts Academy through the back door, and they all despised him in their hearts. But when everyone learned that Su Cheng was actually a genius monster with extremely strong combat power, they were immediately full of admiration for him. Wang Jun and the others have already told us the purpose of coming here with you, so I won't repeat it. Now let's start pulling the monsters. To reassure you all, let's go with 5 people first. Su Cheng said to everyone. Someone in the crowd immediately volunteered to step forward, and 5 people were quickly selected. Including Wang Jun and the other 3, a total of 8 people ran towards the red spots around them. Within a few minutes, someone ran towards Su Cheng frantically, followed by a first-level monster. Seeing this, Su Cheng rushed forward instantly and killed the monster behind with one knife. Soon after, a man with a monster ran over from another direction. Su Cheng still rushed forward and killed the monster instantly. Origin plus 28. Origin plus 28. Origin plus 29. Origin plus 27. It took almost 5 minutes to attract the monster, but less than 8 seconds to kill it. Seeing the monster's blood remaining on the ground, everyone couldn't help but shudder. After listening to other people's descriptions, everyone was shocked, but they didn't feel too much inside. It was not until they saw Su Cheng kill these inherited beasts in seconds that everyone felt a strong visual impact. Su Cheng's fighting ability is simply terrifying. To deal with these monsters, they need 3 or 5 people to besiege them and slowly wear them down. Su Cheng, however, chopped them one by one with his knife, as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. If Su Cheng attacked them, I'm afraid everyone would die here. It was obvious that everyone present was at a higher level than Su Cheng, but everyone is as weak as an ant in front of Su Cheng. The gap between people is so huge. They were admitted to the Oriental Martial Arts Academy, one of the 4 major martial arts academies. In the eyes of school teachers, relatives, and friends, They are considered to be very powerful martial arts geniuses. Everyone has always considered themselves a martial arts genius. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that there are differences between geniuses, and the difference is huge. Their pride was crushed to the ground by Su Cheng. In Su Cheng, they deeply realized what it means that there are always people better than you. As Su Cheng easily killed 8 first-level inherited beasts, the number of people who attracted monsters increased by 5 again, reaching 13. When the monsters brought back by these 13 people were still easily killed by Su Cheng, there was no longer any doubt in everyone's hearts. All 26 Alliance members went out, shuttling through the misty forest, leading each first-level monster to Su Cheng. Origin plus 28. Origin plus 28. Origin plus 29. Origin plus 27. Su Cheng enjoyed killing them one by one with his sword. Before entering the Rift World, he had 168 points of origin left. Now only an hour has passed, but he had killed 178 first-level inherited beasts, and the remaining balance of his origin exceeded 5,000 points. Su Cheng went crazy and killed people. The members of the temporary alliance were all overjoyed. Wang Jun, who pulled the most monsters, pulled 15 first-level monsters and got 6 of them. Lu Zixuan and Wu Changding also captured 10 first-level monsters and got 4 of them. The number of other members ranged from 8 to 5, and each person received no less than 2 monsters. Before, this would have been unimaginable. Under normal team formation, many people may not even be able to get a whole monster by the end of the trial. The current harvest has exceeded their expectations countless times. It's so cool. Chapter 48. This is too crazy. After killing hundreds of monsters in a row, Su Cheng discovered that all the monsters that Wang Jun and his men had brought over were first-level monsters. Originally, he thought there were only first-level monsters nearby. It was not until he opened the map that he discovered that there were some second-level monsters scattered around. However, when they were pulling the monsters, they deliberately avoided these second-level monsters. At this time, Wang Jun pulled another first-level monster over. After Su Cheng rushed forward and killed the monster instantly, he called out to Wang Jun, "Brother Cheng, do you need to take a break?" Wang Jun asked while panting. He ran back and forth for more than 10 times, which consumed a lot of energy and blood, and he even rested for a while in the middle. Su Cheng killed more than 100 monsters and was probably tired. He needed to take a rest to recover his energy. Need not. Su Cheng shook his head and reminded, "When you pull the monsters, don't forget to pull the nearby second-level monsters as well."
What?
Wang Jun was stunned after hearing this. A second-level monster was also pulled over? Did he hear it right? The strength of a second-level inherited beast is about the same as that of a third-grade human warrior. Can Su Cheng win? Do you mean to pull the second-level monster over so we can kill it together? Wang Jun asked. No need, just pull it over here and I'll kill it. Su Cheng Dao.
But
Wang Jun originally wanted to persuade them, but then he changed his mind and realized that Lu Zhongting and Tan Xian could kill the inheritance beasts above their level. As a monster like them, Su Cheng should have no problem killing a second-level inherited beast above his level. Now, all the first-level monsters within a radius of several thousand meters have been almost killed. They need to run a long way to pull the monsters, and the round trip takes a lot of time. The people who are pulling monsters outside haven't come back yet. It wouldn't be a problem to pull a second-level monster over and give it a try. Besides, there were 5 or 6 students resting nearby. If Su Cheng can't handle it alone, everyone can help. Thinking of this, Wang Jun nodded, opened the map, found the location of a second-level monster, and ran over quickly. A few minutes later, Wang Jun ran back looking embarrassed. His face was charred black, as if it had been burned by fire, and his hair was burnt off, leaving only a pitch-black bald head. Behind him, there followed a monster beast covered in flames and looking like a lion. It was the fire lion beast included in the alien species Atlas. The fire lion beast opened its huge mouth and instantly spit out a fireball the size of a basketball, which attacked Wang Jun directly. Just as the fireball was about to hit Wang Jun's back, Wang Jun suddenly burst out with all his energy and blood. His speed suddenly increased, and he quickly moved half a step to the left. The fireball flew past Wang Jun's arm and hit a big tree in front of him. The moment the fireball came into contact with the tree, the flames spread rapidly, instantly enveloping the nearly 100-foot-tall tree. In less than a second, the tree was burned to ashes, although the fireball did not hit Wang Jun. However, due to the close distance, the horribly high temperature still burned Wang Jun's arms under his combat uniform black, and blood dripped from his fingers. "Brother Cheng, hurry up, I can't stand it anymore," Wang Jun shouted as he ran away. The strength of the second-level inherited beast is simply terrifying. A fireball flew over, and even if you didn't get hit but just passed by, your skin would still be singed by the high temperature. At this moment, he felt a severe burning pain in both of his arms, and blood seeped out, staining his combat uniform red. If he hadn't been wearing combat uniform to protect himself from the high temperature, his injuries would probably have been more serious. Seeing this, Su Cheng quickly rushed towards the second-level fire lion beast. Seeing this, several students who were resting quickly stood up and prepared to rush forward. "Don't come over here," Wang Jun yelled at those people. The strength of the second-level inherited beast completely exceeded his expectations. He was a top-level warrior of the first rank, and every time he escaped, he had to use all his energy and blood to narrowly avoid the fireball attacks. This is because he has mastered a small level of physical skill. The strongest students among those who were resting were only at the high level of the first grade. If the fire lion beast fired a fireball towards them, there's no way they can dodge at their speed. Once hit, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. He now only hopes that Su Cheng is not too arrogant and really has the ability to kill the second-level inherited beast. Otherwise, you can only call for help. Seeing Su Cheng passing by him, he rushed towards the fire lion beast. Wang Jun stopped immediately and turned to look at Su Cheng. Once he sees that Su Cheng is no match for the fire lion beast, he will immediately join the battlefield. Although he was no match for the fire lion beast, he could at least assist Su Cheng and attract the monster's attention. As soon as he turned around, he saw the fire lion beast spraying a fireball at Su Cheng. The moment the fire lion beast spit out the fireball, Su Cheng flashed to the left and front, directly keeping a distance of 2 meters from the fireball. Seeing that its attack failed, the fire lion beast roared angrily and kept spewing fireballs at Su Cheng from its mouth. Every time Su Cheng was able to change his position one step ahead at the moment the fireball was ejected. While dodging, he continued to approach the fire lion beast. In less than 2 seconds, Su Cheng had reached the side of the fire lion beast. He raised the long sword in his hand and directly released 50% of his energy and blood, chopping towards the neck of the fire lion beast. With a puff sound, just like cutting tofu, the D-grade alloy knife penetrated directly into the fire lion beast's neck and chopped off its head. Seeing this scene, Wang Jun's pupil shrank suddenly and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that Su Cheng had a high probability of killing the second-level inheritance beast. But unexpectedly, Su Cheng killed the fire lion beast with just one sword. You know, even monsters like Lu Zhangting have to try their best to kill enemies above their level, and only after a difficult battle can they kill their opponents. On the other hand, Su Cheng's killing of a second-level fire lion beast was no different from killing a first-level heritage beast. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying the fighting power Su Cheng would display if he burst out with all his strength. At this time, Lu Zixuan and Wu Changding also pulled a first-level monster over and just witnessed the whole process of Su Cheng killing the fire lion beast. Seeing Su Cheng kill the second-level inheritance beast so easily, the two were so shocked that they stood there in a daze, forgetting about the monster behind them. Upon seeing this, Su Cheng immediately stepped forward and killed the 2 first-level monsters. "Just help me pull the second-level monsters, and leave the first-level monsters to others," Su Cheng said to the 2 of them. He discovered that the strength of the second-level inheritance beast was quite good, and only top-level first-level warriors such as Wang Jun, Lu Zixuan, and Wu Changdoing could barely pull it over. Warriors below the peak of the first rank would probably be caught up halfway through the pull and die on the spot. Upon hearing this, the 2 men's hearts began to tremble again. Su Cheng's relaxed tone was exactly the same as when he asked them to pull a first-level monster. Can a second-level monster be pulled over and killed like this? Isn't this crazy? If they continue killing like this, it won't take long before all the inherited beasts below level 3 in the entire trial area will be killed by Su Cheng. Chapter 49. The Gap That Makes People Feel Despair. Okay, let's go and pull the second-level monster. Lu Zixuan and Wu Changding took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts. Since Su Cheng was so confident, they certainly wouldn't refuse. The risk factor of pulling a second-level monster is very high. Injury is certain, and if you are not careful, your life may even be in danger. But if you are afraid of death, why be a warrior? Warriors have always marched through mountains of corpses and seas of fire, disregarding life and death. The 2 of them took a look at the map and quickly ran towards the direction of a second-level monster. On the other side, Wang Jun controlled the combat uniform and exposed his arms. I saw his hands were charred, bloody, and bleed profusely. He took out a bottle of Lingchuang powder from the storage box, opened the lid, and poured the yellow powder on his arm. The burnt flesh on the arm began to repair rapidly. After sprinkling Lingchuang powder on all the burned areas on his body, Wang Jun controlled the combat uniform to cover his hands, then stood up and continued to pull the second-level monster. Being able to meet Su Cheng in this trial is a rare opportunity for all Alliance members. Naturally, they had to seize this opportunity and try their best to pull the monster. The stronger the warrior, the easier it is to obtain resources. The early-stage training resources are very important for warriors. Wang Jun was born in a humble family. If he didn't rely on his own efforts, who would give him the resources to practice? He opened the map, found the red light spot belonging to the second-level monster, and set off quickly. At Su Cheng's suggestion, the team that was pulling the monster was divided into two groups. A top-level warrior of the first rank pulls up a second-rank monster. Warriors below the peak of the first rank pull a first-rank monster. With Su as the center, they continue to move forward in the misty forest. Wherever it passed, all the monsters within a 5,000-meter radius were quickly wiped out. Watching the red spots on the map disappearing, all the students who took part in the trial were stunned. What the hell? What's going on? I just killed 2 monsters. How come they are almost all killed? I'm a second-rank warrior, and it took me 10 minutes to kill a first-rank heritage beast. How come others kill it so quickly? Are heritage beasts so easy to kill? Who is so fierce? Lu Zhangting? Tan Xian? Isn't this fighting power so freaking terrifying? It feels like killing a heritage beast is just like slaughtering a chicken. What kind of monster am I competing against? Students in every corner of the misty forest couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At first they didn't pay much attention. Suddenly I saw the red light representing the monster disappearing rapidly, and then I started to pay attention to the movements on the map. They found that countless red spots of light followed the blue spots of light and came to a mysterious blue spot of light. Then the red spots disappeared from the map instantly. The red spots within 5,000 meters of the mysterious blue light were quickly cleared away. Then the mysterious blue light will move in another direction. Wherever the mysterious blue light passes, the red light spots within the range will quickly disappear. What this means is self-evident. It must be that a large number of students led the monster to the same student. The student killed the monster instantly. When they thought of that scene, everyone felt extremely shocked. Students who can participate in this trial are considered geniuses in the eyes of others. They are all arrogant and proud, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. But this mysterious student made them realize the reality. It has been less than 3 hours since the trial began. 500 first-level monsters and 100 second-level monsters were almost cleared out. The number of monsters killed by the mysterious student must have exceeded 400. Just thinking about this number makes people tremble. Everyone has experienced firsthand how powerful the inherited beast is. Most students with average fighting ability work together in groups of 3 or 5, but after killing so many monsters, each of them could not even get one. A small number of students with strong fighting ability tried their best and killed 2 or 3 monsters despite being covered in wounds. Compared with that mysterious student, the gap is hundreds of times. This huge gap made everyone feel deeply desperate. At this time, southwest of the misty forest, a handsome boy casually pierced the heart of a second-level monster with a sword. Then he opened the map and looked at the blue light, representing Su Cheng with a playful look. Very good. Help me gather all the monsters together, so I don't have to rob them one by one. I will temporarily leave these monsters there until I kill all the third-level monsters and then come back to get them. The boy smiled with great confidence. In his opinion, killing many monsters does not mean that one's combat power is strong. At most, it only proves that one's chi and blood recover faster. This ability can indeed play a big role on the battlefield. He can also remain invincible against warriors of equal strength. But once you meet someone who is much stronger than you, there is only one outcome, and that is to be killed instantly. This kind of warrior is nothing to be afraid of for him. He can even kill a third-level inherited beast, so dealing with this kind of warrior shouldn't be a piece of cake for him. No matter how many monsters he killed, they were just working for Lu Zhangting. The northernmost part of the misty forest. A tall girl with short hair stood 100 meters away from the 3 second-level monsters. Several knives were floating in front of him. When several monsters saw the girl, they roared and rushed towards her instantly. The girl stood there without moving, but 3 knives in front of her suddenly flew out and rushed towards the 3 second-level monsters. Seeing the flying knife coming, the 3 monsters jumped to the side, avoided the attack, and continued to rush towards the girl. At this moment, the flying knife behind the monster suddenly turned around and attacked the monster's back, easily passing through the back of its head. The three-headed monster fell to the ground instantly, and after twitching a few times, it became completely motionless. The girl walked forward step by step and slowly put the monster's corpse into the storage box. Then opened the map and looked for the next target. When she saw the red dots disappearing, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He was able to kill so many monsters, and his blood and chi recovery were pretty good. He must be a warrior with an innate, precious body. I just don't know how many of my flying knives he can catch. I hope the combat power isn't too weak, otherwise it would be too boring. This girl is none other than Tan Xian, who activated her mental power and became a mentalist. Up to this point in the trial, she was still as clean as ever. All the monsters were killed by the alloy flying knives she controlled at a distance of 50 meters. No monster could get close to her. Seeing someone kill hundreds of monsters, Tan Xian was just a little surprised. In the martial arts school she attends, there is such a warrior with an innate, precious body. Just like this unknown warrior, his chi and blood recovered extremely quickly and were almost endless. In each actual combat, in a one-on-one situation, one person can train dozens of students in the class. But this is only useful for warriors who are at the same level of fighting ability as him. Faced with a psychic like her whose combat power far exceeds that of warriors of the same level, they often cannot last even a minute. Therefore, she didn't take this warrior with an innate treasure body seriously at all. In her eyes, the only warrior worthy of attention in this trial was Lu Zhongting, and the others were all worthless. Chapter 50. I really can't pull this one. At the same time, at the easternmost end of the blood mist forest, Lu Xiao rushed towards a monster with 6 arms, a pointed chin, and a very thin body. This is a third-level inherited beast, included in the alien race illustration, and its name is Six-Armed Stone Monkey. The inherited skill is the ability to enlarge the body and turn it into stone at the same time. When the six-armed stone monkey saw the human warrior running towards it, it roared, and its body instantly rose several meters high, turned into stone, and rushed towards Lu Xiao. As the two figures approached, the six-armed stone monkey waved its 6 huge arms and punched Lu Xiao. Because the speed was too fast, it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Lu Xiao kept dodging under the attack of 6 arms. The amplitude of his body movement was very small, but he was always able to dodge the attacks of the stone beast just right. The huge stone fist brushed past his body every time, never more than a centimeter away. The distance seemed very close, but I couldn't hit him at all. Under the attack of the 6-armed stone monkey, the surrounding area became devastated. This monster used all its strength in every punch, and the power was extremely great. It hit the giant tree nearby, instantly creating a huge gap. He hammered it down onto the ground, creating a big hole immediately. Gravel, wood chips, and dust were flying everywhere. However, the 6-armed stone monkey punched hundreds of times, but couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Xiao's clothes. The huge consumption caused the 6-armed stone monkey to slow down. The power has also become much smaller. At this moment, Lu Xiao seized the opportunity when the 6-armed stone monkey punched, drew his sword in an instant, and cut off one of the arms with one blow. The huge stone arm fell to the ground and instantly turned back into a thin, hairy arm. The 6-armed stone monkey felt pain and attacked Lu Xiao frantically. However, most of its physical strength was consumed, and its furious attacks were disorganized, and Lu Xiao soon chopped off only 5 of its remaining arms. Eventually, due to excessive blood loss, he fell to the ground powerlessly, and his body turned back into the appearance of a skinny monkey. Lu Xiao walked forward, inserted the tip of the knife into the stone monkey's heart, and then put the body into the storage box. He opened the map, found the next target, and ran quickly in that direction. While running, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. It's almost time. Once I kill the remaining monsters, it will be my hunting time. Lu Zhongting, Tan Xian, and that guy who came out of nowhere. All the monsters you kill are mine. I will let everyone know who is the strongest high school student in Jiangzhou. At the same time, the team composed of 6 second-grade warriors was invincible all the way. No matter what kind of monster they encountered, they would rush forward and chop it wildly. It only took a few minutes to chop the monster into a pile of minced meat. After successfully killing a second-level inheritance beast, one of the students looked at the map, then said to a flat-headed boy, "Brother Long, the second-level monsters here have been killed. Shall we go kill the third-level monsters? Level 3 monsters are not easy to deal with. Even if the 6 of us work together to kill them, it will take too long and we will get hurt. The cost-effectiveness is too low." The student named Long Gu shook his head. "So what are we going to do next? Go rob other students?" One of the girls asked. That's right, let's go rob that rich guy. That guy has killed hundreds of monsters by himself and is extremely rich. If we rob him, we will be rich. Brother Long's eyes lit up. The six of them worked extremely hard, but only killed 60 inheritance beasts in total. The vast majority of them are first-level monsters, and there are only 6 second-level monsters. All in all, each person can only get about 30 points. And the guy whose identity is unknown must have killed no less than 400 monsters, conservatively estimated. It's more than enough to exchange for 1,200 martial arts points. If they share 1 point among the 6 of them, each person can get 200 points, equivalent to 2 million Chinese yuan. With these points, they are enough for them to break through to the 3rd level. Brother Long, I think that guy can even kill a second-level heritage beast in 1 second. We shouldn't be able to defeat him, right? Besides, he has more than 20 helpers around him. The boy who asked the question earlier spoke. He has been responsible for finding monsters. When he looked at the map before, he found that no matter whether it was the red dot representing a first-level monster or a second-level monster, they would instantly disappear from the map when they approached the blue light spot. In other words, that guy could kill first-level and second-level monsters instantly. Such powerful fighting power, plus there are more than 20 helpers beside them. It would be useless for the 6 of them to rush forward. Didn't you notice? That guy killed the monsters one by one, and he had never seen 2 monsters attacking him at the same time. This is enough to prove that he can only deal with 1 monster. Those helpers also have to help him pull monsters, so they are not together most of the time. As long as we find the right time, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down. Brother Long said confidently. I agree with Brother Long. The reason why that guy was able to kill so many monsters is because his chi and blood recover quickly. I guess he needs to use all his energy to kill a second-level monster. The actual combat capability is only at the level of the 3rd rank. We may not be his match in a one-on-one situation, but if several of us attack him together, we can definitely defeat him. His helpers were all first-rank warriors, and at most, there were only 5 or 6 people around. We just need to send 2 people to stop those helpers. Another boy spoke up. That's right. 2 of us hold back the helpers, and 4 of us besiege him. He can only kill 1 of us at most. If the other 3 attack with all their strength, he will definitely not be able to withstand it. We have a great chance of winning. Another team member spoke up. After a discussion, the 6 people all felt that this method was feasible. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are achieved through risk. There is no such thing as 100% success in doing anything. So everyone hit it off and quickly moved towards the direction where Su Cheng was. The other side. Su Cheng became more and more excited as he killed more. So far, he has killed more than 400 monsters. The amount of origin obtained has exceeded 10,000. The harvest is huge. Such a large amount of origin can not only rapidly improve his realm, but also upgrade all his arsenals. By then, his combat effectiveness will see a huge boost. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I saw Wang Jun bringing in another second-level monster. Su Cheng rushed forward and killed him instantly with 1 blow, then called out to Wang Jun again. Brother Cheng, what's wrong? Wang Jun had a bad feeling. I see there are a few 3rd-level monsters around here. Why haven't you pulled them over? Su Cheng asked in confusion. Wang Jun felt numb when he heard this. The tone was exactly the same as the one he used the previous 2 times when he asked the question. It's already outrageous that he can kill a second-level monster in 1 second, right? A first-grade warrior can defeat a 3rd-level inherited beast in 1 second? Do you really have to be so defying? Wang Jun couldn't quite imagine it. It's useless even if he wants to. Su Cheng has the ability to kill him, but he doesn't have the ability. If he pulled a second-level monster, he would almost lose half his life. If he pulled a 3rd-level monster, he would probably die on the way. Brother Cheng, I really can't pull this. Wang Jun smiled bitterly. Chapter 51. Instant kill of 6 people. Okay, I see you're pretty badly injured too. Take a good rest. No need to pull any more monsters. Su Cheng nodded and said with a smile. Seeing Wang Jun's expression, he also understood. An ordinary first-rank peak warrior is indeed no match for a 3rd-rank inherited beast, and is at risk of being killed instantly. In their temporary alliance, the strongest one is only at the peak of the 1st rank. It seems that I have to act alone to kill the 3rd-level monster. Su Cheng looked at the map and found that the 1st and 2nd-level monsters had almost been killed, with only a dozen or so left scattered around in various corners. There are more 3rd-level monsters left, with about 20 still left. Su Cheng decided to wait for the students who were still pulling monsters outside to come back, and then let them finish pulling monsters while he went to kill the 3rd-level monsters. Just as he was thinking about it, 6 figures suddenly rushed out from the front and attacked him rapidly. Not good. Wang Jun's face changed. Among these 6 people, there was a guy he knew, named Li Yulong, who went to the same school as him. The two of them came on the same plane. On the way here, Wang Jun wanted to form an alliance with Li Yulong, but Li Yulong felt that his realm was too low and looked down on him. Now that he has teamed up with others, it means that Li Yulong's teammates are at least second-grade warriors. Facing the siege of 6 second-grade beasts, all third-level heritage beasts would die, and Su Cheng could not withstand it alone. He immediately rushed forward, ready to help. Wu Changding, who was resting under a big tree, quickly stood up and rushed forward when he saw this. While pulling monsters, he was accidentally hit by a second-level monster and injured his internal organs. So he took some Lingchuang powder and sat here to rest. Although he has not fully recovered yet, he completely ignores his injuries when he sees Su Cheng in crisis. He followed Su Cheng and earned 2 second-level monsters and 8 first-level monsters. Converted into martial arts points, plus the credits awarded by the school, it would be about 40 points. In the official martial arts mall, you can buy 8 first-grade chi and blood pills. This is definitely a very rich martial arts resource for a first-grade warrior. It can help him quickly break through the second level and reach the middle or even high level of the second level. In the early stages of martial arts training, the faster the better. After all, when you reach a certain age, your chi and blood will begin to decline. A small step in the early stage may affect a big step in the later stage. Although everyone was mutually beneficial, Su Cheng brought great help to his martial arts path. Just for this reason, he had to go even if he was injured. Seeing this, several students who were taking a break nearby quickly stood up and rushed forward. They shared the same idea as Wu Changding and were full of gratitude towards Su Cheng. When Su Cheng encountered a crisis, they certainly couldn't retreat. They didn't know these 6 people, but they could figure them out by just thinking about it. Knowing that Su Cheng had killed so many monsters, he still dared to rush forward. His strength must be very good. Once Su Cheng was besieged, it would be very dangerous. Several people rushed out quickly, but were stopped by 2 warriors coming towards them. At this time, 4 other warriors also surrounded Su Cheng. When Wang Jun and others saw this, their faces changed drastically. When they were pulling the monster before, they deliberately adjusted their speed, trying not to let 2 people pull the monster to Su Cheng at the same time. What I'm afraid of is that Su Cheng will be besieged. One-on-one may be simple, but once it's 1 against 2, the danger increases exponentially. Especially in this 1-on-4 situation, there is almost no chance of winning. Even if Su Cheng can kill one instantly, if the other 3 attack at the same time, can he withstand it? No matter how strong he is only a first-grade warrior. How could he possibly withstand the simultaneous attacks of 3 second-rank warriors? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Li Yulong and 3 other men attack Su Cheng from 4 directions at the same time. Everyone burst out with all their energy. One of them faced Su Cheng head-on and was mentally prepared to be killed instantly. The angles at which the other 3 people attacked were all blind spots for Su Cheng. He tried his best to hit Su Cheng with 1 blow, making him lose his fighting ability. However, they all avoided Su Cheng's vital points and used the back of the knife. After all, this is just a trial and you can't kill anyone. They don't want to kill anyone either. In an instant, the backs of 4 long swords slashed towards Su Cheng at the same time. One knife hit his back and the other hit his chest. The other 2 strikes were aimed at his legs. Once Su Cheng is hit by a knife, he will instantly lose his combat effectiveness. The 4 long swords were getting closer and closer. At this moment, Su Cheng jumped lightly, with his body parallel to the ground, to avoid the 2 swords under his feet. He turned his body in the air to avoid the 2 knives from the front and back. At the same time, the long sword slashed out quickly, and when it was about to hit the student, he turned his wrist and used a slap instead of a slash, and the blade hit the man's chest. In a flash, 4 long swords brushed past Su Cheng's body, and Su Cheng's blade also hit the chest of the man in front of him. The man felt as if his chest was hit by a hammer. The huge force penetrated into his body and shook his internal organs out of place. He spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his body shot out like a cannonball, hitting a giant tree and instantly losing his combat effectiveness. The huge tree behind him also cracked under the impact of the huge force and slowly fell down. The moment Su Cheng landed, the long knife in his hand slapped towards the other person's face again. The man had just chopped down the long sword in his hand, but under the huge inertia, he didn't have time to retract the sword. He could only watch the blade continue to expand in front of his eyes. Finally, a loud bang was heard in his ears. The huge impact force made his eyes go black. He lost consciousness on the spot, and his body flew out and fell to the ground. At this moment, the other two men's long swords had just chopped down, and as they put away their swords, their faces changed drastically. How is that possible? Li Yulong was completely shocked. He was a little confused as the trajectory of his knife was clearly in this guy's blind spot. But he seemed to have eyes on his back and dodged the attack accurately. What's even more exaggerated is that the four of them drew their swords almost at the same time, tightly blocking this guy's body. But this guy easily avoided the attacks of four long swords with just one move. The movements are graceful and natural, as if they have turned into a breeze, making them elusive. This dodging ability is simply incredible. Although he was shocked in his heart, his hands did not slow down at all. The moment he put away the knife, he raised it again, ready to chop at Su Cheng. But Su Cheng's sword was faster than his. When he raised his sword, Su Cheng's sword had already fallen towards his shoulder. In desperation, he could only block with his sword horizontally, holding the handle with one hand and the back of the sword with the other. At this moment, he was surprised to find that the remaining team member also raised his knife and slashed towards Su Cheng's back at the same time. Clang! The two knives collided, making a crisp metallic collision sound. Su Cheng's alloy knife directly cut Li Yulong's alloy knife into two pieces. The knife continued to move forward, striking his shoulder. Even with the back of the knife, it still cut off Li Yulong's shoulder blade, and the entire blade was embedded in his shoulder. At the same time, the long knife behind Su Cheng fell on his shoulder. Chapter 52. Instantly killing the third-level inherited beast. Li Yulong's face turned pale in an instant and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The huge wound on his shoulder directly made him lose his fighting ability. Fortunately, the companion behind him chopped it down in time with his long sword. For people besieged Su Cheng. Although three of them were killed, they finally captured him. When Li Yulong saw that the long sword was about to fall on Su Cheng's shoulder, he felt a great surprise in his heart. But before he could appreciate the surprise, he saw Su Cheng's body move slightly half an inch to the left. The long knife missed and just brushed past Su Cheng's arm before slashing down. Li Yulong was stunned. This guy didn't even look. How could he dodge the attack from behind so easily? Did he open his third eye? The student behind Su Cheng also felt unbelievable. He was clearly standing behind Su Cheng, but his every move seemed to be seen clearly. There is no chance at all. Their individual combat effectiveness is not as good as Su Cheng's. I thought that the four of them could easily capture Su Cheng. Unexpectedly, 3 out of 4 were eliminated in just one encounter. How can he fight now that he is alone? As the student's sword missed, a deep despair rose in his heart. It happened so quickly that the two people's thoughts flashed through their minds. Su Cheng dodged the attack from behind, pulled out the long knife from Li Yulong's shoulder, and kicked him away. Then he turned around quickly and slapped the student behind him in the face with a knife. The huge impact force caused his brain to crash on the spot. Several teeth flew out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards. After Su Cheng dealt with the 4 people who were besieging him, he flashed and immediately came to one of the people who were blocking Wang Jun and others. The student was so frightened at the sight that he shouted, "I surrender." Su Cheng's long knife stopped just inches away from his face. The man quickly dropped the alloy knife in his hand and raised his hands high. Su Cheng drew back his sword and turned to look at another student. The student dropped his sword with a look of fear, raised his hands and said, "I surrender too." At this moment, both of them were filled with fear. This guy in front of me is so scary. It took less than 5 seconds from the time they started to now. The 4 teammates who besieged Su Cheng didn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and were all killed instantly. Fortunately, this was just a test, and Su Cheng used the back of the knife. If it were on a real battlefield, those 4 teammates would probably have turned into 4 cold corpses. Facing such a strong opponent, they had no chance at all. It would be better to surrender quickly and avoid being knocked out by a knife. On the side, Wang Jun and others looked at Su Cheng in amazement. They thought Su Cheng would be defeated under the siege of 4 second-grade warriors. Unexpectedly, not only was he unharmed, but he also killed 4 people in an instant. This combat power is simply too incredible. After this battle, everyone felt that Su Cheng's strength was no weaker than monsters like Lu Zhongting and Tan Xian. But the key point is that Lu Zhongting and his men are all second-grade peak warriors. And Su Cheng, he is only at the initial stage of the first rank. If Su Cheng was at the same level as Lu Zhongting and others, wouldn't it mean that even they can be killed instantly? What kind of monster is Su Cheng? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts began to tremble violently, and the shock could not be calmed for a long time. At this time, The two surrendered students directly opened the storage box and very tactfully poured out the monsters inside. Li Yulong and the other three students who woke up also got up from the ground, put the alloy knives in their hands into the storage box, then walked to Su Cheng and silently poured out all the monsters in the storage box. We admit that we are inferior to you in skills. This is the monster we killed, and now it belongs to you. Li Yulong's eyes were full of loneliness. The other five also looked frustrated. Among the six of them, Li Yulong was a high-level second-grade warrior, and the other five were two middle-level second-grade warriors and three were low-level second-grade warriors. I thought that a team of six could definitely compete with monsters like Lu Zhangting, shine in this trial, and earn a lot of points. But I didn't expect that I would be easily crushed by a student I had never heard of. This dealt a huge blow to their confidence. Compared to these monsters, they are pitifully weak. Su Cheng put all the monsters on the ground into the storage box. Seeing this, Li Yulong and his companions turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Su Cheng called out to a few people. What do you want to do? Several people turned around, with anger and panic in their eyes. I thought Su Cheng was going to humiliate them. If you are willing to stay and help me pull the monsters can be returned to you. Su Cheng said with a smile. Su Cheng really didn't think much of the dozens of monsters they hunted. Now he only has the origin in his eyes. Now all the first and second level monsters in the map have been killed. Most of the remaining ones are third level monsters. Wang Jun and his men are too weak to pull down a third level monster. Li Yulong and his men are all second rank officials, just right to take over. If a few people are willing to help capture the third level monsters, they can earn much more than these 60 monsters. You mean, you want us to help you pull the third level monster? There was a flash of shock in Li Yulong's eyes. You only need to pull the monster if you can kill it quickly. If you can't kill a monster after spending a long time, and then pull several of them over at once, you are simply seeking death. In other words, Su Cheng is confident that he can quickly kill the third level monster? This is too fierce. That's right. Su Cheng nodded. When the other five people heard this, their pupils shrank sharply. From the tone of voice, it seemed as if the third level inherited beast was a weakling and could be killed at will. How confident is one's own ability? Okay, we'll help you pull the third level monster. Li Yulong took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at his five teammates and saw that they all nodded, so he accepted Su Cheng's invitation. Even if you are a second-rank warrior, there is a certain risk if you want to lure a third-rank monster over. But in order to get back your spoils, the risk is worth taking. After that, several people opened the map, found the location of the third-level inheritance beast, and set off quickly. On the side, Wang Jun and others looked at the backs of Li Yulong and others, their eyes full of shock and expectation. This is a third-level monster. His strength is comparable to that of a fourth-grade human warrior. Even monsters like Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian require a lot of effort to kill. Can Su Cheng really kill with one blow like before? Everyone was waiting for the answer with excitement. Within a few minutes, Li Yulong came running towards this side. Following behind him was a giant black python with a single horn on its forehead, covered with black scales, 1 meter in diameter and about 30 meters long. Su Cheng rushed out in an instant and came in front of the giant python. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and attacked fiercely, trying to swallow Su Cheng in one bite. At the moment the giant python fell, Su Cheng jumped up, fell down quickly, and stepped on the giant python's head with his legs. Chapter 53, I really want to stomp you all to death. Su Cheng pressed the huge snake head to the ground fiercely, and the impact force created a huge hole in the ground. Suddenly, smoke rose up, blocking everyone's view. In the smoke, Su Cheng gripped the knife handle in reverse, with the blade facing downwards, and burst out with 100% of his energy and blood, stabbing downwards fiercely. The long knife pierced through the snake's head in an instant, and the violent power of qi and blood turned the inside of the snake's head into a pile of paste. When the smoke dissipated, Su Cheng was seen pulling out a long knife, jumping off the snake's head, and putting the body of the third-level giant python into the storage box. Not far away, Li Yulong couldn't help but shudder. Kill the third-level inheritance beast in one blow. This fighting power is simply terrifying. Even Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian couldn't do it so cleanly and neatly, right? I actually dared to rob such a monster. I deserve to be killed in an instant. Seeing this scene, Wang Jun and others felt unexpectedly calm. When they saw Su Cheng kill a first-level monster in seconds, they were shocked. When they saw Su Cheng kill the second-level monster in seconds, they felt incredible. But when they saw Su Cheng kill the third-level monster in seconds, they actually felt that it was natural. If Su Cheng asked them to run outside the cordon now to pull out the fourth-level monster, they would not find it strange. Brother Cheng, do you want to continue? Li Yulong asked. Su Cheng must have unleashed all his strength to kill the third-level inherited beast with one strike. No matter how fast his energy and blood recover, it can't be restored instantly, right? You should take a break at least. Continue, Su Cheng said with a relaxed look. With that one slash of the sword just now, he truly unleashed 100% of his energy and blood. But in just a short while, the chi and blood had recovered to about 10%. I guess by the time the others pull the monster over, his energy and blood will be restored on their own. Previously, when he used his origin to challenge the limits of the human body, his qualifications had been improved many times. When breaking the last two limits of the human body, the body undergoes 2 more rounds of hair removal and marrow cleansing. The body has undergone tremendous changes. His current recovery ability is countless times better than before. After killing so many monsters, he has not yet used his origin to restore his energy and blood. Okay, I'll go pull down the next one. Li Yulong's eyes were full of envy. With such an abnormal recovery ability, he will probably never lack martial arts resources in his life. Only a few hours had passed, and Su Cheng had killed more monsters than most ordinary warriors would kill in a year. This is just crazy. Li Yulong opened the map, found another third-level monster, and set off quickly. After a while, another teammate in the group of 6 also pulled a third-level monster over. Su Cheng rushed forward and burst out with 100% of his energy and blood again, killing him instantly. As time went by, the few third-level monsters were all killed, leaving only a few. The first and second-level monsters have been completely killed. Once the remaining third-level monsters are killed, the trial will be over. I heard that the last trial lasted 3 days and 3 nights before all the monsters were killed. Did our trial last more than 5 hours? I noted the time. I entered the secret realm at 10 a.m. and it is now 2:30 p.m. I estimate that the trial will be over within 5 hours. I feel like we're on a sightseeing tour. We didn't kill many monsters, but we did see a lot of scenery. Who made us have such a pervert this year? He killed almost 500 monsters in 1 second. How many monsters were there in total? He killed them all by himself. The key is that he can kill a third-level monster in seconds. Is he still a human? His fighting ability is even more abnormal than those alien races. A tall tree attracts the wind. With so many monsters in his possession, everyone is jealous. Didn't you notice? Everyone is moving towards that person. Lu Zhongting, Tan Xian, Lu Xiao, these people are all monsters. Do you think they will let that person leave with the monster? These monsters all claim to be the best in Jiangzhou. There will definitely be a fight between them. We can't miss this excitement. In every corner, idle students were talking and moving towards Su Cheng. Some people simply want to watch the fun, while others want to take advantage of the situation and get something for nothing. Southwest direction. Lu Zhongting killed a third-level inherited beast. I opened the map and saw that there was only one level 3 monster left in the entire trial area, so I chose not to hunt it. Instead, it changed direction and moved quickly towards a nearby blue light spot. My energy and blood recover quickly, but I am just willful. That's all. It's my turn to take the stage next. Now, some appetizers. There was a sinister look in Lu Zhongting's eyes. He didn't expect that the guy, who he didn't know, could kill a third-level monster in seconds. This strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. But he didn't take Su Cheng too seriously. With his strength, if he fully unleashes his energy and blood, he can also easily kill a third-level monster in seconds. But in that case, too much energy and blood would be consumed and could not be recovered in time. Now that the trial is basically over, he no longer has so many worries and can finally go all out. So far, he still has his biggest trump card that he has not used. He was very confident that once he used that move, no one would be his match. Lu Zhongting rushed towards a blue light. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer. Soon, a figure fleeing in a hurry appeared in his sight. The escaping student's face changed drastically when he heard the noise behind him. He struggled for a moment, but finally stopped on his own initiative. Although he didn't know who was catching up with him, he happened to see a red light, representing a third-level monster, disappear in front of this person. Facing a man who could kill a third-level monster, he was definitely no match. So he turned around and said loudly to Lu Zhongting, who was catching up with him, "I admit defeat. All the monsters are yours." He directly opened the storage box and dumped the 2 hunted monsters on the ground. However, Lu Zhongting didn't even look at the monster on the ground. He rushed straight to the student who had admitted defeat and slashed at his chest with a knife. With a clang sound, The A-grade alloy sword in Lu Jingting's hand easily cut through the E-grade combat uniform worn by the student, leaving a huge gash on his chest, and blood immediately gushed out. The student looked down at the wound that extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, deep enough to see the bone, and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Covering the wound that was bleeding, he shouted in fear, "What do you want to do? This is a trial." Lu Zhongting kicked the student to the ground, walked up to him, raised his right foot, and stepped on his chest. Then he stretched out his sword and drew an X on his face. "You are a bunch of ants. I really want to crush you all to death." Lu Zhongting licked his lips, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. If it weren't for the rules prohibiting killing, he would have ended the life of the student in front of him without mercy. Chapter 54. Decisive Battle. The easternmost part of the Misty Forest. Lu Xiao moved his body slightly to avoid the attack of a third-level monster. Then he raised the long knife in his hand and chopped at the monster's head. With this cut, he only used 10% of his own energy and blood, leaving only a shallow wound on the monster's head. The monster attacked again, but Lu Xiao still moved his body slightly, easily dodging the attack, and then chopped the same position on the monster's head with a knife. He used 20% of his energy and blood to chop the monster's skull directly. The monster was furious and attacked Lu Xiao frantically, but he still dodged it easily and slashed at the wound on the monster's head with another knife. With this cut, his energy and blood increased again, and the wound became deeper. At the same time, with every strike of his sword, his momentum would increase. After 4 consecutive slashes, more than half of the monster's head had been chopped off. His momentum seemed to have reached a critical point. "Break it for me!" Lu Xiao roared angrily, and under the impact of this momentum, a certain acupuncture point in his body was instantly broken, and a large amount of qi and blood rushed into his body. In an instant, his energy and blood surged, and he went directly from the high stage of the second grade to the peak of the second grade. "Die!" Lu Xiao raised the long sword again, and his blood and energy instantly burst out of his body, quickly covering the long sword and chopped at the head of the third-level monster. This knife easily cut through the head of the third-level monster and extended all the way to the monster's tail. Directly split the monster into 2. "I did it! I did it! Ha ha ha!" Lu Xiao laughed wildly towards the sky. That last slash of the sword not only helped him break through the valve of a key acupuncture point, but also pushed the basic sword skills he had practiced for many years to perfection, and successfully comprehended the killing move of breaking the body with qi and blood. Now, his realm has reached the peak of the second level. Breaking the human body's limits twice, the quality of qi and blood is improved twice, making it more powerful than ordinary warriors. He had just upgraded his basic swordsmanship to perfection, plus another yellow-level body technique of perfection. His fighting power directly reached a new peak. Lu Zhongting, Tan Xian, and that someone. Today I am going to trample all of you under my feet and let you know how terrifying the fighting power of the strongest second-grade warrior is. Lu Xiao showed a proud smile, opened the map, and quickly rushed towards the light spot where Su Cheng was. At the same time, in the northernmost part of the Misty Forest, Tan Xian stood on a big tree. 100 meters ahead, dozens of flying knives were dancing in the air, forming a net that surrounded a third-level monster in the center. The monster was thin and looked like a cat, with black fur all over its body. There were no eyeballs in its eyes, which looked like 2 black holes. It is the Phantom Cat included in the Alien Atlas. The Phantom Cat was extremely fast, constantly shuttling back and forth in the flying knife net, easily avoiding all attacks. However, as the flying knife net continued to shrink, the Phantom Cat had less and less space to dodge. The flying knife was getting closer and closer, and was about to cut the Phantom Cat. At this moment, the silhouette of the Phantom Cat suddenly became blurred and turned into countless tiny particles. Flying knives pierced through these particles. The Phantom Cat turned into countless particles and quickly rushed out of the flying knife net. Its body solidified and turned into its original appearance, then turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Tan Xian rapidly. Dozens of flying knives were chasing behind him. In less than 3 seconds, the Phantom Cat had arrived under the big tree. After a few jumps, it came in front of Tan Xian and grabbed her chest with its sharp claws. At this time, Tan Xian kicked his legs, his body rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. The Phantom Cat's attack missed, and its body fell on a tree branch before quickly bouncing up and rushing high into the sky. Meow. There was a hint of human joy in the Phantom Cat's cry. The sharp claws were ready, waiting to cut Tan Xian's chest as she fell. But when the Shadow Cat's figure rose to its limit, it suddenly discovered that Tan Xion's figure was actually floating in the air. The body of the phantom cat began to fall, and below it, dozens of flying knives were rapidly approaching. Seeing that it was about to be hit by the flying knife, the shadow cat's body became illusory again. But just as it turned into countless particles, a huge mental force instantly penetrated into its mind. At the same time, an invisible force directly imprisoned its figure firmly. The virtual body instantly changed back, and dozens of flying knives pierced through the body of the phantom cat, turning it into a sieve. The body of the phantom cat fell to the ground, and Tan Xion, who was high in the sky, also slowly descended and put the monster's corpse into the storage box. Then she opened the map and saw that everyone was gathering in the same direction. A confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As a psychic, she can use her mental power to control her body and float in the air. No warrior below the Grandmaster level can hurt her. In this trial, she was invincible from the very beginning. Lu Zhangting, Lu Xiao, and that guy whose name is unknown, even if they were combined, they were no match for her. Is the final battle coming? This time, I will let everyone know the horror of a psychic master. After saying that, she quickly moved towards Su Cheng. On a flat ground in the middle of the misty forest, Su Cheng stood in the center. Behind him stood 26 members of the Temporary Alliance, including Wang Jun, and a group of 6 led by Li Yulong. The forest 100 meters away from him was filled with students participating in this trial. Su Cheng possesses more than 80% of the monsters in this trial. Everyone was jealous and wanted to get a piece of the pie. But everyone knew how terrifying Su Cheng was, and no one dared to get within 100 meters of him. Everyone was waiting for monsters like Lu Zhangting, Tan Xion, and Lu Xiao to come. This trial brought together all the geniuses from the 18 cities in Jiangzhou. Not only do they want to win first place in the trial, they also want to take this opportunity to decide who is the strongest high school student in Jiangzhou. Therefore, there must be a battle between the most powerful monsters. And now is the moment of decisive battle. The forest was silent, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. At this moment, with a swish, a figure rushed out from the forest quickly and landed gracefully on the flat ground not far from Su Cheng. This man had short, shaggy hair, a handsome appearance, and an imposing bearing. He was none other than Lu Zhangting, the top scorer in the Jiangzhou College entrance examination. His gaze swept over Su Cheng, with a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. It is not satisfying to torture ordinary warriors. Only to torture such top geniuses is more exciting. On the other side, a fierce-looking boy slowly walked out of the forest. He walked closer to the two of them step by step. This man had dark skin, a scar on his face, and a ferocious look. He was none other than Lu Xiao, who ranked 7th in the college entrance examination in Jiangzhou. Lu Xiao's gaze swept across Su Cheng and Lu Zhangting's faces respectively, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to crush the two people in front of him. But now is not the time to take action. The last person has not arrived yet. Chapter 55 Battle with Lu Xiao. As Lu Xiao was thinking, he saw a slender figure floating over and landing beside him. The girl was tall, had short hair, looked heroic, and had a confident smile on her face. She was Tan Xion, who ranked 3rd in the Jiangzhou College entrance examination. The 4 of them stood in a square in the middle of the ground, with a strong fighting spirit rising from them. You all step back a bit, Su Cheng said to Wang Jun and others behind him. Brother Cheng, be careful. Wang Jun's men retreated to the rear. Originally, they were thinking of joining Su Cheng in a group fight against the other side. But at this moment, everyone realized that this was a battle of honor between 4 top talents. It's about who will be the strongest high school student in Jiangzhou. If they helped, Su Cheng would be criticized even if he won. They looked nervously at the 4 people on the flat ground in front of them. Along the way, they had long regarded Su Cheng as the leader of this temporary team. Su Cheng not only conquered them with his strength, but also made them like him with his character. Although he possesses such powerful fighting ability, there is not even a trace of pride in him. He treated these people with ordinary fighting ability without any airs. Especially in the distribution of spoils, they were treated very preferentially. They recognized Su Cheng as the boss from the bottom of their hearts. What's more, the outcome of this battle also determines who will own the spoils. So everyone hopes that Su Cheng can win. But Lu Zhangting, Tan Xion, and Lu Xiao are extremely famous in Jiangzhou, and most people have heard of them since high school. The impression of strong fighting power has been deeply rooted in their minds. They were also not sure whether Su Cheng could defeat the 3 people. So I felt extremely nervous and my heart started beating wildly. Who do you think will win among these 4 people? In the forest 100 meters away from the flat ground, a student asked curiously, "Need I say more?" It must be Lu Zhangting. He is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangzhou. Moreover, his father is a powerful god of war with a deep foundation in martial arts. Whether it is the martial arts he practices or the equipment he uses, Lu Zhangting is better than others. The fighting power is naturally the strongest. Someone said with absolute certainty, "That's not necessarily true. You probably don't know how terrifying a psychic is." I can conclude that the ultimate winner of this battle must be Tan Xian. Someone nearby retorted. It's hard to tell who's stronger between Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian, but Lu Xiao and that person are definitely weaker than both of them. Lu Xiao's college entrance examination score ranked 7th in Jiangzhou, which was a big gap from the previous two, and his realm was only the second-grade high stage, which was lower than the previous two. A boy who developed prematurely and had a mustache analyzed. I also think Lu Xiao can't compare to Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian, but that man may not be the case, right? He could even kill a third-level inherited beast in seconds, and more than half of the monsters in the entire trial field were killed by him. His strength shouldn't be worse than these two, right? The man who asked the question before asked again. They said it killed a third-level inheritance beast instantly, but did you see it with your own eyes? He has so many people helping him pull the monsters. Who knows if they help him kill them? If he had someone assisting him when he killed a third-level monster, his combat effectiveness would be in question. The boy with a mustache continued his analysis. That makes sense. I think his blood and chi recover faster than others, but his combat power is probably weaker than Lu Xiao's. Indeed, I also think that he is the weakest of the four. He definitely cannot save the monsters he killed. It would be a joke if all the monsters he killed were taken away by others. Just wait and see who is stronger and who is weaker. The result will be known soon. The students who were watching started discussing. May I have your name? In the middle of the plain, Lu Xiao suddenly asked Su Cheng. It can be seen from the looks of Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian that they don't take Lu Xiao seriously at all. He must let the two of them see how strong he, Lu Xiao, is. Similarly, he did not take Su Cheng seriously, so he planned to attack this man first to demonstrate his fighting ability. As for why I asked Su Cheng's name, first of all, he didn't want to fight an unknown person. Secondly, Su Cheng's strength is worthy of his name. Su Cheng. Su Cheng said calmly. Remember, the person who defeated you is called Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's tone was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared in front of Su Cheng and slashed at his neck with the back of the knife with all his strength. Su Cheng tapped the ground with his legs and took a step back. The tip of the knife just brushed past his neck. At the same time, he slashed with the sword, turned his wrist, and the blade of the long sword hit Lu Xiao's head. When Lu Xiao saw that his attack missed, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He discovered that Su Cheng had actually mastered a form of physical training that had reached the level of perfection. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control the dodging distance so accurately. Seeing the long knife coming, he leaned back slightly, and the tip of the knife also brushed past his nose just a millimeter away. The attack missed, and Su Cheng also discovered that Lu Xiao had a strong ability to dodge. So he instantly released his mental power, covering Lu Xiao. He did this not to restrain Lu Xiao with his mental power, but to use his mental power to sense the other party's movements. This is a way of using mental power, which can sense everything around you and take in any slight movement. This move consumes very little mental energy, but the effect is extremely good. When Lu Xiao discovered that Su Cheng's body movements were not inferior to his own, he also understood that with his current speed, even if he released all his energy and blood, he would not be able to hit the opponent. Then the qi and blood will directly flow out of the body and envelope the entire body. When the qi and blood came into contact with the air, a violent reaction immediately occurred. Whether it is attack power, speed, or defense, they have all been comprehensively enhanced. In an instant, his body appeared in front of Su Cheng. He raised the long sword in his hand again, and with all his strength, he chopped towards Su Cheng's neck. This time, Lu Xiao's speed was obviously greatly improved, and only a shadow could be seen passing by. But Su Cheng had already sensed the slight twitching of his body muscles through his mental power, thus determining the timing and trajectory of his knife strike. The moment he drew his sword, he took a half step back and dodged the attack again. At the same time, a knife was slashed out, also cutting towards Lu Xiao's neck. Lu Xiao's face changed drastically. I didn't expect that even after trying my best and using all the means, I still couldn't hit Su Cheng. Seeing Su Cheng attacking again with a knife, his body instantly moved half a step to the left, avoiding the trajectory of the long sword. Just when he thought he could easily dodge Su Cheng's attack, he suddenly discovered that as his body moved to the left, the long knife in Su Cheng's hand changed its trajectory and continued to chop towards his neck. How is this possible? Lu Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and a sense of life and death crisis instantly arose in his heart. He wanted to move his body again to dodge, but it was too late. The long knife fell at high speed and hit his neck directly. Chapter 56. Crushing Lu Zhongting. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Cheng's long knife accurately hit Lu Xiao's neck. The tremendous force penetrated into the body from the neck and spread to every inch of muscle. Lu Xiao's body sank suddenly under the pressure, and his feet directly crushed the ground. His consciousness was also directly shattered by the huge impact force, and his body fell straight forward. After a test move, the two sides decided the winner with the second move, and Lu Xiao was knocked unconscious by Su Cheng's knife. Fortunately, only the back of the knife was used. Otherwise, this 7th-ranked genius in Jiangzhou would probably be left with only a headless corpse. Brother Cheng is awesome. Seeing this scene, Wang Jun and others burst into extremely excited cheers. Su Cheng is so strong that he defeated Lu Xiao in 1 second. Isn't the gap between the two too big? Who said that Su Cheng relied on others to help him kill the 3rd-level monster? Isn't Lu Xiao much stronger than the 3rd-level monster? Didn't he still get killed in seconds? Fuck. Not only does his qi and blood recover quickly, but his fighting power is also so strong. He is simply invincible. His strength is not inferior to Lu Zhongting and Tan Xian at all. In the forest 100 meters away, there were also bursts of exclamations. Su Cheng killed Lu Xiao in 1 move, and his powerful fighting ability was directly displayed in front of everyone. The previous doubts about him disappeared completely. In the center of the plain, Lu Zhongting's pupil shrank, and the contempt in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a deep fear. If it had happened before, even if Su Cheng killed Lu Xiao in seconds, he still wouldn't care too much. But now it's different. During the battle between the two, he discovered that Lu Xiao's martial arts realm has reached the peak of the 2nd level. His physical skills have reached perfection, and he has also mastered the killing move of breaking the body with qi and blood. With such powerful fighting ability, he would not be able to kill easily if he did not use that trump card. What's more, Su Cheng acted nonchalant when he killed Lu Xiao in seconds, as if he still had some strength left. This is a bit scary. Next to him, Tan Xian was also extremely surprised. Su Cheng's strength was beyond her expectations. Lu Xiao, who was at the peak of the 2nd rank, couldn't even touch him even though his energy and blood were flowing through his body and he was bursting out with all his strength. This movement skill was simply too powerful, much stronger than the phantom cat she had killed before. If she controlled the flying knife to attack, she would not be able to hit Su Cheng at all. Moreover, Su Cheng knocked Lu Xiao unconscious with a single blow. Judging from the extent of the damage to the ground, the burst of qi and blood was extremely powerful. If she was hit, she would still not be able to defend herself. Fortunately, she is a spiritualist, so as long as she flies into the air, Su Cheng won't be able to touch her. If he could use his mental power to confine Su Cheng to the spot, he would be easily defeated. As the two were thinking about it, they saw Su Cheng flash and suddenly come to Lu Zhongting's side. The long knife suddenly slapped towards Lu Zhongting's face. Lu Zhongting's face changed. Su Cheng was extremely fast and arrived in an instant, so he had no time to dodge. He could only control the A-level combat suit to wrap his head, and at the same time raise the A-level alloy sword in his hand to block his face. Clang! A sharp sound of metal collision was heard, and Lu Zhongting's body was knocked dozens of meters away by the huge impact force before he could barely stabilize his body. The long sword in his hand kept shaking, making his hands numb and almost falling off. He was extremely shocked in his heart. It was not until the moment he fought with Su Cheng in person that he realized that the seemingly random attack contained extremely terrifying power. If it weren't for the A-grade alloy combat suit that absorbed most of the force that penetrated his body alone would be enough to damage his internal organs. Lu Zhongting had just steadied himself and had no time to catch his breath when Su Cheng appeared in front of him again, holding the long sword high and chopping it towards his head. So fast. Lu Zhongting was shocked. He held the sword horizontally with his right hand, supported the hilt with his left hand, raised it above his head, and burst out all the energy and blood in his body to block the rapidly falling sword. Su Cheng's speed was too fast. He could only passively defend himself and was unable to launch an attack at all. Clang! Another deafening sound of metal collision resounded through the heavens and earth. The A-grade alloy sword in Lu Zhongting's hand trembled wildly, fell off and stabbed into the ground. The violent power was transmitted through the sword into his hands and quickly spread throughout his body. The ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly, shattering into countless pieces of soil, as if there was an earthquake. Cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Puff. Lu Zhangting spat out a mouthful of blood mist. The power of this knife was stronger than the previous one. Even though the A-level combat suit took away most of the power, it still injured his internal organs. At this time, Su Cheng's third knife fell again. Lu Zhangting's face changed drastically. Now that the long sword has fallen off, he has no way of blocking the attack. In desperation, Lu Zhangting could only use his secret skills to save his life. His energy and blood suddenly burst out, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth again. His body instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared 10 meters away. The long knife in Su Cheng's hand fell and chopped on the ground, directly creating a huge crack. The cracks quickly spread forward, extending all the way to Lu Zhangting's feet. The attack missed, but Su Cheng didn't pause at all. He flashed and came in front of Lu Zhangting again. Lu Zhangting was breathing heavily, and when he saw Su Cheng attacking again, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he has always crushed his peers and has never been forced into such an embarrassing situation. In front of Su Cheng, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. He even had to use a secret escape technique that put a great strain on his body to dodge that terrifying blow. It's such a shame. He must get this place back. He quickly put his hands together, intertwined his fingers, and made a strange gesture. In an instant, tiny strands of lightning appeared on his hands. Sizzle. There were continuous explosions amid flashes of thunder and lightning. Seeing that Su Cheng had come to his side, he instantly mobilized the blood and energy in his body that had been fused with the element of thunder and shouted, "Heavenly Thunder Formation." A bolt of lightning as thick as a finger spread rapidly forward like a branch, starting from his fingertips. In an instant, it covered Su Cheng's figure and the area within 50 meters in front of him. Snap! Huge thunder roared continuously, spreading throughout the misty forest, accompanied by a dazzling light. The moment he saw the lightning coming, Su Cheng activated the Vajra power and his body became as hard as steel. At the same time, qi and blood will flow out of the body and cover the surface of the body. With spiritual perception turned on, he took the wind step and kept shuttling between thunder and lightning. Occasionally, the body is hit by a small electric current, and only a slight numbness is felt. When the thunder and lightning dissipated and the strong light disappeared, Su Cheng's figure rushed out in an instant, came in front of Lu Zhangting, and punched him on the chin. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Lu Zhangting spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body shot backwards, flew 100 meters away, broke several large trees, and fell to the ground. Like a dead dog, motionless. Chapter 57. Su Cheng is already invincible. The whole audience was silent. Everyone stared in amazement at Lu Zhangting, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The image of an invincible genius quickly collapsed in everyone's mind. No one thought that Lu Zhangting, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangzhou and known as the strongest high school student in Jiangzhou, would be defeated by an unknown student. And he was defeated so miserably that he was beaten almost the entire time. This is incredible. The silence lasted only a few seconds, and then a burst of extremely fanatical screams broke out. Fuck. Lu Zhangting actually lost. Su Cheng crushed me from start to finish, and even his hair didn't get messed up. His fighting ability is too abnormal. I thought Su Cheng might win, but I didn't think he would win so easily. It's just like an adult beating a big kid. The gap between the two is really too big. Su Cheng's fighting ability is ridiculous. Lu Zhangting is like a little chicken in front of him. Hasn't he already broken through to the third rank? Everyone was discussing it with great excitement. This battle aroused everyone's emotions. Brother Cheng is so strong. Who would have thought that he is only a first-class warrior? Wang Jun said with great excitement. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe such a record. Lu Zhangting is already considered the top talent in Jiangzhou, but compared with Su Cheng, he can only be described as mediocre. Looking across the country, there are probably no more than 10 people of Su Cheng's age who can arm wrestle with him. When I was killed instantly by Su Cheng at the beginning, I was a little skeptical about my life, but now I have completely let it go. Even Lu Zhangting was easily crushed by him, which is enough to prove that it is not that I am weak, but that Su Cheng is too strong. Li Yulong couldn't help but exclaim. He originally thought that Su Cheng and Lu Zhangting were genius monsters of the same level. His strength is even slightly weaker than Lu Zhangting. After all, Lu Zhangting was the top scorer in the Jiangzhou College entrance examination, and he often went to the crack world to fight, so his combat power was very strong. But no one expected that the gap in fighting power between the two would be so huge. Lu Zhangting was beaten by Su Cheng the whole time and had no power to resist at all. Even though he used an extremely powerful martial arts technique at the end, he still failed to cause any harm to Su Cheng. It's so scary. In the center of the plain, Tan Xian's eyes showed deep shock. She thought there would be a fierce battle between Lu Zhangting and Su Cheng. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng crushed Lu Zhangting easily. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. Su Cheng is too strong. If she only relied on the power of qi and blood, she would probably perform even worse in front of Su Cheng. Fortunately, she is a spiritual master, so as long as she flies high into the sky, she can easily control Su Cheng. Thinking of this, without waiting for Su Cheng to rush over, Tan Xian controlled her body and flew to a height of 100 meters. Su Cheng couldn't jump up from this distance. She was already invincible. Oh my god, Tan Xian actually flew high into the sky. How can we fight her? See? This is the terrifying thing about the psychic. She can attack Su Cheng at will, but Su Cheng can't even touch her shadow. Only a Grandmaster can achieve a short flight. For those below the Grandmaster level, even if they can jump to such a high position, it would be difficult to hit Tan Xian. In this case, Su Cheng is likely to lose. In the forest 100 meters away, the students watching were talking about it. The moment Tan Xian's body flew high into the sky, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Su Cheng is bound to lose. Although Brother Cheng can't attack Tan Xian, he won't necessarily lose, right? With his abnormal body movements, Tan Xian won't be able to hit Brother Cheng. With Brother Cheng's ability to recover qi and blood, wouldn't it be possible to win if he kept delaying until Tan Xian's mental strength was exhausted? Wang Jun asked with some confusion. It's useless. A psychic can control objects. She can control herself to fly high into the sky. Can't she control other people's bodies? Li Yulong said with a look of regret. When Wang Jun reacted, his face suddenly changed. Even if Tan Xian couldn't completely control Su Cheng and make him stay still, he could still win the battle by slowing down his dodging speed. Su Cheng was afraid he was going to lose. Su Cheng, I have to admit that you are very powerful. With just the power of qi and blood, I am no match for you. It's a pity that spiritualists are invincible below the Grandmaster level. So, it's time to end the game. Tan Xian looked down at Su Cheng from high in the sky, with dozens of flying knives controlled by mental power floating in front of her. As soon as she finished speaking, the flying knives immediately fell towards Su Cheng rapidly. At the same time, she burst out all her mental strength, controlled Su Cheng's combat suit, and pressed him firmly to the ground. Seeing the flying knife already in front of Su Cheng, he stood there motionless. Seeing this, Tan Xian smiled and felt secretly happy. At first, she was a little worried that she would not be able to control Su Cheng, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. Su Cheng was under her mental control and couldn't move at all. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Su Cheng to dodge. In this contest between Jiangzhou geniuses, she was the one who had the last laugh. Tan Xian was thinking proudly when her expression suddenly changed. She saw that dozens of flying knives suddenly stopped in front of Su Cheng. It was as if she was being held by a dozen hands, and no matter how she controlled herself, she couldn't move. What's going on? When Tan Xian was feeling confused and puzzled, a huge mental force surged out from Su Cheng and instantly broke through her mental constraints, rushing towards the figure in the sky. Just one encounter was enough to shatter her mental control. The mental force that controlled his body receded like the tide. At the same time, an incomparably vast mental force enveloped her body, pulling her body downwards rapidly. He is actually a spiritualist. Tan Xian's heart was instantly filled with shock and fear. It wasn't until this moment that she reacted. Su Cheng is actually also a spiritual master. His mental strength is even stronger than hers. In front of Su Cheng's vast mental power, she was like a lone boat in the ocean, and any wave could destroy her. Under Su Cheng's mental drag, Tan Xian's figure fell rapidly, hit the ground heavily, and smashed directly into the ground, leaving a human-shaped pit. The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Su Cheng in amazement, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. What happened? Why did Tan Xian fall down by herself? Is there a possibility that she didn't fall down by herself, but was pulled down by Su Cheng? You mean to say that Su Cheng is also a spiritualist? Fuck, this is too exaggerated. Who would have thought that Su Cheng is actually a spiritualist? The power of qi and blood alone is already so strong. It is unimaginable. With the identity of a spiritualist, his combat power will be so terrifying. Su Cheng is already invincible. Chapter 58, I'm protecting them. Everyone was immersed in deep shock and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. Su Cheng's fighting ability exceeded everyone's cognition. They had never seen anyone so comprehensive. We are all warriors. Even if we are not very strong, we still have vision. From these 3 battles, it is not difficult to find that Su Cheng is a complete hexagonal warrior. Whether it is attack, speed, body movement, defense, perception, or recovery, they have all reached an extremely high level. There are almost no shortcomings. In addition to that abnormal recovery ability and innate talent as a psychic, the other aspects are most likely due to the practice of martial arts. You know, everyone has limited energy. It is already very good for an ordinary warrior to master 2 martial arts. Even for a gifted genius, mastering 3 martial arts is already the limit. There are only a handful of people like Su Cheng who have mastered at least 4 martial arts and have practiced them to a very high level. From this point, we can also see how extraordinary Su Cheng's understanding is. Tan Xian crawled out of the human-shaped pit in a very embarrassed manner. Although she was not knocked unconscious, her muscles and bones were damaged and she was no longer able to fight. She looked at Su Cheng in disbelief. Until now, I still can't accept the fact that Su Cheng is also a psychic. You know, spiritualists and qi and blood warriors are almost 2 combat systems. One specializes in mental power martial arts, the other specializes in qi and blood martial arts. She spends more than 80% of her time every day practicing her mental power and mental martial arts. The remaining 20% of the time can only be used for daily acupoint training, and it is impossible to take into account the practice of qi and blood martial arts. But Su Cheng is not only a qi and blood warrior, he is also a spiritual master. And the combat effectiveness of both systems has been increased to the extreme. Using the fighting style of a qi and blood warrior, he crushed Lu Zhangting and Lu Xiao. And he destroyed her using the psychic's fighting style. This is simply horrible. Although she didn't want to accept this result, this was the reality and she had to admit it. She walked to Su Cheng, opened the storage box, poured out all the monsters inside, and turned and left without saying a word. On the other side, Lu Xiao, who had woken up long ago, also walked towards Su Cheng. He handed over all the monsters in his hands and looked at Su Cheng with firm eyes. One day, I will challenge you again. Su Cheng's powerful fighting ability made Lu Xiao completely realize himself. In front of Su Cheng, he was like an ant that could be crushed to death effortlessly. It's ridiculous that he is so confident that he thinks he is the strongest second grade. After saying this, Lu Xiao also left quickly. Su Cheng put all the monsters on the ground into the storage box, looked at Lu Zhangting who was 100 meters away, and came in front of him in a few leaps. Su Bin thought that Lu Zhangting would voluntarily hand over the monster in his hand. Unexpectedly, he smiled and said, Su Cheng, you are very strong. How about making friends? We can make friends, but hand over the monster first. Su Cheng also said with a smile. Lu Zhangting's smile froze, and he continued. Su Cheng, you may not know that my brother is the president of the Dongfang Martial Arts Academy's Martial Arts Club. When you join the Martial Arts Club, I can ask him to take care of you. The Martial Arts Club has privileges, and I have my brother's care, so it will be much easier for you to get credits. That's not necessary. Everyone just needs to rely on their own abilities. Su Cheng said expressionlessly. He has no worries about martial arts resources, nor does he need the care of the Martial Arts Club. Moreover, there was a hint of threat in Lu Zhangting's words, so it was even more impossible for him to agree. Su Cheng, my father is the thunder god of war. Making friends with me will only benefit you. Don't narrow your path. Lu Zhangting's smile disappeared completely, and his eyes were filled with sinister intent. Do you want to hand over the monster yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? Su Cheng was too lazy to waste time, and directly gave Lu Zhangting an ultimatum. Lu Zhangting ran over and tried to snatch his monster, but when he failed he refused to hand over the spoils and even brought up his brother and father to threaten him. Isn't this funny? Do you really think that Su Cheng is from Shaman University? Good, very good. Lu Zhangting's face was gloomy. He poured out the monsters in the storage box, turned around and rushed to the other contestants in the forest. With a ferocious look on his face, he said to the students in front of him, Hand over the monster you killed. Why? The student didn't take Lu Zhangting seriously. In his opinion, Lu Zhangting was already injured and might not be his opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhongting suddenly stabbed out with a sword. The student had no time to react before the sword pierced through his heart. Hand it over or not. As Lu Zhongting spoke, he turned the sword and blood immediately gushed out like a faucet.
Ah,
The student screamed and shouted, "I'll hand it in! I'll hand it in!" He quickly opened the storage box and poured out 2 first-level monsters. Lu Zhongting drew out his sword and put the monster on the ground into the storage box. His eyes fell on another student. The student turned around and ran away. The students around him also changed their expressions and ran away quickly. Lu Zhongting pushed hard with his feet and his body shot out. He instantly caught up with the student who had escaped first, raised his hand and slashed his back with a sword, revealing a wound deep enough to see the bone. The student fell to the ground, turned around and looked at Lu Zhongting in horror, and quickly handed over the monsters in the storage box, shouting, "All for you! All for you!" Lu Zhongting put away the monster, then chased after another student. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword, directly cutting off the student's arm. He shouted, "The trial is not over yet. You can't run away. If you don't want to lose your limbs, stay where you are and don't move." When the other students saw this scene, they were so frightened that they stopped immediately. With their speed, they could never outrun Lu Zhongting and would be caught up sooner or later. Although it is possible to be rescued by pressing the rescue button, everyone is too close to Lu Zhongting. They were all afraid that they would not be able to wait for the rescue team to arrive and that he would catch up with them. Once the hands and feet are cut off, even if they are reconnected in time, it will take a lot of time to recover. It's really not worth it for the sake of a few monsters. Everyone handed over the monsters in their hands and looked at Lu Zhongting nervously. Seeing Lu Zhongting capture the monster and leave immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but felt annoyed at the same time. If I had known, I wouldn't have joined in the fun. Lu Zhongting snatched away all the dozen or so monsters that had learned from the surroundings and found that a group of students were standing there not far away without moving. He quickly ran to the group of students and said in a cold voice, "Hand over the monsters." Wang Jun and others did not say anything, but just clenched the alloy knives in their hands. Court death. Seeing this, Lu Zhongting's eyes were filled with anger. He immediately rushed to Wang Jun and stabbed him with a sword. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and with a flash of knife light, the sword in his hand was knocked away in an instant. Su Cheng looked at Lu Zhongting with cold eyes and said calmly, "I'll protect them." Chapter 59. You wait. Su Cheng, I advise you to think carefully. Are you sure you want to go against me for this bunch of rubbish? Lu Zhongting's anger rose in his heart, and he spoke with gritted teeth. Su Cheng had gone against him again and again, and his patience had reached its limit. What are you talking about? Leave the monster in your hand and get out of here immediately, Su Cheng said impatiently. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this in my life. When Lu Zhongting heard this, the anger in his heart instantly devoured his reason. He looked at Su Cheng murderously and threatened him openly. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are stronger than me. If you don't want to die suddenly in the crack world one day, you'd better kneel down and apologize to me, and let them hand over the monster. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Cheng drew his knife and thrust it upwards towards Lu Zhongting's left hand. Clang! The long sword hit Lu Zhongting's combat uniform, sparks flew and a crisp sound was heard. The enormous force directly penetrated into Lu Zhongting's body. Even though the A-level combat suit offset more than half of the force, the bones in his left hand were still shattered. At the same time, under the impact of this force, his body was blown away more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground.
Ah!
Lu Zhongting lay on the ground, covering his arm and screaming miserably. His eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe that Su Cheng, knowing his background, actually dared to draw his sword against him and broke his hand. How dare Su Cheng? Su Cheng looked at Lu Zhongting's intact combat uniform, then at the D-grade alloy knife in his hand which had a huge crack on it, and felt resentful in his heart. He originally planned to cut off Lu Zhongting's hand. However, this guy's equipment was too good. Not only did he fail to cut open his combat uniform, but he also broke a big hole in his own knife. Leave all the monsters in the storage box behind and get out. Do I need to say it a third time? Su Cheng looked at Lu Zhongting with displeasure. This bastard actually dared to threaten my life. If they weren't in the secret realm of the Oriental Martial Academy with so many people watching, he would have chopped off this guy's head. Lu Zhongting's face was filled with aggrievedness, and the severe pain from his left hand made him regain some of his sanity. I knew that if I continued to pester him, I might get hurt more seriously. He could only suppress his anger and hand over all the monsters he had just robbed. Then he left quickly without looking back. He ran for several hundred meters in one breath, then suddenly stopped, bursting out with his blood and qi, and shouted loudly in the direction of Su Cheng. Su Cheng, just wait. I'm going to take your life. After saying this, Lu Zhongting turned around and continued to run away. The expression on his face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He doesn't care about these low-level monsters at all. The reason why I was reluctant to hand it over at first was simply because I wanted to save face when settling the accounts. But he didn't expect that even though he brought up his father, the god of war, and his brother, the president, Su Cheng still didn't give him face. That's fine. No matter how unhappy he is, the most he can do is find someone to teach Su Cheng a lesson and save his face. But he didn't expect that Su had become a group of trash and would go against him again. Not only did they steal the monster he had just captured, but they also chopped off his hand. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since he was a child? If Su Cheng is not killed, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. On the other side, Su Cheng heard Lu Zhongting's harsh words and suppressed the urge to kill. This guy has a father who is a god of war. If you want to kill him, you must never let anyone else know. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would die instantly if the god of war blew on him. Let's just let this bastard live for a while. Su Cheng picked up the monster corpse on the ground and suddenly found a sword stuck not far away. Lu Zhongting ran in such a hurry that he forgot to take it. Su Cheng walked over, pulled out the A-grade alloy sword, and put it directly into the storage box. If Lu Zhongting didn't have a good father, he would not only be asked to leave the monster behind, but also have to take off his combat uniform. This sword is the interest that allows him to live a little longer. Brother Cheng, thank you for standing up for us. If you have any problems in the future, just let me know. Although I, Wang Jun, am not very strong, I am willing to face it together with you. Wang Jun walked up and said with a firm look in his eyes. So do we. Wu Changding and other members of the temporary alliance also spoke up. I said I would protect your spoils, so I have to keep my word. I will take care of Lu Zhongting myself, so you don't have to worry. Su Cheng patted Wang Jun on the shoulder and said with a smile. Brother Cheng, you must be careful when you go back. Lu Zhongting will definitely not let it go. If you need help, be sure to notify us. Lu Zixuan on the side also said with a worried look on his face. This trial made them feel a special sense of comradeship towards Su Cheng. Su became a promise and was willing to offend the son of the god of war, which made them admire him immensely. They are willing to follow Su Cheng and face Lu Zhongting's pressure together. After killing the last level 3 monster, this trial will be over. You'd better press the rescue button and wait for the rescue team to pick you up. Su Cheng said with a smile. Brother Cheng, we'll wait for you. Wang Jun said. I have something else to do. You guys go back first. Su Cheng Dao. After killing the last 3rd level monster, he did not plan to go back to the base directly. Firstly, in this trial, he did not unleash his full strength from beginning to end. He really wanted to know how much fighting power he could unleash if he tried his best. Secondly, his feud with Lu Zhongting put him in crisis. He needs more origin to become stronger in order to deal with the upcoming dangers. I was even mentally prepared to face the god of war. Wang Jun and others were stunned when they heard this. Some people don't quite understand why Su Cheng doesn't return to the base after the trial. But suddenly he thought of something and his expression changed abruptly. Could it be that Su Cheng wanted to break outside the cordon and hunt those inherited beasts above level 3? If that's true, it's crazy. Although the inherited beast is not the top species among the monsters, but it can be considered upper middle class. To them, it was simply a fantasy to cross 3 levels to hunt down a 4th-order heritage beast at the initial stage of the 1st grade. Su Cheng returned the monsters to Li Yulong and others and gave them a few more. Then he quickly moved towards the last monster. Li Yulong looked at Su Cheng's back, his eyes full of fanaticism. Su Cheng's fighting ability was so terrifying that even he, who always looked down on those star chasers, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of admiration for him. The same goes for the rest. They had a strong premonition. Su Cheng will definitely become a powerful emperor in the future and lead mankind to completely overthrow the oppression of alien races. Chapter 60. Are you kidding me? Su Cheng quickly killed the last 3rd-level monster. Then he crossed the cordon, headed deep into the misty forest, exerted his mental power, and began to look for traces of the monster. On the other side, when I saw the last red light spot on the map completely disappear, all the students participating in the trial began to evacuate the misty forest and head towards the base. At this time, a student discovered that the blue light representing Su Cheng had actually passed through the cordon and entered the depths of the forest. He was immediately shocked and shouted, "Fuck!" Look, Su Cheng ran outside the cordon. The other students opened their maps one after another and looked at the blue light spots that were getting deeper and deeper. Their faces changed drastically. Is Su Cheng crazy? All the monsters in there are intermediate level above level 4. Su Cheng is indeed very strong, but he is a little too arrogant. It's not a big deal if he encounters a 4th level monster. Even if he is injured, he still has a chance to escape with his strength. But if he encounters a 5th level monster, he probably won't even be able to run away. Su Cheng is too arrogant. A mid-level monster is much stronger than a low-level monster. There is no way he can defeat it. The students were talking about it, and they all felt that Su Cheng was too arrogant. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each level. The first 3 levels are fine, but once you reach the 4th level, you can clearly feel the difference. Su Cheng can kill a 3rd level monster in seconds, but he can never be a match for a 4th level monster. If you encounter a 5th level monster, you probably won't even have a chance to escape and will be killed in the first encounter. There is no doubt that the final result will be a disastrous one. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life there. Lu Xiao couldn't help but shook his head when he saw Su Cheng entering the depths of the misty forest. When he was in high school, his teacher once took him to visit a captured 4th level inherited beast. He still remembers that violent aura vividly. He had fought with Su Cheng before, and the pressure Su Cheng brought to him was similar to that of the 4th level monster. If Su Cheng encounters a 4th level monster, the odds are at most 50-50. Relying on the abnormal recovery of qi and blood, Su Cheng should be able to win, but he will also be seriously injured, and the loss will outweigh the gain. When Tan Xian saw this scene, she thought the same thing as Lu Xiao. Su Cheng has already earned enough from this trial, so there is no need to get himself injured just to kill one more 4th level monster. If you are unlucky and encounter a 5th level monster, then it's all over. Arrogant guy. You'd better die in the misty forest. Lu Zhongting had been keeping an eye on Su Cheng. When he saw him crossing the cordon, he sneered in his heart. Deep in the misty forest is where the senior students of Tobu train. There are many 4th and 5th level monsters, and there are also many monsters above 6th level. You know, monsters all have a sense of territory. Once Su Cheng breaks into the territory of a 5th level monster, he will surely die. He is very much looking forward to it. The students returned to the base one after another, and the soldiers guarding the gate of the base had surprise in their eyes. The elimination rate in this trial is a bit fast. One of the soldiers asked in confusion. Although most students were eliminated in previous trials, most of them managed to make it to the 3rd day. How come so many students were eliminated in less than half a day this year? I feel like this year's freshman class is much weaker than in previous years. Another soldier couldn't help but sigh. But as more and more students returned to the base, the 2 soldiers found that the situation seemed a little different from what they thought. They couldn't help their curiosity and pulled a student to ask, "Classmate, what happened? Why are you all back?" "The trial is over," the student said with a frustrated look on his face. "It's over? How is that possible?" The 2 soldiers were a little bit unconvinced. Previous trials basically took about 3 days. So far, the fastest record has taken a full 48 hours. It's only been less than 6 hours. How is it possible to kill all the monsters? There is a genius in our class with abnormal combat power. He has killed hundreds of monsters by himself, and all of them were killed instantly with one strike. Now all the monsters in the trial area have been killed by him. The student who was pulled back explained. The first reaction of the 2 soldiers guarding the gate after hearing this was that the student was lying. After asking several students in succession and getting similar answers, he stood there in a daze, shaking uncontrollably inside. Soon, the students who participated in the trial returned to the ground through the space cracks in the secret base. All the soldiers along the way were stunned. No one expected that in less than half a day, this group of students killed hundreds of monsters. After leaving the alloy house of the ground base, everyone came to the hall where they first gathered, waiting for the base director Jiang Hui and Dongwu's instructor to come. The soldier who led them hurried to the lounge and said to the leaders who were drinking tea and chatting, "Report. The trial is over and the students have all returned." "Are you kidding me?" Jiang Hui glared at the soldier fiercely and didn't believe what he said at all. "How many hours has it been? A group of students who just graduated from high school killed all the monsters? How is that possible?" Several Dongwu instructors just smiled and continued drinking their tea. No one took it seriously. For this trial, they arranged 500 first-level monsters, 100 second-level monsters, and 33rd-level monsters. There were only about 100 students participating in the trial. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to finish the killing. There's no way it could be that fast. I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, just look at the map. The soldier simply pressed the map button on his watch. A light curtain was projected in front of everyone's eyes, and the map was clean without a single spot of light. Is your watch broken? Zhang Hui's first reaction when he saw the map was to suspect that his watch was broken. All students are gathering in the hall. The soldier reminded again. Zhang Hui and others finally reacted. If the map is broken, then the students should still be in the secret realm. How could they gather in the hall? Could it be that the trial is really over? Quick, go check it out. Zhang Hui stood up suddenly and walked hurriedly towards the door. Several Dongwu instructors had already rushed out of the lounge, with extremely excited expressions on their faces. It only took 6 hours to kill all 630 monsters. There is no doubt that among this year's freshmen, there must be some geniuses with incredible fighting power. Several people quickly ran to the entrance of the hall, and when they saw the students lined up in front, their faces flushed with excitement. They really killed all the monsters. Dongwu has found a treasure this time. Several people suppressed their excitement, slowed down their pace, and slowly walked in front of the students. Congratulations to all the students for successfully completing this trial. You were able to wipe out all 630 monsters in such a short time. Your performance is very good. Chapter 61. Fighting against the 4th level inherited beast. Zhang Hui simply praised him and then asked, "Are all the students back?" Report, there is still one person who has not returned. Wang Jun said loudly. Who didn't come back? What happened? Zhang Hui frowned and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Su Cheng. He went deep into the forest. Wang Jun replied. Nonsense. Zhang Hui's face changed drastically, and he was about to get angry. Tianze behind him said anxiously to the soldier who notified them, "Take me to the secret place quickly." The soldier also knew that the situation was urgent, and immediately took Tianze to the alloy house in the space crack. Tianze was extremely anxious at this time. He couldn't understand why Su Cheng ran outside the cordon. Could it be that he was forced to hide in there because someone else was trying to steal his monster beast? Logically speaking, shouldn't it? When Su Cheng was not a warrior, he was able to kill a 3rd-grade warrior of the cult. Now that he has become a formal warrior, his combat power must be even stronger. Even if he can't beat geniuses like Lu Zhangting, it shouldn't be a problem to keep his spoils from being stolen, right? But if it wasn't to avoid being robbed, could it be to hunt monsters? This is even more impossible. Those outside the cordon are all 4th-level inherited beasts. Su Cheng is a 1st-level warrior. Wouldn't it be courting death if he runs over there? He shouldn't be that stupid, right? Tianze's head was a mess. However, we should not worry about why Su Cheng broke through the cordon now, but we must find him quickly and bring him back to the base. If he arrives a step too late and encounters a 4th-order inheritance beast, he will be doomed. The human race has finally produced a top genius like Su Cheng, and he can't just die in a trial like this. The two men quickly came to the alloy gate. After the soldier verified the password and identity, he opened the gate and rushed into the space crack. In the hall, Zhang Hui said to the students below, "Everyone, take a rest here and keep quiet. There is still a student who is in danger and his life or death does not know. It is not appropriate to settle the results now." Zhang Hui decided to wait until Tianze came back. This student recruited by Mr. Tian is really too brave. I repeatedly reminded him that it was very dangerous outside the cordon, but I didn't expect him to run out anyway. Yuan Hui said somewhat speechlessly. I guess he was afraid that other students would snatch his spoils, so he ignored the danger and hid outside the cordon. Zhang Yuanqing guessed. In order to protect the spoils, they are willing to sacrifice their lives? Isn't this rule too cruel for these students? Chen Xiaoming said with some reluctance. Every year, students who take part in the trials are seriously injured because of fighting over monster beasts, and there have even been cases of accidental deaths. She felt that the rule that allowed students to snatch monsters from each other was a bit too cruel for students who had just graduated from high school. Teacher Chen, you are too soft-hearted. Only by experiencing real battles can you have a better chance of survival when entering the Rift world in the future, Zhang Yuanqing said in a stern tone. For warriors of this era, killing and danger are commonplace. The sooner you experience the baptism of blood, the better chance you will have of surviving danger. Killing is prohibited in the trial, and support can be called at any time, which has guaranteed the safety of students' lives to the greatest extent. Logically speaking, Su Cheng should have come back by now even if he wanted to avoid being robbed. There has been no news for such a long time. Could there be any unexpected events? I hope this student doesn't encounter any monsters in the deep forest, otherwise he will be in great danger. Chen Xiaoming sighed. She estimated that Su Cheng's realm should not be higher than Lu Zhongting and Tan Xian, at most the peak of the second level. Once you encounter a fourth-level monster, you will be no match at all. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. Su Cheng hasn't come back for such a long time. There is a high probability that he is in danger. I hope Lao Tian can arrive in time. You have integrated 200 points of essence into the acupoints during the process of tempering. After evolution, the tempering progress is plus 100%. You have integrated 300 points of essence into the acupoints during the process of tempering. After evolution, the tempering progress is plus 100%. You have integrated 400 points of essence into the acupuncture point refinement process. After evolution, the refinement progress is plus 100%. Su Chang headed towards the depths of the misty forest while using his origin to temper his acupuncture points. After he entered the misty forest and killed the monsters to obtain the origin, he began to temper the acupoints one after another. Now, all 9 acupoints on the second meridian, the Han-Juan pericardium meridian, have been tempered. His realm also went directly from the initial stage of the first level when he first entered the secret realm to the peak of the first level. At this time, he felt a sharp swelling and pain in his body again, so he stopped tempering and stretched his mental strength to its maximum. You injected 1290 points of essence into Tianxin. After evolution, Spirit plus 258. Qi and Blood, 589. Spirit, 589. After increasing his mental strength to the limit, Su Chang took out Lu Zhongting's A-level sword. You injected 1568 essence points into the D-grade alloy knife. After integrating it into the A-grade alloy material, it evolved and its quality increased by 900%. Alloy knife, grade A. Su Chang weighed the brand new A-grade alloy knife in his hand and felt that it was several times heavier than the D-grade one. A D-grade alloy knife weighs about 500 kilograms, and Su Chang estimates that this A-grade alloy knife weighs at least 2,000 kilograms. After swinging it vigorously a few times, several dull sounds were suddenly heard in the air, as if thunder was brewing in the clouds, and it was rumbling before it struck. After Su Chang practiced Vajragong to perfection, his physical strength increased dramatically. The previous D-grade alloy knife always felt light and fluttery when used. The weight of this A-grade alloy knife is just right. After a simple upgrade of his realm and weapons, Su Chang completed the upgrade. Now his mental perception can spread to a distance of about 500 meters. When he spread out his mental power, he could see every blade of grass and every tree within a radius of 500 meters. Soon, he found a huge fourth-level monster not far away. It was a giant bear with hair as hard as steel. Su Chang put away the alloy knife, practiced Vajra power, transformed into a body of steel, and his body expanded rapidly, growing to about 3 meters. At the same time, all the energy of qi and blood bursts out, and the qi and blood penetrate the body and cover the surface of the body. He opened fire at full force and rushed straight towards the giant bear. He wanted to try whether he could fight against a fourth-level monster with physical strength alone. After sensing someone had entered its territory, the giant bear roared and rushed towards Su Chang. 2 huge figures kept approaching, and every step they took shattered the ground, leaving a footprint several inches deep, and the earth trembled. In less than 3 seconds, the 2 figures crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and collided with each other in an instant. Boom! A loud and earth-shaking noise was heard. The violent energy vibrated in all directions like ripples. The ground cracked instantly, and huge pieces of earth and rocks flew into the sky. They were shattered by the violent energy and turned into powder that filled the air. Thick smoke enveloped the 2 figures, and only deafening collision sounds could be heard. Chapter 62 Tianziren is numb. The other side. After entering the secret realm, Tianze rushed non-stop into the depths of the misty forest. As a master-level warrior, he is already able to control the air and fly. The speed reached nearly 160 meters per second. In less than 3 minutes, they had covered nearly 30 kilometers and crossed the cordon. Soon, he heard a deafening crash coming from the front. After flying another 2 kilometers forward, I saw an open space 500 meters ahead. The open space was full of potholes, as if it had been bombed by countless bombs. Broken trees lay scattered on the ground. 2 huge figures were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, one of the 3-meter-tall figures punched a 5-meter-tall giant bear and sent it flying. The giant bear flew more than 10 meters and crashed into a big tree. The big tree broke directly and fell backwards. Just as the giant bear was about to stand up, the figure ran a few steps and suddenly jumped high into the air, slid in an arc in the air, and quickly landed towards the giant bear. Boom! The man stepped on the giant bear's chest with both feet, and a deep pit exploded in the ground. The man was seen riding on the giant bear's body and hammering its head violently. One punch, two punches, three punches. After more than a dozen consecutive punches, the giant bear's head was hammered into a piece of meat patty, and blood and brain matter were scattered all over the ground. The figure stood up, his body returned to normal size, and put the giant bear monster on the ground into the storage box. Move quickly in the other direction. On a big tree 300 meters away, Tianze stared at the scene in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person in front who was beating up the fourth-level monster was actually Su Cheng. Shouldn't he have just broken through to the first level not long ago? How could he kill a fourth-level monster with just physical strength? This physical strength is too exaggerated. You know, the physical strength of human warriors of the same level is not as good as that of monsters. What's more, it is a fourth-level monster that is 3 levels higher than Su Cheng. Under normal circumstances, a slap from a fourth-tier monster could turn a first-tier warrior into a pulp. But Su Cheng actually turned around and beat the fourth-level monster into a paste. Doesn't this mean that Su Cheng's physical strength is stronger than that of a fourth-level monster? This is impossible. Even though Su Cheng was smashing the fourth-level monster with the help of his blood and qi, Tianze still found it difficult to understand. After all, there is a gap of 3 levels between Su Cheng and the fourth-level monster. Even if he practiced Vajragong to perfection, his physical body should not be stronger than that of a fourth-level monster, unless he has practiced horizontal martial arts above the earth level. But Su Cheng was just a civilian warrior and had no chance to learn martial arts of this level. How on earth did he do that? Tianze followed Su Cheng, puzzled. Suddenly he thought of another possibility. If Su Cheng breaks the 3 limits of the human body, his body and blood will be sublimated to the extreme. It is possible to do this. Practicing martial arts is the process of integrating various elements between heaven and earth into the body and blood. The higher the quality of the body and blood, the stronger the effect of martial arts skills will be. Thinking of this, Tianze's heart began to tremble violently. When he went to Su Cheng's house before, he had already broken 2 human limits. It is not impossible to break the 3 limits of the human body. If this is true, it would be terrible. By breaking the 3 limits of the human body, you can at least become a king-level strongman and have the hope of becoming an emperor. Geniuses of this level can only be counted on one's fingers throughout the whole of China. Dongwu really found a treasure this time. After Su Cheng dealt with the 4th-level monster, he had a clear understanding of the strength of his own body. It is slightly stronger than a normal 4th-tier inherited beast, but probably not as strong as a 5th-tier demon beast. Once you get the desired result, there is no need to waste time anymore. He released his mental power and began to look for the next monster. In an instant, he found Tianze's figure on a big tree 300 meters away. Su Cheng was not surprised. If I break into the cordon, I will definitely be discovered. As Tianze was the instructor who recruited him into Tobu, it was normal for him to come over. As long as Tianze didn't stop him from killing monsters, he would just pretend he didn't know. Su Cheng continued on his journey, looking for the 4th-level monster. After a while, he discovered another 4th-level monster through spiritual perception. He took out an A-grade alloy knife from the storage box and quickly rushed towards the monster. Soon he arrived beside the 4th-level monster. In just a few seconds, the 4th-level monster was killed on the spot. After he exerted his full strength, his speed, strength, and defense were almost the same as those of a 4th-level monster. But coupled with the perception of the spiritualist, the yellow-level body skills of the perfect state, and the A-level alloy knife, it still allowed him to easily kill the 4th-level monster on the spot. Seeing that the origin had arrived, Su Cheng continued to look for the next monster without stopping. Relying on his endless ability to recover his qi and blood, Su Cheng killed 28 4th-level monsters in less than an hour. Tianziren, who was following behind him, was numb. After watching all this, he was completely impressed by Su Cheng. A high school student who just graduated has actually mastered all the martial arts related to body movement, speed, defense, and attack to perfection. You know, it would be a blessing for an ordinary warrior to be able to practice a martial art to perfection in his lifetime. Even a genius with excellent comprehension can only practice 2 martial arts to perfection at most. The number of young men who have mastered all 3 martial arts to perfection can be counted on one hand. He had never heard of someone like Su Cheng, who had mastered 4 perfect martial arts at such a young age. How incredible is this level of understanding? That's fine. The key is that in addition to his strong comprehension, Su Cheng also broke 3 limits of the human body, and his body and blood were sublimated to the extreme. At the same time, he possesses an innate precious body and possesses the ability to continuously recover his chi and blood. All these factors combined make his fighting power a bit absurd. At the level of a first-rank warrior, it is as easy as playing to kill a fourth-rank inherited beast by leaping 3 levels. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone's fighting ability could be so strong to such an incredible level. Su Cheng didn't know what Tianze was thinking, but continued to look for the monster. After searching for a while, he found that all the 4th-level monsters in this area had been killed by him. If you still want to hunt monsters, you must go deeper. Su Cheng didn't want to miss this opportunity and continued to go deeper. Soon, within his perception range, a 5th-level monster appeared. Its aura was much higher than that of a 4th-level monster, and its body was as tall as a mountain. This monster has a huge eye that takes up half of its face, and long fangs sticking out of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. The body is upright, with long and very strong limbs. Su Cheng recognized it at a glance. It was the one-eyed beast in the alien illustration. Tianze, who was not far away, saw this 5th-level monster and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this kid Su Cheng can kill even a 5th-level monster? No way. Chapter 63, Understanding the Sword Intention. Su Cheng knew very well that he was only a top-level warrior of the 1st rank, and it would be difficult for him to kill a 5th-rank monster. But he really wanted to know where his limits were. As a psychic, even if he is no match for a 5th-order monster, escaping should not be a problem. So he clenched the A-grade alloy knife in his hand, activated the Vajra power, and let the blood and energy flow out of his body. He used his mental power to cover the 5th-order one-eyed beast, performed the light and shadow step, and rushed towards the one-eyed beast at a rapid speed. This time, he went all out, without any reservation. Not far away, Tianze was shocked when he saw that Su Cheng really dared to attack the 5th-level monster. He immediately jumped forward and landed on a big tree 100 meters away from Su Cheng. If Su Cheng encounters danger, he can reach the place in an instant. He stared at Su Cheng's figure closely, ready to rescue him at any time. Although he knew that Su Cheng was most likely no match for a 5th-level monster, he still couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in his heart. 100 meters away, Su Cheng's figure just approached the 50-meter range of the Cyclops. The Cyclops suddenly stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist, and pointed it at Su Cheng. The hand instantly stretched out dozens of meters, and the huge fist was like a cannonball, rushing towards Su Cheng rapidly. So fast. Su Cheng was shocked. Although this monster is huge, its speed is actually faster than him. If you only rely on the wind step, you will not be able to dodge this punch. He instantly transformed his mental power into a giant palm to block the incoming fist. However, because the power of the 5th-level monster was too strong, it could only slightly slow down the speed of the punch. But it was this moment of delay that allowed Su Cheng to successfully dodge the attack and continue to approach the Cyclops' body. The one-eyed beast immediately retracted its first hand, and at the same time, its second hand quickly stretched out and grabbed Su Cheng. Su Cheng continued to condense a giant mental hand, grabbed the attacking hand, slowed down the speed, narrowly avoided the attack, and continued to move closer to the Cyclops. After repeating this several times, he successfully arrived in front of the one-eyed beast. He suddenly jumped to the head of the one-eyed beast, raised the long sword in his hand high, and the power of blood and energy quickly wrapped around the blade, and he chopped down towards its head. Bang! There was a loud noise, and although the long knife cut through the skin of the Cyclops, it was blocked by its skull, leaving only a shallow gap. A huge force rebounded and was transmitted to Su Cheng's hand through the long sword, directly tearing open the sleeves of the D-level combat uniform, revealing his strong arms. At this time, the one-eyed beast had retracted its hands and suddenly closed them towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng quickly used his mental power to control his combat uniform and pulled it up to avoid the slapping hands. Bang! The two huge palms slapped together, making a deafening collision sound, like a nuclear bomb explosion. The terrifying shock wave spread in all directions. Su Cheng endured the shock wave and was shocked to the point of bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Regardless of his injuries, he quickly raised his sword, unleashed 100% of his energy and blood, and chopped down fiercely on the gap in the Cyclops' head. After using up all his energy and blood in one blow, he instantly replenished it with his essence and slashed several times at the gap in the skull. The huge rebound force directly created a big gash in his palm, and blood gushed out. The skin on the arm also cracked into several tiny cracks, and blood oozed out, staining the arm red. After several consecutive blows, The gap on the Cyclops' skull became a little deeper, but it could not be completely split open without hundreds of blows. The defense of a fifth-level monster is too strong. If this goes on, before Su Cheng can split the Cyclops' skull open, his arm might be shattered by the rebound force. But Su Cheng did not retreat. He continued to use his mental power to control his body, or slow down the speed of the Cyclops to avoid attacks, and kept slashing at the same position with his sword. Ever since he comprehended the mysterious martial arts skill, one cut with one blow, and cultivated it to perfection, he has killed hundreds of evil cult warriors in the Star City Martial Arts Hall. In this secret trial, he also killed nearly 600 monsters. In total, he struck the sword more than 1,200 times, and basically all of them were killed instantly with one strike. One blow in actual combat is worth 100 blows in daily training. Gradually, he developed a special feeling while drawing the knife. It seemed vague and elusive at first, but as he continued to strike with his sword, the feeling became clearer and clearer. He couldn't help but integrate this feeling into his chi and blood, and then transferred it to the alloy sword through the pores of his palm. The A-grade alloy knife actually trembled slightly, as if it was extremely excited. After integrating this feeling, the power of the sword became significantly stronger, and the gap created was deeper than the previous dozen or so swords. At this time, Su Cheng had completely entered a state of selflessness. He kept dodging and striking with his sword, each blow heavier than the last. When he raised the long sword again, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he finally understood what this feeling was. This is a kind of intention, a deeper understanding of knife skills. When he completely integrated the sword intent into his chi and blood and poured it into the long sword, the sword actually conveyed a kind of human joy. After dodging the Cyclops' attack again, Su Cheng raised the A-grade alloy knife, and the sword intent merged into his blood and chi, covering the blade. In an instant, a huge suction force came from the blade, instantly sucking out all the blood and energy in Su Cheng's body. Even from the acupuncture points that had already been opened, a large amount of chi and blood were sucked out and merged into the blade. The violent energy spread out instantly, and the air around the blade began to tremble wildly. Su Cheng gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and chopped down hard on the gap on the one-eyed beast's head. Puff. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull cutting sound. It was like a sharp knife cutting into a piece of soil. This knife easily cut open the skull of the Cyclops, and at the same time a bloody blade energy shot out from the long knife. The 10-meter-tall Cyclops was instantly split into two halves. The wound was smooth and flat, like a mirror. Su Cheng's face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. This knife not only drained all the chi and blood from his body, but also sucked a lot of chi and blood out of the acupuncture points that had already been tempered. Even though he used his essence to replenish the deficit in time, he still felt deeply exhausted. It seems that this knife cannot be used infinitely. Su Cheng thought with some regret. After picking up the corpse of the fifth-level monster on the ground, he did not choose to continue going deeper into the forest, but turned around and prepared to return to the base. As soon as he turned around, he saw with his naked eyes Tianze standing on the branch of a big tree 100 meters away. At this time, Tianze was standing on the branch in a daze, his eyes wide open, mouth wide open, his face full of shock. It was as if a thunder exploded inside his body, shaking his soul and making his scalp numb. Su Cheng actually understood the meaning of the sword. This goes beyond the state of perfection and is a deeper understanding of martial arts. Which warrior who can comprehend the true meaning of a martial art is not a top-level warrior who possesses extraordinary comprehension and has fought on the battlefield for many years. Su Cheng actually understood the true meaning of swordsmanship at this age. Don't be too outrageous. Chapter 64 Battle Results. Teacher Tian, why are you here? Su Cheng walked to the big tree where Tianze was and greeted him. I heard you crossed the cordon. I was worried, so I came to check on you. Tianze came back to his senses, jumped down from the tree, patted Su Cheng on the shoulder, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Your fighting ability is really abnormal. You can even kill a fifth-level monster." "It's okay." Su Cheng smiled. "You should still be a first-rank warrior now, right?" Tianze couldn't help but ask. The energy and blood that Su Cheng erupted during the battle was extremely rich, higher than that of an average third-grade warrior. He was also unsure of Su Cheng's realm. Now it is the peak of the first rank. Su Cheng nodded. There was a flash of surprise in Tianze's eyes. Less than 3 months have passed since I last went to Su Cheng's house to recruit him into Dongwu. At that time, Su Cheng had just broken the second limit of the human body. During this period, he not only broke the third limit of the human body, but also improved his cultivation to the level of a first-grade peak warrior. The speed can be said to be quite fast. The average Dongwu student, when at the warrior level, can only advance 2 levels a year. At Su Cheng's speed, it shouldn't be difficult to reach the 4th level in 1 year. If my guess is correct, you should have broken the human limit 3 times, right? Tozawa continued to ask. It was a lucky break. Su Cheng said with a smile. That's amazing. Tianze couldn't help but exclaim. Even though he had already guessed it, he still felt extremely excited when he heard Su Cheng admit it himself. Su Cheng, you have mastered 4 perfect martial arts now, right? Tianze asked again. Teacher Tian, let's talk while we walk. Su Cheng was speechless. Isn't Teacher Tian too curious? Yes, let's go back quickly. The base should still be waiting for us. Tianze said excitedly. The battle results will be calculated when they return to the base. He is looking forward to the expressions of the other mentors when they see Su Cheng take out the corpse of the 5th level monster. Thinking of this, he became impatient. I'll give you a ride. Tianze grabbed Su Cheng's shoulder, flew into the sky, and flew quickly towards the base. On the way, Tianze asked the same question again. Su Cheng did not hide it and told Tianze directly. Anyway, he will comprehensively upgrade all his arsenal when he returns this time, so it doesn't matter if Tianze knows about it. Tianze became even more excited after hearing this. Su Cheng has so many incredible talents in one person. He wants to see how the 2 students recruited by Zhang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaoming can compare with Su Cheng. Tianze hurried on, and in less than 3 minutes, the 2 returned to the base. When the 2 walked into the lobby of the ground base, several instructors breathed a sigh of relief. Su Cheng looked extremely disheveled, covered in blood, his combat uniform torn to pieces. It was obvious that they had encountered a 4th-level monster in the depths of the misty forest. It must be Tianze who arrived in time and rescued him. Although he was slightly injured, he managed to save his life. Zhang Hui originally planned to lecture Su Cheng, but when I saw him covered in blood, I gave up the idea. In order to protect the spoils, Su Cheng would rather risk his life and hide in the depths of the misty forest, but he was actually quite helpless. Su Cheng, you should return to the team first. Tianze said to Su Cheng with a smile. Su Cheng nodded and returned to the student group. When the students saw Su Cheng's embarrassed look, they couldn't help but smile. Within the cordon, Su Cheng killed everyone in his way. Not only did he not get hurt, even his hairstyle was not messed up. But now, it was obvious that it had suffered a lot at the hands of the 4th-level monster. Everyone was very happy to see a top genius like Su Cheng suffer setbacks. Brother Cheng, are you okay? Su Cheng walked into the temporary alliance team, and Lu Zixuan asked with a worried look on his face. It's okay, just a minor injury. Su Cheng shook his head and said with a smile. He used his original source to heal the injuries to his internal organs as soon as possible. As for the skin injuries on his knuckles and arms, he did not waste his essence but just applied some Lingchuang powder. It has now scabbed over and will heal soon. Li Zixuan carefully looked at the wounds on Su Cheng's body and found that they were not serious, so she immediately felt relieved. Brother Cheng, how many 4th-level monsters did you kill this time? Wang Jun asked curiously. He now has a blind confidence in Su Cheng, thinking that with Su Cheng's strength, he will have no problem killing 1 or 2 4th-level monsters. Wu Changdoing, Li Yulong and others on the side also looked at Su Cheng with curiosity. Su Cheng was about to speak when Zhang Hui in front of him suddenly said, Everyone gather together and start calculating the results. Let's gather first, the settlement will be made soon. Su Cheng smiled and walked towards Zhang Hui. Wang Jun and others hurriedly followed. Soon, all the students lined up. Let's start from the far left of the first row. Zhang Hui went straight to the point. After waiting for so long, he could no longer hold back his curiosity and was particularly curious about the students' performance. This class of students was able to complete the trial within 6 hours, which must mean that there were 1 or more geniuses with extremely strong combat capabilities. He really wanted to know who these students were and what kind of surprises they could bring him. Behind Zhang Hui, several Dongwu mentors were also looking forward to the answer being revealed. Zhang Yuanqing looked at Chen Xiaoming and Tianze with confidence. He felt that among this class of students, Lu Zhongting was definitely the one with the strongest fighting ability. The reason why the monsters were eliminated so quickly this time was definitely because of Lu Zhongting. This Jiangzhou College entrance examination champion will surely bring him a huge surprise soon. Chen Xiaoming glared at Zhang Yuanqing without showing any weakness. As a spiritual master, Tan Xian can kill monsters much faster than a Qi and Blood warrior. She is the one who killed the most monsters. The reason why this trial was completed within 6 hours was definitely because of Tan Xian. Chen Xiaoming was very much looking forward to the moment when Tan Xian crushed all the geniuses with absolute advantage. Tian Zhe on the side did not look at the other two people, but stood there calmly, his eyes on the nose and his nose on the heart. He looked calm, but he was extremely excited inside. He learned from Zhou Mu that when Xingxing held a high school martial arts competition, it was attacked by evil cult warriors. Su Cheng alone killed hundreds of evil cult warriors. There is no doubt that the reason why this trial ended so quickly was because of Su Cheng. He conservatively estimated that at least 1/3 of the monsters were killed by Su Cheng alone. Not to mention that Su Cheng also killed 28 4th-level monsters and 1 5th-level monster in the crack world. When Su Cheng settles the accounts, Zhang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaoming will definitely question their lives. In the student team, the student on the far left of the first row blushed and said with his head down, "All the monsters I killed were taken away by someone. Mine was taken away from me too." The second-ranked student also said with shame on his face. Chapter 65 Zhang Yuanqing's Confidence. Afterwards, several students said that their monsters had been taken away. Zhang Hui and others were not surprised by this. From the moment they made the rule that fighting between students is not prohibited, they knew that students would definitely snatch things from each other. There are about 100 students taking part in the trial, and it would be great if a dozen of them can keep their spoils at the end. In order not to waste everyone's time, Zhang Hui said directly, "Those who have monsters in their hands, come up first to settle the accounts." As soon as he finished speaking, a student in the line stepped forward, approached the soldier in charge of recording, and reported his name. Then he poured out the monsters in the storage box. There are 2 first-level monsters in total. Although the amount is not much, the student is very satisfied. He was very glad that he did not go to watch the battle between the 3 top geniuses with the intention of watching the fun or taking advantage. Instead, he was waiting at the entrance of the Misty Forest early in the morning. After the trial, he ran back to the base immediately. This is how they saved the spoils. Otherwise, he would be like most students, with his monster being snatched away by the 2 defeated geniuses, Tan Xian and Lu Xiao. Lu Siwei killed 2 first-level monsters, 2 points. The soldier reported the student's battle record. The student returned to the line, and several other students came forward. After giving their names, they opened the storage boxes and poured out the corpses of the hunted monsters. Zhang Peng killed 3 first-level monsters, 3 points. Wang Chunyan killed 2 first-level monsters, 2 points. Yang Zihao kill 1 second-level monster and 2 first-level monsters, 5 points. Everything was normal at first, but when the student from Su Cheng's temporary alliance came up, Jiang Hui, Zhang Yuanqing and others slowly discovered that something was wrong. Li Yongquan killed 4 first-level monsters, 6 points. Qian Xiaojia killed 6 first-level monsters, 8 points. Lu Zixuan killed 3 second-level monsters and 9 first-level monsters, 18 points. Wang Jun killed 4 level 2 monsters and 14 level 1 monsters, totaling 26 points. For more than 30 people in a row, the number of monsters hunted by each person was as high as 5. Especially people like Wang Jun, Lu Zixuan, and Wu Changding. The number of monsters killed by each of them far exceeded their own levels. This was incredible to them. You know, the monsters in the secret realm are all inherited beasts. Their strength is generally higher than that of human warriors of the same level. Unless it is a monster with extremely strong combat power like Lu Zhangting, Tan Jiang, and Lu Xiao. It is impossible for others to kill so many monsters alone. Even if they form a team, it is considered quite strong if each person can capture a monster. Apart from this, there is another thing that is hard to understand. That's why so many people kept their loot. Under normal circumstances, after the students robbed each other, it would be impossible for so many people to keep the spoils for the last. What are Lu Zhangting and the others doing? Why didn't you rob these people of their monsters? Even if these people unite together, they cannot stop monsters like Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian. But why did they keep the spoils until now? Is it because Lu Zhangting and the others are kind? Zhang Hui and others didn't understand. However, although this group of people hunted many monsters, the total number was less than 50% of the total. More than 50% of the remaining monsters should have been killed by monsters like Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian. Zhang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaoming temporarily put aside their doubts and waited expectantly for Lu Zhangting, Tan Xian, and others to come up. At this time, Lu Xiao came up first. After reporting his name, he poured out the monsters in the storage box. After he was defeated by Su Cheng, he quickly came to the exit of the Misty Forest and waited for his chance. After a busy period, they only managed to snatch a few first-level monsters. Although the number is not large, it is better than having none at all. Lu Xiao, kill 3 first-level monsters, 3 points. The soldier reported Lu Xiao's battle record. Several Danwu instructors were puzzled. Lu Xiao was also their key student, a high-level second-grade warrior who had broken the human body's limits twice and ranked 7th in Jiangzhou in the college entrance examination. Among this group of students, his strength is second only to Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian. With his strength, he can definitely kill more than just a few monsters. What is going on? Lu Xiao, why do you kill so few monsters? Zhang Yuanqing asked directly. I killed one myself and someone took it away. This was someone else's I stole. Lu Xiao's face turned red and he felt very embarrassed. After saying that, he quickly returned to the team. Zhang Yuanqing nodded upon hearing this. It turned out that the monster he killed was taken away by someone. No wonder he had so few achievements. The only 2 people who have the ability to snatch the monster from him are Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian. Thinking of this, the anticipation in his eyes became stronger. Soon, Tan Xian also came up from the team. A group of instructors stared at her closely, their eyes full of curiosity. Who is stronger between Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian? The answer will be revealed soon. Under the watchful eyes of a group of instructors, Tan Xian poured out the monsters from the storage box. A little more than Lu Xiao, a total of 5 first-level monsters. Tan Xian, the monster you killed was also taken away by someone? Chun Xiaoming looked at Tan Xian with disbelief on her face. Tan Xian is a psychic. With her strength, even if she is not a match for Lu Zhangting, she should not be unable to protect her own spoils, right? Is Lu Zhangting really that strong? Tan Xian nodded and quickly fled back to the line. Teacher Chen, I'm sorry, I won. Zhang Yuanqing smiled smugly. Chen Xiaoming sighed and didn't say much. Losing is losing. Tan Xian is not as strong as others, there is nothing to say. Lao Zhang, don't be too proud before the results come out. Tianze said to Zhang Yuanqing meaningfully. Old Tian, Su Qingdu has been forced outside the cordon. Is there any suspense about the outcome? Zhang Yuanqing smiled confidently. The results are now very obvious. All the monsters killed by Lu Xiao and Tan Xian were taken away. In order to protect his spoils from being stolen, Su Cheng ran out of the cordon. Now only Lu Zhangting is left. There is no doubt that Lu Zhangting is the first in this trial. Who said Su Cheng was forced outside the cordon? Tozawa said with a smile. Isn't that so? Otherwise, why would Su Cheng run out of the cordon? Isn't he going to hunt monsters? Zhang Yuanqing shook his head and laughed. Outside the cordon are monsters of level 4 or above. Not to mention Su Cheng, even Lu Zhangting doesn't have the strength to hunt. The reason why old Tian said this was definitely because Su Cheng wanted to save face and deliberately said that he took the initiative to run out of the cordon to hunt monsters. I didn't expect that Lao Tian took it seriously. In this case, let Lao Tian give up completely. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes fell on Lu Zhangting in the queue, and he said with a smile, Lu Zhangting, come out and show everyone how many monsters you have killed. Chapter 66. Astonishing Killings. In the queue, Lu Zhangting lowered his head and stood there motionless, as if he didn't hear anything. Lu Zhangting? Zhang Yuanqing thought Lu Zhangting didn't hear him, so he raised his voice and shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Zhangting. Several instructors were very confused and didn't understand why Lu Zhangting didn't come up to count the spoils. Could it be that he killed too many monsters this time, and gained new insights into martial arts, and now entered a state of enlightenment? The students next to him looked at Lu Zhangting with eyes full of gloating. But they knew that 3 top talents, Lu Zhangting, Tan Xian, and Lu Xiao, had all been defeated by Su Cheng. Especially Lu Zhangting. After being defeated, he frantically snatched the monsters from other students, and finally snatched them from Su Cheng's teammate, and was beaten up again. All the captured monsters were taken away by Su Cheng. Not a single monster was left. Some people also saw Lu Zhangting taking off his combat uniform and applying medicine on his arm. Even the bones poked out of the flesh. It was a horrible sight. At this time, he was called out by his instructor in public to count the spoils, and he probably wanted to die. Lu Zhangting lowered his head. Although his expression could not be seen, it was obvious that his body was shaking. Feeling the gazes from all around, Lu Zhangting wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. As the top scorer in the Jiangzhou College entrance examination, everyone believed that he could win first place in this trial. At the beginning, he was also full of confidence. But unexpectedly, he would be defeated by an unknown guy in the end. Not only did he fail to get first place, he didn't even get a single monster. This trial turned him from a genius to a laughing stock in the eyes of others. The gazes from those around him were like sharp thorns, piercing into his heart. It made him feel unprecedented humiliation. And all this is thanks to Suzhou. The more Lu Zhangting thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He clenched his fists in anger, not even noticing that his nails were digging into his flesh. He secretly swore in his heart that he would not be a human being if he didn't kill Su Cheng. Zhang Yuanqing shouted twice, but there was no response from Lu Zhangting. Looking at his expression, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could Lu Zhangting have also been robbed? Otherwise, there is no reason not to come up and count the spoils. Who robbed him? Could it really be Su Cheng? Zhang Yuanqing looked at Su Cheng in disbelief, then turned to look at Tianze. Tianze said loudly with a proud look on his face, "Su Cheng, it's your turn to count the spoils." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng left his position and walked forward step by step. He killed quite a lot of monsters, so it took a lot of time to count them. So I plan to wait until everyone else has finished counting before going up. But since Tianze called him, he couldn't wait any longer. He came to the soldier who was counting the monsters, opened the storage box, and poured out all the first-level monsters, excluding those distributed to Alliance members, and those snatched from Lu Zhangting and his men. There were more than 300 monsters. The corpses of monsters fell from the white light projected by the storage box. Soon it piled up into a small hill more than 10 meters high. Looking at the piles of monster corpses in front of them, Zhang Yuanqing and Chan Xiaoming finally gave up hope. It seems that Su Cheng really defeated the three geniuses Lu Zhangting, Tan Xian, and Lu Xiao, and snatched all the monsters they killed. They looked at Su Cheng with shocked eyes, although they did not see the battle between Su Cheng and the three geniuses with their own eyes. But it is not difficult to imagine that Lu Zhangting and his team must have lost miserably. If they have a chance to escape, they will never hand over their spoils. In other words, in front of Su Cheng, these geniuses didn't even have a chance to escape. Isn't Su Cheng's fighting ability too strong? People like Lu Zhangting are geniuses with extremely strong fighting abilities. Defeating warriors of the same level in seconds is as easy as drinking water, and killing enemies of higher levels is effortless. But in front of Su Cheng, he couldn't even run away. It was too exaggerated. What realm is Su Cheng in? Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but ask Tianze. The peak of the first rank. Tianze said calmly.
What?
How is that possible? After hearing Tianze talk about Su Cheng's realm, everyone's face changed drastically. After learning that Su Cheng defeated Lu Zhangting and his two companions and stole their spoils, several instructors present speculated that Su Cheng might have broken through to become a third-grade warrior. They felt that only if Su Cheng's realm was higher than Lu Zhangting and the others could he defeat them so thoroughly. But what they never expected was that Su Cheng's realm was actually lower than Lu Zhangting and the others. This is incredible. Lu Zhangting and Tan Xian are both second-grade peak warriors. His combat effectiveness is definitely among the best among high school students nationwide. But in front of Su Cheng, who was one level lower than them, they couldn't even escape. How strong is Su Cheng's fighting ability? Everyone took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts. At this time, the soldier in charge of counting the monsters had also completed the count of all the first-level monsters on the ground and put them into the storage box. When the trial is over, these monsters will be deposited into Su Cheng's martial arts account at the equivalent of martial arts points, and the credits will be calculated separately. Su Cheng killed 328 first-class monsters, 328 points. The soldier reported Su Cheng's first wave of battle results. Then Su Cheng poured out all the second-level monsters in the storage box, a total of 62. After completing the inventory, Su Cheng poured out all the third-level monsters, a total of 30. After the soldier finished counting and taking away the third-level monsters, Su Cheng was preparing to pour out the fourth-level monsters he had killed. At this time, Zhang Hui suddenly said, "Su Cheng, bring your combat watch over and record the number of kills you have made." Although Dongwu has established trial rules that allow students to snatch monsters from each other, but the purpose of doing this is only to hone students' practical skills. Therefore, even if all the monsters are taken away by the students, they can still get credit rewards based on the number of monsters they kill. When a student kills a monster, the combat watch will automatically identify the level of the monster and record it in a document, making it easy to check the number of kills by the student. Zhang Hui really wanted to know how many of the monster corpses Su Cheng had obtained were robbed from others, and how many were killed by himself. He felt that the trial could be completed within 6 hours. It must have a lot to do with Su Cheng. Su Cheng nodded, took off his combat watch, and handed it to Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui pressed a button, and a screen was projected in front of him. Several instructors from Dongwu were also looking at the screen in front of them with curiosity. They also wanted to know why more than 600 monsters in the trial area were quickly eliminated within 6 hours. Zhang Hui found a document on the screen interface. After opening it, the number of people Su Cheng had killed was displayed in front of everyone. First-level monsters, 438. Second-level monsters, 87. Level 3 monsters, 23. Seeing this astonishing number of kills, everyone's expression froze and they stood there motionless, like a sculpture. Chapter 67. Incredible Combat Power. No one thought that the number of people Su Cheng killed was even more than the number he counted. There were a total of 630 monsters, and he killed 548 of them alone, accounting for nearly 90% of the total number. Don't exaggerate. Su Cheng, how did you do that? Zhang Hui came back to his senses from the shock and said in disbelief. The entire trial area is nearly 30 kilometers in diameter. The monsters are very scattered. If we kill them one by one, it would take more than 10 hours just to travel. Not to mention the time needed to rest and recover your energy and blood. How did Su Cheng manage to kill so many monsters in just 6 hours? I called a group of friends to help me lure the monsters out, and it was pretty easy to kill them. Su Cheng said with a smile. Zhang Hui widened his eyes and looked puzzled when he heard this. Now he finally understood why those 30 or so students were able to harvest 5 monsters each. The group of friends that Su Cheng mentioned should be this group of people, right? But, with so many people attracting monsters together, can Su Cheng kill them? He had no doubt about Su Cheng's fighting ability. He is able to overpower geniuses like Lu Zhongting, Tan Xian, and Lu Xiao, and has no difficulty in killing monsters below level 3. But the key point is, how did his energy and blood recover? More than 500 monsters were killed, including 87 second-level monsters and 23 third-level monsters. The consumption of qi and blood alone is an astronomical figure. How is it possible that your blood and energy recover so quickly? Zhang Hui said in disbelief. Zhang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaoming also looked at Su Cheng with confusion. What's all the fuss about? Tianze suddenly interrupted and said calmly, Su Cheng has an innate treasure body, and his blood and qi are constantly restored. Isn't it easy for him to kill hundreds of monsters? What? Su Cheng is actually an innate treasure body? Zhang Hui was shocked. The so-called innate body is a physique that possesses a special ability at birth. Generally, after reaching adulthood, the owner of an innate body can fully master the abilities that come with this body. The power of most innate treasure bodies is very strong. It is almost equivalent to mastering a perfect Earth-level martial art. Therefore, warriors with innate precious bodies are extremely powerful. But such lucky people are very rare, and there may not be one in a population of 10 million. I didn't expect Su Cheng to be one of them. What he actually mastered was the ability to restore qi and blood. This kind of innate body has an endless supply of qi and blood. It is simply a perpetual motion machine. No wonder he could kill hundreds of monsters in such a short time. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes were filled with surprise when he heard this. This kind of recovery-type innate treasure body would seem very ordinary on a warrior with average combat power. But if it is used on Su Cheng, it can definitely exert unimaginable power. Killing more than 500 inherited beasts within 6 hours is a good example. If Su Cheng participates in a war with alien races in the future, he may not be able to directly decide the outcome, but he can definitely change the direction of a war. Chen Xiaoming obviously thought of this as well. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Cheng was full of excitement. If Su Cheng can raise his realm to a high enough level in the future, it can even change the fate of mankind being oppressed by alien races. Good boy. The future of mankind depends on you. Zhang Hui seemed extremely excited. He patted his shoulder and said with a smile, You can go down first. Your kill count has been recorded. It will be directly counted as credits when the time comes. You can use it when you officially report to Dongwu. I still have some monsters that I haven't counted yet. Su Cheng spoke. Are there any monsters that haven't been counted? Zhang Hui couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Su Cheng meant. Haven't all the monsters in the trial area been taken out? Where are the other monsters? But then he reacted quickly. But Su Cheng went outside the cordon. Before, everyone thought that he was forced out by Lu Zhongting and others. But now the situation is obviously impossible. Could it be that Su Cheng really went to hunt the 4th-level monster? Is this impossible? He is a first-grade warrior, hunting a 4th-level monster? Why does it sound so dreamy? After hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaoming looked at Su Cheng in disbelief. No way. Could it be that he could really kill even a 4th-order monster? There is a gap of 3 levels between the first grade warrior and the fourth grade warrior. What's more, all the monsters in this secret realm are inherited beasts, and their strength is similar to that of ordinary 5th grade human warriors. A 5th rank warrior might not even be able to kill a 4th rank inheritance beast. Can Su Cheng, a 1st grade warrior, be killed? Isn't this funny? If anyone else had said this, Zhang Yuanqing would never have believed it. But seeing Su Cheng's determined look, he began to waver. He has a better understanding of Lu Zhongting's strength. Lu Zhongting was able to kill a 3rd-level inheritance beast by leaps level. Although he was no match for a 4th-level inheritance beast, he could still escape without any problem. But in front of Su Cheng, he couldn't even escape. One can imagine how terrifying Su Cheng's fighting power is. It seems that it is not impossible to hunt down a 4th-level monster. Chen Xiaoming obviously thought of this as well. She had been very confused about Su Cheng's victory over Tan Xian. Tan Xian is a spiritual master. She can control herself and fly into the sky. Even the 4th-level inherited beasts on land can't do anything to her. Even if she was no match for Su Cheng, she still had a chance to escape, and there was no chance that her spoils would be taken away from her. But then I thought, what if Su Cheng is also a spiritual master? Then it would be much more reasonable to defeat Tan Xian and take her spoils. There is still a chance to kill a 4th-level monster. The thought that Su Cheng not only possesses a congenital body, but is also a spiritual master. Chen Xiaoming's heart was filled with excitement, and she was so shocked that she couldn't calm down for a long time. How could there be such a terrifying genius in this world? Just as a few people were secretly guessing, Su Cheng had already dumped out all the corpses of the 4th-level monsters. Watching the corpses of monsters fall one after another from the white light projected by the storage box, everyone froze in place again, although they felt that Su Cheng had a chance to kill the 4th-level inheritance beast. But in their expectations, Su Cheng should have tried his best and fought with the 4th-level monster for hundreds of rounds, and barely killed one even though he was injured. Even if the blood and chi recovery is amazing, killing 2 or 3 should be the limit. They never thought that Su Cheng could actually kill such a 4th-level monster. The pile of monster corpses in front of me looks like there are definitely no less than 20 of them. You know, Su Cheng is only a 1st-grade warrior. No matter how strong his fighting ability is, there should be a limit, right? It would be fine if he could kill a 4th-level monster by jumping 3 levels, but why kill so many at once? Is this really reasonable?